anyway, brother. I'm sorry,
Well,
sorry.
I'd rather
No
they just
curve, no
submit.
donut. If there's
I'd
no
rather,
curve, there's no donut either.
yeah, but we don't know what shape the Earth is. Let's just settle on that.
It's not a curve and it's not a ball. It's not a donut and it's not a ball.
No, we don't know.
Flat is not a
no,
shape.
we don't know.
I know.
No, I don't know it's flat.
Flat is not a shape.
No,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know
measured
it's flat. I don't know it's flat.
Flat is not
That's
a shape.
fine. You might not know, but you actually experience it that way. We navigate it that way. We travel that way. We build that way. We fly that way.
So you believe all these things?
No, that's what we do everything on Earth.
An observation is not a belief.
I go in a direction. I'm not claiming the direction I'm going in is flat. That would be a belief.
The observation of a horizontal
That we
horizon is
navigate
not
the
a belief.
waters as if the Earth was flat. We fly over. We fly over the Earth as if it was flat.
No, I don't inject my belief in there. I just go somewhere on Earth. I don't know what.
Observation is not a belief.
No, this is
So I'm just I'm just observing the Earth. I make no claims as to what shape it is.
Right? No,
Flat is not a shape.
Yeah. So can you define flat? Are you talking like topography?
Flat is it's a property of something, not a shape of something.
Yeah.
In other words, when you look at a box,
I don't claim.
When you look at
I
a
don't claim it
box,
has that.
yeah,
I don't claim it has that property. I don't inject my belief.
Okay, when you look at a box,
remains horizontal.
when you look at a box, you see it flat. But is that a shape? No, right?
No. I don't inject my belief as to what it is. I just see the Earth.
Flat is not a shape.
It's not a belief. You actually can observe this. You can measure this.
Because me saying I believe it's flat. Well,
no, I never said I believe it was flat.
Horizontal horizon is not a belief.
Yeah, I don't inject that in.
Yeah. So when you look at a horizon, what does it look like?
It looks like a horizon.
The horizon remains horizontal.
Does it look curvy to you?
No, I make no commitments as to what it looks like. I'm not injecting.
So you just want to stay in the denial phase, then.
Sorry.
You want to stay in the denial phase because now you see a horizon, and horizon by the word is horizontal.
Yeah.
And horizontals are usually what?
Horizontal.
Yeah, and they're line flat.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you look at the horizon, is it not flat?
Looks pretty flat.
Oh, so we are assigning a property to the Earth.
No, because my observation is not the entire Earth. Do you get how it works?
Yeah. So who has seen the entire?
So I look around.
So
I look around.
Okay, hold on. So who has seen the entire Earth?
I don't know. Possibly no one.
But they assign a shape to it.
Yeah, I make no commitments as to what shape the Earth is.
Oh, that's sad.
You guys say it's flat. They say it's a ball. I make no commitments.
It's absurdly flat.
Tell me, what?
You observe it flat. Water is 70%.
The entire Earth.
They say
what
that.
Are you looking?
Well. 70% of the Earth, according to them, is water. And as far as we know, water doesn't curve when it lies at rest.
Do you know that?
Well, can you show that?
I'm not making a claim. So try that
So
again.
have you ever seen a mountain of curving water when water's at rest?
No.
Right. So we can infer that all water, because that's what we experience it as a flat surface when it's at rest. And as they say, the earth is 70% water, 70 plus percent water. We can't have a flat water be a ball, can we?
What are tides?
What are tides?
Yeah, that's my question.
Is that water at rest?
Well, it doesn't look at rest.
Right, exactly. They're being moved by friction of the air.
Yeah, so why are the tides?
Because they're moved by friction of the air.
So the sea level goes up by multiple meters because of friction of the air.
Evaporation and condensation take play too. There's a lot of different things going on.
Yeah.
Why would there be a tide somewhere and not a tide elsewhere? That would imply there's a bulge. That would imply there's a bulge of water.
You think there's a bulge? Oh, you're talking about high tides and low tides?
Yeah. High tide one place, low tide elsewhere. What the hell is going on a flat Earth?
Why does that happen? Yeah, why does that happen twice?
What?
How many tides are there per day? And why does it happen twice if it's caused by the gravitational pull of the moon?
No, I made no commitments. Commitments.
So you want to bring shit up that you have no commitment to. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm asking you.
Yeah.
So why are the tides? I've made no commitments. Like, what's gravity? I don't know what gravity is.
Oh, so before you knew it was gravity, all of a sudden now he's like...
Yeah, I'm allowed to adopt this position. Am I banned from adopting it?
You went from a claim of gravity. Hold on. You went from a claim of gravity. Now you have nothing on gravity. You just can't flip flop, dude. Get out of here with that bullshit.
He's trying to LARP a strawman position.
Why? Yeah. No, because
gravity is the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing, and then the Einstein version of it has to do with this mathematical manifold.
Right. I can be very direct with you. I'm taking a position where I'm making no. I'm taking
around like a fish.
I'm flailing around. I'm literally making no commitments. I'm making no commitments about
making shit up and then trying to play a cutesy game.
What am I right? What right now am I making up?
You think because you're British, you could do whatever you want.
What am I making up? Go ahead.
The character that you're trying to LARP as. You just said something about taking
So do you realize?
So you are basically LARPing. No. You're LARPing.
I could just say you're LARPing as a flat earther. What does it even...
Your position's already been steel, man. That's why you come in here babbling this bullshit, and then you won't lay claim to anything related to your religion because you already know that you've lost.
Can we just hug it out? Can we just all just hug it out real quick?
You just bounce.
Let's just hug it out.
Welcome, Skank. How are you doing today?
Not too well. I think my internet's bad.
Sounds like satellites.
Probably your bad satellite service.
Yeah, I have Cricket. It's basically Metro PCS. I don't know if you know what that is, but yeah, it's pretty bad.
So what
number one choice of burner phones worldwide?
It's a pimp phone.
Word. So what brings you here?
I don't know. It's living life.
LARP a little flat Earth.
No, yeah. I don't know about the flat Earth thing. Like, I think we can land on the moon. It's not impossible.
Yeah, you just kind of look at it and say, you know what? We can go there. No problem.
Hey, you aim it just right. I mean, there's smart people out there that do that shit.
Yeah, they're smarter than any of us.
All right, yeah.
Like, why should we question it? You know, because they're so smart.
I just realized I am in the 24/7 flat Earth server. I didn't know that was in there. I just realized that.
Yeah, why don't you stick around? Could be very interesting enough.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you guys can prove it, like, that'd be one really good thing. Like, you can't get out of the globe, or is it more like you don't have the funds for it, or something, or what?
Well, we've been looking for evidence of the globe curvature and outer space and everything that goes with it for 10 years. And we've been asking everybody all over the world for 10 years. We've talked to scientists, engineers, you name it, every walk of life. Nobody has ever been able to substantiate the fact that people accept a globe based on good faith and good reason and evidence.
Have you ever seen the video of Neil Tyson deGrasse explaining the flat Earth thing?
Yeah, he said it looks flat from where, like, Felix Baumgartner, the Red Bull jumper who jumped from, like, and he wanted to put to bed all the globe people who were saying that they could see curvature. He wanted to put that argument to bed and said, no, you can't see curvature, not even from that height. Even if Earth is a globe, it would look flat. That stuff is flat.
He like a fisheye lens or something.
Yeah.
Did you say Neil Tyson deGrasse?
Yeah.
Okay.
Close enough.
That's pretty funny.
Bro, I don't know his French ass name. The fuck?
French.
I don't know.
That explains it.
No, but I mean, it's kind of weird that, like, we don't have more proof than we could. But it's also weird that, like, are flat earthers more Christian? Is that how that works?
No, it just depends who you ask. It really does. I mean, we've got prominent members of our community who are Muslim, some that don't believe in any God.
Right, but, like, I mean, you would think that, like, flat earth are like, we're all just, there's nothing else out there. That's their thing, right? There's nothing else out there.
What?
Yeah, like, I don't think there is an out there.
Where you are here is much larger than you think it is, and there is no out there. You are here.
The heavens and the earth is the world. I mean, it's the universe. It's everything we could possibly know. It's all right here.
So, do the stars still exist or no?
Yeah, I see stars all the time.
We're not saying upper space doesn't exist. We're saying that the outer space fairy tale doesn't exist. The story that was given to people. Of course,
right. So when you hear,
yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you hear the word like Earth, your inclination is to have a God's eye view of this floating orb against the vastness of space, outer space, with stars and the sun and moon. And when we say the word Earth and you start conjuring up those images in your mind didn't come from you or anything in your lived experience or anybody else's experience. So you're shoving these word concepts through these signs and symbols that were given to you to contemplate. And we freed ourselves from that. A whole bunch of other things just like it. So when we say the word star, and you think of a burning ball of plasma and gas that's like 1,000 times as big as Earth and hundreds of light years away, again, the word star has you invoking and conjuring up
Bro, the
these
shit ain't
ideas.
motherfucking
You're
real, bro.
filtering everything through it.
This
We
shit
free
ain't
ourselves.
real, nigga. This shit ain't.
Dude, what are you talking about? Interrupting me? Freaking out?
No, some
So all
other
we're
guy
saying is
talk
yeah, I
over
know
you.
some other guy came in like, what?
I muted him.
Thanks.
I agree with that guy.
Yeah. Elves are coming out of the woodwork. Can you go ahead and ban that guy?
Yeah, I don't know. I just from so can you describe like the space station thing? Is that all fake then, or what? Or are they still in the globe?
I mean, I don't think that there's I don't think there's verifiable evidence that there's a floating tin can that's doing orbits around a globe in outer space.
And they are going like 100,000 miles an hour, by the way. That's what they claim, like, which is
I don't
kind of
know.
weird.
Oh,
Wait, but guys, we can film it. What do you mean? There's like people who have taken pictures of it as it goes in front of the moon. What do you mean?
Yeah, we can see something in the sky, and we can conjure up stories about it that were given to us that we never really experienced ourselves, and nobody can verifiably say they've experienced.
What do you mean?
That's
it
the
has
problem.
the exact shape of the ISS. Like it has the little solar panel fins. Like you want me to show you? Like there's people that literally just go outside in their backyard. They get like a camera and they know when it's supposed to be in front of the moon because there's like a chart that you could track that shows you its orbit. And when it is in front of the moon, because that's like a perfect bright thing for it to be blocking the light of, you could just like snap a photo. And there's like good photos out there. So what are you talking about? Like the fuck?
Great. Well, how do you prove it's in orbit? That's a claim.
Because you could see it flying above us.
How do you know that that's in orbit, though? Like I see planes and birds flying above me. That mean they're orbiting.
An orbit, yeah. Technically, when you throw a ball up into the air, it's temporarily in orbit. Now, if you're asking how do we know it's staying in orbit and not like coming back to the ground or something, well, that's going to be a very strong
I'm
inference.
asking you how you know it's. Yeah. How do you know it's orbiting a globe?
Oh, well, that's a different question than whether or not it's above us and orbiting.
That was
right?
my question.
Because you said, how do you know it's orbiting?
Yeah, because like
well,
an
no, you didn't say
orbit,
globe at the
orbit
beginning.
requires a globe, right? An orbit necessitates there being an object for it to go around.
Yeah, there can be
Like,
an
that's what an
object for it to
orbit
go
is.
around, but it doesn't
So
require
yeah, I
a globe.
mean, logically, you should infer that I meant a globe.
How would it
Not
go
talking
around?
about
because there
orbit
are
Earth,
things
that's
that
just
How would it
stupid as
go
shit.
around a cube?
No, there are things that aren't globes that things can orbit around.
Yeah, so
Like
how do
you
you
can
know it's
orbit
doing a
around a cube.
360-degree revolution every
You can
90 or
orbit
so
around a
minutes? How
cube,
do you
dude.
know that it's going around a ball?
Oh, because, I mean, look, first off, I'll answer that as well. But first, acknowledge that there are things other than a ball that you can orbit. Like you could orbit a cube, you could orbit a plate. Like I could just get like a little stick figure, hold a plate, turn on the cam, and then just like show you how the stick figure goes around the plate. Like it's very easy. I don't know what's the struggle about that.
Are you also inferring that Earth could be a cube? Now let's get back to my.
Okay, so if you acknowledge that, then I'll
orbiting
go
a
ahead and
globe.
explain why we can infer that it's orbiting a globe. So very simply put, you could see people that are all around different parts of the world, and you can make the determination, since they're seeing the same observation of it passing the moon at the time that we expect it to pass, given the calculations of a globe and how fast it's moving and where it is on top of the globe, that you'd expect it to be in that position, in their location at that time. So yeah, that's how you make the inference there. Simple.
Holy shit.
So you have to beg the question of a globe in the first place to say that it has to be a globe. Do you understand your circular logic here?
No, you don't. No, you don't. All you have to do is observe when it's passing and see which shape. No, you don't. No. You don't understand. No, I'll explain how it's not begging the question because you don't even know what begging the question is, right?
I do understand.
So
Okay,
what
then let's put this on the right track with me.
All right,
okay?
tell me when you've got it all out.
Put it into a formal logical syllogism. Okay.
Okay, you want me to like do it in modus ponens or something for you? I bet you guys don't even know what that is, but I do, unluckily for you. So we could just say like
Yeah, you could do modus
P1
ponens or modus tollens,
if
okay?
the
Either
ISS
deductive form would help your case.
I could also put it in a hypothetical syllogism. I could also do a veritautic syllogism, right? I mean, whatever the fuck you want, right? I'm way ahead of you, buddy. But anyways, if you intellectual preschoolers want an answer, I'll just go ahead and type it up for you. Yeah, don't worry. I'll type it up for you, bud.
You can't logically infer something and prove it. So put it into a deductive form, please.
He needs ChatGPT.
Yeah, I'm typing it up. Just chill out, dude. So we'll just put if the ISS is at certain positions at certain times. Oh, I don't know why you're saying that. This is the guy that asked me this fucking question, right? I'm happy to talk about the ground if he wants to jump off of this.
Go ahead, put it to.
So if the ISS is at certain positions
you're
at
trying
certain
to prove
times,
that the globe exists.
then the Earth is a globe.
The horizon remains horizontal.
P2. No, it doesn't.
It's technically a sphere, but yeah, it's a globe. Yeah.
Whoops. Bunch of things just got posted where I did not want them to. Let me get rid of all that.
The burden
Accidentally
of proof is on
control
the
V.
claim.
So the ISS is at a certain position at certain times. We'll go ahead and copy
The ISS definitely exists. Like I don't know what the opposition is, but the ISS definitely exists.
And then conclusion. Here you go. All right, there you go. There's your little syllogism, buddy.
All right, good. Read it for the audience, please.
Yeah, so if the ISS is at certain positions at certain times, I could specify what those positions are if you like. Then the Earth is a globe. The ISS is at certain positions at certain times. Conclusion, the Earth is a globe.
All right, let's challenge premise one. Why does that necessitate people
Yeah, because there are only
being
certain
at certain
shapes.
positions at certain time? Why does that mean it has to be a globe and nothing else? All right,
because
go on.
it has
Go ahead and tell us why.
Yeah, well, I was already doing that, so you interrupting is just slowing down the answer that you claim to want there, buddy. So simmer down. Anyways, so if and by the way, I would agree with that argument that you posted horizontal, except it's not at the positions that it needs to be for a flat Earth. It's at the positions that it needs to be for a globe Earth. So I would go ahead and reject P2.
Go ahead and give us your. Go ahead and tell us
in your argument because it's not at the positions that you want. Yeah, I'm responding to someone. Yeah, I'm responding to someone in chat that responded to my argument. Dum dum. Right? If there's
You're
like 40
avoiding my
people hounding
question
me,
by responding to
simmer
somebody
down.
else.
There's other people hounding. There's other people hounding me, and I'm going to respond to them.
I was
Like,
talking
simmer
to
down.
you. You're avoiding talking to me. Answer my.
Yes.
For fuck's sake!
Voice,
All right, I put you on mute because you're yapping like a fucking rabid chihuahua. All right, I will take you off mute when you can substantiate P1. I want to know why the ISS being at certain times and places it's claimed to be, which you haven't established yet, necessitates it being Earth being a globe.
Yeah, so I'm just going to state something, and then I'll get back to your question.
No, I'm going to take you off mute only when you can answer my question. Oh, he left. You never want to talk about what we. Oh, can you mute this guy, please, and ban him? Thank you, please. All right. People trying to bomb our YouTube chat to get a freaking TOS violated. Yeah, so this guy wanted to do everything but substantiate P1. If the ISS is at certain times and places, then Earth must be a globe. So, for the audience wondering how I would dismantle this, I would ask him to substantiate how you know the ISS is at a certain place. Right? So this means what? A 250-mile altitude and maybe using a certain location that necessitates Earth being a globe. Go ahead and substantiate that the coordinate reference system you're using in the first place requires that Earth be a globe.
Yeah, and that's all he's doing, and that's all he's going to do, yeah, because he's baked into the globe model, so he's going to use
Breaking up.
So
or I'm
therefore,
breaking
his P1 is begging the question.
Absolutely right, AJ. So he would
Well,
only be able to substantiate where the ISS by assuming the globe a spherical coordinate reference system in the first instance.
Don't you need elevation angles to it?
You would need to do an external validation of the claim. You can't use an internal validation and prove it. You can only infer from that. So what you'd need is a means to externally validate that the spherical coordinate reference system is itself valid and the only valid means by which to locate things on or over Earth. And another part of this is having to substantiate the height and the velocity of the ISS. You'd have to be able to substantiate that it's at 250 miles above the surface and is moving at around 17,500 miles per hour. And I don't think that's a conversation that he's willing to have. And he probably knew, he seemed like a smart guy. He probably knew that he was going to be taken down that road, which is why he was deflecting to try and answer other questions and other things posted in the chat instead of respond to me. And for those listening, that was like maybe the second or third time that he decided to put what I asked him on hold to go take care of something else, to go say something first or go answer other things first. He was trying to buy himself time to figure out, how the hell do I get out of this?
Well, I'm reading the chat now, and I can't see an answer. There was nothing there.
Yeah, he was looking for a reason to be derailed. So
He
I mean,
got
these people
triggered
don't even
when
know. Like, if you're going to go the modus ponens route, you have a very Herculean task ahead of you. You have to be ready to substantiate your premise, to draw a logical conclusion from it. You don't get just to say my premise must be accepted, therefore my conclusion has to be true. No, you open yourself up to being challenged on your premise. The premise is very simple. He stated that if the ISS is observed to be at a certain time and location, all right, look, we have no problem substantiating that the time we use is accurate. I mean, that's really easy to validate. We can synchronize our clocks and all that stuff. Great. You can watch the periodicity of things happen and time them. We're very good at timing things. Now, the location part, you know, not to sound like a broken record, but the location of the ISS, he's going to have to say, as part of his premise, his claim, is that it's at 250 miles approximately above Earth's surface, going 17,500 miles per hour, thus completing an orbital period, 90 minutes, and that it's constantly rotating with respect to down, continuously, the whole time. So show me the pitch data. Just like we do for airplanes and boats and submarines and long haul trucks, satellites, show me the pitch data. Show me that thing is reorienting itself with respect to down continuously. In order to maintain down with respect to Earth curve. Can't do it. It's almost like we're being low-key rated by a bunch of pussy retards from another channel. This is all we've heard for the past 10 years, guys, is begging the question, appeals to consensus. Nobody really knows what they're freaking talking about. So yeah, look, globe heads, I get it. It's frustrating as shit. You don't have great evidence at all for the globe. We know. We're just here documenting this fact for the world to see. So in the future, when people click on our live streams and decide to rewind a bit, maybe scrub back and forth looking for great conversations, they're going to hear your content. They're going to hear just how many times people show up in here thinking that they've got all this great verifiable evidence for a globe and then get nothing. They're going to hear people make knowledge claims and then be at all. Get a lot of pretender clowns coming in. So if you think you know what you're talking about and you think you have the globe evidence that we've been looking for, come get us shut down. Present it. Present one piece of proof and we will go away. You'll never hear from us again. We'll shut this down. I myself would issue a public apology for wasting people's time. And that would be the end of it. So if you're sick of flat Earth, come bring your globe proof. See what you got. This isn't a debate. This is more of a courtroom. We're having an evidentiary hearing. But we know the ISS is on the globe because I downloaded an app. And the app shows the ISS spinning around a globe on my screen. How could it be anything else? We have digital artwork from NASA, guys. Look at all this digital artwork. Why would they be doing this if it wasn't true? I see round objects in the sky. Therefore, I am a round object too. We know the surface of the Earth is a globe because when I take my telescope, I can see the moon. You know, it's funny too. It's like flat earthers have gone the extra mile, right? We've got tri-band laser transit methodology used in the field, studying the behavior of different wavelengths of light through a medium to see if those rays of light can measure drop over distance of Earth curvature or not. Not even once has anything like a globe ever come up in any of these range studies. We've got flat earthers who are microwave-link technicians who set up Fresnel zones from point-to-point towers, where the Earth curvature would get in the way, but it doesn't. And it's because they claim that, well, you know, the radar horizon, the radio horizon for the microwave frequency band is 4/3 times R. So even though it is line of sight, somehow the microwave band reaches about 33% further than the curvature of the Earth. Why? I don't know. Maybe it's wavelength dependent because visible light is 7/6R. Gee, it's almost like the longer the wavelength, the further it goes. Shocker. We see how this works with refraction effects. We see this happen if you pop in an infrared filter and you see the unbent path of light relative to the optical path it takes in visible light. Right? I mean, where's the curvature of the Earth there? It's not there either. So what else do we have? We have nerds who take thousands and thousands of dollars worth of high-end optics go in airplane flights at 35, 40,000 feet and zoom in on the horizon in super high fidelity video, and they're seeing mountain ranges, the peaks of mountains and the base of mountains that should be about 11 to 14 miles behind and below the curvature of the Earth. So not only does infrared optics not even see the bold curvature of the Earth in all of its unrefracted glory, because there is no such thing as atmospheric refraction, especially on a globe, but they're able to see mountain ranges as if, what? Suddenly the light like refracts itself in infrared? I mean, doesn't make any freaking sense, guys. It's like the guy last night who couldn't figure out if refraction caused us to see further or refraction caused images to be bent.
Yeah. I understand.
So we got flat earthers all over the place, dude. We got flat earthers launching very expensive high altitude balloons with infrared cameras. Dwayne Kellum, I mean, he's got some amazing footage that few people would ever see. So we're doing the math. We have nerds who camp out on the beach and are zooming in and seeing things that they couldn't see if there's Earth curvature in the way and documenting their experiences. We have some globies that have done that too and can't freaking figure out what's happening. Over and over and over again. Show me a single like instance of a globe earther measuring curvature with an infrared theodolite study. Because you know what? I can show you an example of that happening where military surveyors go to the Chesapeake Bay outside of Maryland, and they're looking for the curvature of the Earth by setting up infrared emitters on the far end shore. And they're saying if these infrared emitters are where we think they are on a globe, then we shouldn't be able to see them in infrared. And you know what? They pop up the theodolite, they take measurements, and they see the freaking emitters right there all the time. And they call it fucking cursed. They called it cursed in their formal paper that they furnished back to the government. This is called the NATO Sapphire trials, by the way. You can Google it. And you know what they had to do? They had to invent their own refraction model for the marine layer, where they had to basically multiply Earth's temperature, the temperature differential by 2 orders of magnitude to explain what they were seeing, even though they took precise temperature measurements. So this data fitting bullshit happens again and again and again and again. I mean, take Jesse Path of Light, right? The theodolite expert. He brings us a spreadsheet that shows all these observations perfectly conforming to Earth curvature everywhere he goes. Gee, he's not data fitting because he didn't take the geoid model into account. He didn't take in refraction, atmospheric refraction into account, which globers claim to have. How is it just so that everywhere you go on Earth, there's always this positive curvature bending down everywhere you go, when the very claim of the globe says that there's going to be flat parts and concave parts all over Earth's bumpy, warpy surface? It's just amazing. The contradictions fly all over the damn place with these globers. You got to leave it to flat earthers out there to do all the legwork, all the real work to show what Earth's true nature might actually be. And by all accounts, it's not a freaking globe. Don't even get me started on like the studies of Earth's supposed rotation and orbit. Everything from Foucault's pendulum to Cavendish, which you could say. Yeah, Cavendish. Imagine that. I mean, like you got these balls hanging from a shed. Shouldn't Earth be rotating underneath those? Well, Cavendish didn't think about that, did he? Nope, didn't correct for that, but it fucking works for Foucault's pendulum for some reason. Actually doesn't work. Or the Sagnac effect, right? We're going to watch a phase differential of light from 2 different wavelengths taking 2 different paths and recombining on a surface. We're going to look at that pattern, and we're going to assign an arbitrary velocity to it. That's right. And we're going to do that by arbitrarily assigning a reference frame. And we're going to say that reference frame is the star frame, sidereal rotation. Nope, it's not going to be the solar reference frame. It's not going to be the lunar. It's not going to be a reference frame with an asteroid or even a stationary reference frame. And this is just some unknown phenomena having to do with electromagnetic drag in a medium. Who knows? We're going to arbitrarily assign the stars, and then we're going to say that this is a rotational velocity when it's not actually measuring any rotation. And we're going to call that a measurement of Earth spinning. kind of fucked up. Meanwhile, we can go to like rock stacking classes at the beach where we can balance rocks and Earth doesn't move underneath them, which you'd think it would have to, right? Because circular motion, uniform circular motion is constant acceleration. You learn that in physics. Constant acceleration, right? How come your rocks aren't being thrown off? How come even like in the ISS, right? It's supposedly doing these loop-de-loop orbits around the globe, but the astronauts aren't being thrown to the fucking roof of the thing. Oh, they're just carried along in this mysterious Einsteinian geodesic arc. Like, fuck off. Every single globe claim is fraught with contradictions and begging the question fallacies. You just have to let these guys yap long enough and they'll start falling out at a mile a minute. This usually happens preceding a Cope spiral, in which then they start dropping N-words and trying to TOS violate our platforms and get us taken off the internet. These are grown men too. It's kind of hilarious. I mean, there's a CERN physicist named Franco who does this shit on Twitter, which is kind of funny. Spazzing out like a retard. It'd be nice to get him in here sometime. Let's take a look at what's happening in text chat. Since I'm done driving, I can safely look at my phone. Oh yeah, just some name calling. They got no logic. They see a round object in the sky and flat earthers think it is being projected. Yeah, no one in here says that, dude. Guys coming in, like, maybe you want to argue with some retard flat earthers out there, and they're quite a bunch of retard flat earthers. They piss me off more than the Globers, to be honest. And we're the 24/7 community. We hold ourselves to higher standards. We don't dabble in any of that fucked up occult nonsense and speculation Sunday everyday nonsense. We're hardcore rational empiricists. Sorry if that bothers you. Sorry if our standards for knowledge are too great. But we think part of the reason why we're here with the globe in the first place in this whole thing is because people have this delusion. People have been shoehorning every fucking observation, every measurement into a globe concept. And it's fucking up our ability to progress as a society. Yep, so we're here to fix that, folks. We're here to fix this. Then when we say the word Earth, we're here to fix it so that people don't think of a planet in outer fucking space orbiting a sun. And when we say star, we're trying to fix that people stop imagining these gaseous balls of plasma in a galaxy void that's spiraling into these black holes. It's going to suck us in someday and collapse all of space-time in existence. We're here to teach people how to use their senses and to align how they think with their God-given senses. Alpha, goddamn, dude. I might have to mute you, bro. It sounded like feedback. Holy shit. I hear you're moving into a new place. Maybe that's the sound of like a box of kitchen forks with a hole poked in the bottom being dragged across the tile. People are not using their fucking brains when they're processing what they see and experience in the natural world. They're processing what they see through a framework of ideology that was given to them from birth. This is why the last guy basically wanted to say that he knows that the ISS orbits a globe because we know where it is at a certain time and place. You know where he was going with that? He was going to talk about these stupid fucking iPhone apps. And then why would they lie? And then why would they lie, right? We challenge him on that. And the next question fallout would be, would they lie? It happens all the time. When you do this 1,000 freaking times a day, and the people you argue with come in with the same script over and over again, you kind of get good at refuting it, number one. And number two, you kind of get concerned because you're dealing with evidence of behavioral conditioning. Now, this universal consensus of Earth being a globe the way it is not a natural deduction that people make from their own observations whatsoever. Like if you got bonked on the head, right? And you woke up and you had amnesia and you forgot every fucking thing you know. Let's say you wake up in the woods or in the middle of a cave or something. You step outside and you see the world, which for you might be the first time in your life, but with an adult brain. What in the world is around you that would give you any indication that Earth is a spinning globe in outer space, that is a vacuum itself and never expanding? It's not a natural deduction from what you can observe and experience and test. Begin with that. Begin with first principles, right? That's a real honest way to go about this. We want to go with first principles because we can remove biases that get in the way from some of this operant conditioning that we've been subjected to. If you go upstream, you'll find a pure source. Knowledge is the same way. Time to go into the office and crunch some numbers on a spreadsheet. I'll be listening. Thanks for letting me rant.
observed versus derived, right?
That's not even close to the Earth being a globe and its planet, that kind of thing. I'm looking at what they're claiming the values to be like 10 to the -2 to like 6. So, and then it's like, how did they measure that? That's the point that I'm trying to make. Is like there's these values that they're ascribing to the globe paradigm, but then it's not backed up by real world measurements that we can say that we can depend on and kind of demonstrate. Which is the other thing. So it's like, yeah, like you said, they're derived from these satellites, but they're not actually measured. It's kind of what I'm saying isn't that what we're talking about? Or
it is, and you'd probably have people push back on what you and I are talking about, and they may say, well, satellites are observed, and then we would probably divulge into about a 2-hour argument about what's observed versus what's derived, and that was pretty much the crux of the mesosphere discussion a month ago. That's pretty much what it turned into. So I certainly don't want to ever go down that rabbit hole again. But
well, who do you think could? Excuse me. Who do you think could explain that? A satellite expert? Like, what guy would be the one to have that discussion with? Because I don't want to talk to somebody that says, "Oh, I know what the pressure is." I'm like, dude, who are you? Like, even if you're going to argue for this.
Probably those that work on I don't even know. I mean, there's many different folks that work on the GOES 16 and the 19. Definitely those folks.
Are they connected to the field, like in meteorology? Like, are they in some realm that you?
They can to some degree, but I think they're mostly through NASA. So I think that's going to be the guys who handle this. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I think NASA actually operates the satellites themselves, and then whatever information they get. Which, for example, one of the most useful products in meteorology from the GOES 19 is like an infrared. That we can use to derive, say, cloud top temperature. So, say if the cloud tops are really, really cold, well, then we can say that, well, we must have some pretty deep convection going on. So but again, those products are in a sense derived, right? You could make the argument if we stuck to the infrared product, for example, that if I'm telling you, Alpha, hey, here in Michigan, cloud tops are at -20 Celsius. Well, okay, they might be. Are they actually -20? It could be -18. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I mean, we're talking about 45. We're above flight level at that point. If we're talking,
what are you guys doing? Like, are they ranges? Are you working with like a probability scale? Like,
no. For infrared, I think it's more deterministic. It's more, but I would argue it's probably more so of a range. Because if you were to pull up a product like infrared, happy to provide a couple of sources on that down the line if anybody wants it, but. They have a color table similar to what you see on like a weather radar. So they'll tell you, for example, the coldest it would be like -25. Because based on the science, we know that it can't get any colder than that at the cloud top level, right? Or something to that effect.
So you have a range to work with, and in between that range, you're going to give them the kind of like more or less.
So, let me give one last example, actually, because I think this example I'm about to give, I think, really speaks to observed versus derived, right? So right now, this year, there is a project called ICE-CHIP, CHIP, and it is a field research campaign that's going to be conducted in the Central Plains, and it's going to consist of about a dozen or so universities, a couple of non-for-profit institutions, and then a couple of private sector companies. And they're going to be studying hail. And the big question with hail, for hail forecasting, is if I'm looking at a radar and I see a storm, right? And you guys know those color tables, right? You see the pinks and the reds and the greens, right? And really, really pink means, oh shit, it's going to really downpour. It's going to really pack a punch. Not always, right? You would think that when your DBZs, which is what we measure for a threshold in terms of storm strength, right? And again, that's besides the point. Just because it's maxed out doesn't mean we're going to get softball size hail. So meteorologists are trying to find out why. So that's a great example. You have radar.
Can I give you one example of? Can I give you one example? So yesterday, they were predicting in my area, in the central of America, Central Plains, Omaha area, that they were supposed to have, tennis ball size hail, 3 inches or something like that in diameter, which is like ungodly. So like if that was the case and nothing happened, how did they have their predictive values and then it came out to be that it was just nothing manifested? It's almost up to like the hour even. You get what I mean? Like there was predictive values from the day before, and then coming into the hour of, it almost seems like it just didn't manifest. So how you get what I mean? Like there was some predictive
to us here all the time.
It was broken.
They do it. Yeah. They do the same thing in my area all the time.
Did you get any storms at all, or it just nothing?
Yeah, no. Storms we got, but it was not even. It was not even the type of storm that was supposed to land in. The region of where we were, right? Geographically, the storm was because they were basically. And I was looking at the weather charts and all that, and it was showing Weather Channel has this prediction where you can put it hours ahead of time, and it was supposed to be where in my area was like we were supposed to experience a hailstorm like of epic proportions. So I was like, okay, shake the cars, go put them in the parking garage and stuff, because this predicted values that we're getting from the weather forecast were said to be such. So everybody was concerned. We're doing what the thing you need to, and then nothing manifests. So we're like, okay, like everything that the weather programs, the apps and all that were showing that it was supposed to be this like tremendous hailstorm. I don't know. This is what I'm telling you, because it seems like, is there something missing here? Is there some gaps in knowledge in meteorology?
Alpha, let me tell you, you're asking the right questions. That's the $1 million question, right? So with hail, for example, what your forecaster's doing is we look at the environment conducive for such conditions, right? We can use weather models to basically at time equals 0. So remember how we talked about those weather balloons that get launched every morning? Those observations are fed into the models. And depending on how drastic the observed change is relative to what the model assumed was going to be the observed, will change the modeled output, right? So as meteorologists, we struggle with that, right? Because a lot of times I think the joke is we get paid to be wrong, and they're right, because at the end of the day, we're wrong quite a bit. But of course, I don't like being wrong, hate being wrong, right? But what ended up happening was, in your case in the Central Plains, yes, you had an environment conducive for it. All the different parameters and the ingredients that we look for hail prolific producers were there. But simply put, it just didn't come together. And that, what you ask, is the $1 million question, because right now, Ice Chip is looking to ask that question themselves. Why is it that some storms, when it looks like they're going to drop big hailers, don't, but then some do? Something's missing, right?
We get a lot of it here, where we'll like, especially in the rainy seasons, we'll get with these warnings, like especially to farmers, big rural area, right? They say batter down the hatch, like get your sheep inside, like whatever, you're going to get some crazy winds and probably some big hail, and rarely are they correct when they give a storm warning like that, right? Rarely. But yet we got these group called Higgins Storm Chasers, right? And they know when our area is going to get snow, to the point that they'll take the day off their job, whatever, and come up to our area, and knowing that it's going to snow, and it does, like not particularly in our town, but like the next town over, where it usually does get snow when they predict it. And so how are these Higgins Storm Chaser guys so confident? And the Bureau of Meteorology gets it wrong all the time.
Brendan, hold on. Let me just real quick before he gets off of that. We had storm chasers in my region that were tracking the storm, and they could tell us with pinpoint accuracy exactly where and when things were going to happen, which includes the tornadic activity that occurred and or the hail that was dropping with the 80-mile-per-hour winds exactly to the specific region, bro. Like, and
almost
why did the weatherman get it? Why did the weatherman, dude? Like, I think there's something going on here, man. Like, what's the difference here, Brendan?
I'll tell you. Yeah, no, I'll tell you. That's another great point. So I'll never forget this. My professor, when I was in this would have been just 2 years ago, coming out of COVID. Very well-known professor in meteorology with severe convective storms. Done a lot of research that's been published. I'm happy to. His name's Victor Gensini. I'll just kind of dox myself. Victor Gensini is his name. You can look up all his publications. Wonderful professor. Best advice I ever got from him when I first started synoptic meteorology was, hey, I'm going to teach you how the weather works. I'm going to teach you the science behind it, but I'm not going to teach you how to be a good forecaster. You're going to have to learn that on your own. And he wasn't saying that to be mean. But the truth was, what he meant by that is, hey, I know people in my life that don't have a meteorology degree that can forecast a hell of a lot better than I can.
What the hell?
Just because you have a degree isn't a one-way golden ticket, meaning that you know how the hell to forecast. You just know the formulas behind the models, or the way, well, at least the way we perceive how the weather works, right? So it's interesting how you brought that up, but also the gentleman from Australia brought up the Bureau of Meteorology. Same concept, right? Storm chasers in the United States and Australia, they, in some cases, actually forecast a lot better. And it's because for them, they don't just focus on the models. Their trick is they look at what the observed is doing.
Yes.
You know, because let me tell you something. Where your chasers, especially in Australia, where they're getting it right, is they're going, hey, you know what? The weather models we're looking at, they're 6 hours behind on convective initiation. These are crap. I know right now that I'm going to get snow up here. I'll just say Queensland. I'm just going to make up Queensland, for example, right? I'm going to get snow in Queensland. I know that because I observe the conditions that are conducive for the heaviest of snow bands, et cetera, right? So there is sort of a practice to it, and you're absolutely right. And by the way, the other point I'll make, no offense to the Aussie, but fuck the Bureau of Meteorology. I'm going to tell you why. Fuck those guys. Because funny enough, I was going to relocate to Australia. Like, I was going to go work for the Bureau out of college. And right even before I could start the process, Bureau of Meteorology tells me, yeah, no, you're a native. No, get in the back of the line. They didn't even want me. Like, okay, cool. So, yeah, they only want Aussies, which is fine. I get it, but, you know.
That's weird.
That's besides the point. But the other thing about the Bureau, on a serious note, you know, with NOAA, I know there's a lot of politics right now behind NOAA and all the cuts going on. But even despite all of that, our tech that we use, the radars that we use, right? So our WSRs, they perform better than Australia and Canada by a mile. Canada's still trying to catch up to us. I think they just started issuing tornado warnings 4 years ago. They never did that. You know, like that's how ancient and archaic they are. Bureau of Meteorology, I think they're probably one leg up than Canada as far as I've tracked, but they lag quite a bit behind NOAA in terms of capability. But anyway, that was a long-winded point, but I think you guys understand what I'm saying. You don't need to have a degree to forecast. You guys could easily do it and probably be more right than me.
The thing too, it's like we're relying on the subject matter experts to kind of lead us to a place of safety. So if we're looking at, you know, our weather apps, and, you know, you got AI involved now to kind of get things a little bit more exact, but it can only get us to a level of where we're using like a general kind of, okay, more or less we need to be ready. Like, it's not saying we're going to get, you know what I mean? But whereas these storm chasers, I mean, we're talking about such pinpoint accuracy, man. They can tell you where the tornado is going to drop, where it's going to head towards, like, and other like the information we're getting from these these other models, they're just showing us more or less like the region where you could have that activity. You get what I mean?
Yeah, so, I do. Yeah.
And it's almost like, to me, the same thing the arguments that we have here for, a measurement versus calculation. Because these guys, when they're observing their observations, when they're out there storm chasing, they're looking at cloud structures. They're seeing the way things are appearing as, versus these the weather models that you guys. you get what I mean? Like that's.
I catch your drift. I catch your drift. And by the way, I will also, I will lightly push back on the point of sort of derived products, because I would make the argument that with weather, at least, there's quite a few derived products that have verified quite well. And I'm not saying at 100%, but we'll call it 80%. There's a parameter in weather we derive, and it's called STP, Significant Tornado Parameter. And what that parameter is, it's a derivation of your surface level to 1 kilometer relative helicity, your shear, which is the turning of the winds with height, and then surface to 1 kilometer CAPE, which is convective available potential energy. CAPE just basically means how much energy I have the ability of an air parcel to tap into as it's buoyant and rises with height. Okay. So that has actually been able to forecast, where the greatest conditions for tornadoes are. I would argue, I mean, I'm not citing anything, but we'll call it 70 to 80% of the time. Now, there is the 20% of the time where it totally busts and gets it wrong, and you have no initiation at all. That's actually very common, probably by you, Alpha, in the Central Plains. You get what's called a temperature inversion. You get air that's warmer than the temperature at the ground level, and that never actually mixes out with diurnal heating. And so then you just pretty much get no storms. You get no buoyant air, no buoyancy.
Yeah, well, that also translates to the storm chasers where they're over here, because they got the same model, I'm pretty sure, that you're talking of. And they're using that to say, okay, because they take off hours before this storm manifests. So when they're there, they're like, this is where we're supposed to see this activity. So they're driving towards the place where, and then of course the supercell starts manifesting, and then they're in the region where they think that tornadic activity is going to also show itself. So they're, you know what I mean? I think they do have some sort of model, but at the same time, they have to be on the ground to kind of see what's happening with the weather. It's a mixture, I think.
Yeah, and again, we call that like ground truth, right? So, our most reliant measurements will always be what we can observe as close to the ground as possible, and as well as slightly above the surface, right? And that's why we as I mentioned with the weather balloons, that's why they're so useful. But again, I could derive certain parameters. Hell, I derive things using radar, but radar is not technically ground truth. What's happening is your radar is sending out. We'll call it it's listening, right? So it's sending out these. Well, I'm going to use, for lack of a better term, waves, right? It's intersecting with the storms and the water droplets in the storms, or the hydrometeors in the storms, and then that information is sent back, or it's heard by the radar, and so the radar is perceiving that as, oh, okay, there must be some sort of hail, or there's some heavy precip. But what radar can't do in this listening, this echolocation, so to speak, is it can't say, hey, Alpha, this storm right here, it's dropping ping pong ball size hail. We can say it's capable of producing it, but the only way we truly know is if you are driving through it and it hits your car and you go, oh shit, that's ping pong ball. Call the weather service and you tell them I got ping pong ball.
Fucking hell, bro. That's making a lot of sense now. Like, because, when... It's just, I've been, and a lot of people can take for granted the fact that we're using these, already understood capabilities of being able to, like, utilize weather as something that's, like, you would probably put it in a sense of a variable, you have a range between, 1 to 100%. Like, you could say that a specific area will be hit by something, because you don't have all of the information that you need to make that, like that statement, be solidified. So wouldn't it be the same for people that are trying to measure the air pressure? I'm going back to the air pressure argument.
Sure.
Air pressure argument above the, the stratosphere and such.
Yeah, and here's the other thing I'm going to add to this too. The other challenge is with forecasting, especially those supercells. So think those really tiny storms on a scale, right? Our weather models can provide a resolution of about a kilometer grid scale. So a kilometer grid, okay? And so if for those of you that are familiar with mapping or projections, right? So 1 kilometer is a, we'll say, very high resolution. But that 1 kilometer grid spacing on the map is fine, but it's not coarse enough to pinpoint those tiny sort of mesovortices that form the tornadoes. Because where those tornadoes form within the storm, I mean, think about the spatial scale we're talking about. I mean, that's, tornadoes and upwards can get up to a mile wide, or they can even be a half mile, right? Or even less than that in most cases. That's very challenging to near impossible for a model to show that, because our models are only capable of going as high as a kilometer in terms of grid output. So, for example, if you were to look at the highest of resolution alpha, say if I'm storm chasing, I want to look at the HRRR model. That one goes out about 48 hours from the time that it runs each hour every single day. Okay? That model could show me there's going to be a storm that hits Wichita. And it's a big supercell. But what I don't know is this thing going to have a really, really tight hook on it, like we expect in those classic Twister movies? Or is it going to just be a kind of a messy, chunky storm? We can use a thing such as a hodograph from the SKU-T to help us understand what the structure will look like. But the models, aside from producing a SKU-T, cannot effectively show that well-defined hook. Very rarely, because it's at such a small scale. And even with AI, because I know there's a lot of folks in the science field that are really high on AI, and so am I. But at the same time, being realistic, it's like AI can only do so much, and it's not necessarily going to help us produce a much more coarse map. It may help us, detect where a mesovortice could be versus the human eye, but it's still not going to be working. It's going to be working with the same stuff that we see. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably the biggest limiting factor right now.
It has the same components that you do, so it's just organizing them better because it has, a lot of utilities that it can pull from.
Precisely. And yeah. the key difference with AI, and I'll summarize this here in like a minute. There are AI weather models. The Europeans have produced what's called the AFS, which is the AI forecasting simulation. And all it does, the difference here is that with our current weather models, we'll call them our native ones, they are using climatological 30-year information. Right. So from the last 30 years or so, this is, events like this have happened in the past. And so when we are outputting the model, we're not just using observed data, but we're also going, okay, well, based on the observed, but also based on what we've seen in the last 30, 40 years, okay, this is what could happen. What AI
Oh my God,
do,
dude.
though, now, here's the kicker, though. Now, here's the kicker. The AI weather models, what they do is they use what's called reanalyzing. So, for example, I think this is the biggest piece I want you to take away. The native weather models that we've used for so long, when they're wrong, they're wrong. Okay? They're deterministic. They're wrong. I screwed up. Oh well. On to the next one, right? And they have their own sets of biases, as with any model. Every model has a bias of some sort. Now, with the AI weather models, the purpose of them and the idea is if I forecast for the Central Plains and I get something wrong and Alpha's down my throat and he's saying, dude, what the fuck? You said it was going to hail and it didn't. Well, me as an AI weather model, I'm going to go, oh shit, yeah, you're right, I was wrong. Okay, remember this storm for next time. And if we get a similar setup like this again, recall that and let's try to reassess when the time comes. In other words, if there's a similar event that happens in the next 5 years in Kansas, the idea or the hope behind these AI models is to go, oh shit, remember that one time this happened and I totally fucked up the forecast? Okay, oh, this looks just like that. All right, let's keep that in mind. That's the whole point.
I get what you're saying, but you're doing essentially with AI what you've already been doing in the past with like farmers' almanacs. So they're doing this. It's if you wanted to, you can just comprise all that backlog information from farmers' almanacs, like weather cycles, and just say, well, this is similar to that. So do you have the constituent parts of that specific storm forming in that specific time frame with there must be some type of variables because, you're working with only so much, right, information. And then there's things you can't predict, there's.
So here's something to add to your toolbox. The AI weather models, what they're doing is, so I mentioned with the native ones are being deterministic, right? They're bounded by We'll call them the laws of physics, the controversial laws of physics, right? So they're bounded by that. They're constrained to it. But in the case of the AI weather models, they're using probabilistic approach. So what they're doing, and according to what the latest science is on the weather side, is they're saying, look, if we know what's happening on the synoptic scale, meaning anywhere between 3 to, call it 3 to 5 kilometers plus, then I don't need to necessarily measure what's happening on the ground. Because I can take the synoptic scale, our jet stream, and the other measurements that we look for, the ingredients, and I can use probability and machine learning to go, okay, well, under these synoptic conditions, I don't necessarily need the mesosphere. Excuse me, not the mesosphere, the mesoscale, meaning the surface to one. I can just derive it, right? And what we've actually found, and I'm happy to, this may be a conversation we take offline or for another day, but there is publications, early research that's shown effective use of this. But I will say, before anybody pushes back, the caveat is it's very early. I'm not one that's willing to die on that sword yet. I have questions myself, but that is the current argument in the science right now. Can we use probabilistic approach to forecast weather? And if so, can we do it better than deterministic? The early signs are yes, but we are very, very early.
I have something for you, Brendan. In this specific new wave of technology and innovation, do you think that we're going to be able to utilize the fact that the globe has any factor to deal with the weather forecasting in any way? Like, as I think I heard you mention hurricanes, and to some extent were utilized to think of the Earth as a globe. But like, what we're getting down to the grassroots of having the conversations about with people is that if it was used in any way, it would be useful for you in your field of study to then incorporate that to like in some way say that this is a variable that our forecasting is contingent upon. You get what I mean? Like if we're going to bring it back to flat versus globe, then the argument would have to manifest within the context of what we're saying that the globe was being used in some manner with innovation. So what do you?
Yeah, and you know what I think there's a lot to be said on that. I caught most of it, but I do unfortunately have to cut this short. I do have to go. But great conversation, guys. But definitely a lot to think about for sure.
All right, bro. Appreciate you.
All right. Yep. See ya.
Damn it! I wanted him to answer that.
Brandon is a real one.
Yeah, he is, bro. Because I think if he's using the technology of AI incorporated into the meteorology, then we'd be able to find out in some way that they're incorporating the globe to have a factor, a role to play within weather. But I don't think he's ever mentioned that in any way. So it's almost, I bet you I have my answer already. It's not useful in, weather forecasting. Like the globe, like spinning.
I've heard India talk about other like AI predictive models that I think it was for trajectories, like things falling, and it doesn't go off the same principles. Like he was talking about, like we got the laws of physics, and then we've got these probability AI models, right? And I've heard India talking about that with respect to other things, where it ignores the physics and just goes on the probability, and it's more accurate.
Yeah, I think there's a discussion to be had there, but we have to have it with minds that are capable enough to have it, because you get, the low tier, low brow, like globers that come in here. What happened? Yeah. Just, the globers that come in here can't hold conversations like that, or at least defend the point that, like, how the globe has any interactions with weather itself, so. Except for the point that he made before about, his hang-up with all of this was that hurricanes are explained in a Coriolis effect, explanation for the Earth as a globe, and how that affects that weather. But he didn't get into it too much, but he's saying that that's the only explanation they have to be able to say that it doesn't cross a boundary or something like this. Like, not, he'd have to have that conversation with you guys to kind of get into that, but I'm probably stating it poorly. But he did say that was one of his hangups.
Sorry about that interruption. It automatically goes off. I think I'm going to disable that. It gets irritating. I don't want to be disrupted.
Yeah, I found it interesting. He said, like he gets, they Joe do-gooders ringing up and saying, hey, we're getting, like this size hail here at this location, whatever. I wonder if they ever like they get calls like that and then they go onto their computer and go, what the heck? There's nothing showing like that here on my modeling, like we're way off.
Yeah, the storm chasers usually get it right, which is like what happened yesterday with us over here.
Do you guys usually get hail with tornadoes, or is tornadoes just really just strong wind without any rain?
Yeah, they vary, T-Dub, between it being both of them combined to they're both separate. So you can have a tornado without hail, and you can have hail without a tornado. My truck has damage from hail without a tornado, so yeah. But the sky that day, it looked extremely like, it was a mixture. The clouds were like they were just spinning around crazy. Like it was very erratic,
Yeah, I can imagine. But something else that's interesting. Like when I was growing up, when I was a kid, right, I'd hear about these tornadoes, right, in America, and see, like film of it and photos or whatever. And that was something that was like foreign, really foreign to us, because that just doesn't happen here, right? We just don't get them. And then in the last decade or so, maybe even a little bit more than the last decade, we've started getting like these mini tornadoes developing, right? Like pretty decent sized ones, probably not as big as the ones you guys get, but they warned like enough to like warn people about them and stuff like that. Like, and they can do damage and stuff. Like that never used to happen when I was growing up. Never hear about it ever.
Really? Yeah. Central Plains, man, it's very common. So everybody usually has basements in their homes, so they can go to their basements when something like that occurs. But yeah, Central Plains, we have early warning systems, sirens that go off, stuff like that, which they did yesterday around where I live. So yeah. And it's just like the whole conversation between globe versus flat, like introducing weather into it and how it has any like effect in weather. And Brendan usually talks about it like he never mentions globe in any way like it has anything to do with the weather. So I think it's kind of important, an important thing that we point out. Like even a person who's a subject matter expert doesn't talk about globe.
Is Brendan a glober though?
Yeah. That's what he claims. But I always bring him up as a hostile witness for that reason. He's an honest glober, if you could imagine that.
He seemed pretty realistic. It was good hearing him talk about some of that stuff though, because we're forever getting these severe hail warnings and stuff, and you wonder what they're doing because it usually doesn't eventuate. So it was good to hear him sort of explain how they work a bit. Not how the storms work, I mean, like how the meteorologists look at it, how they try to predict it and get it, why they get it wrong so often.
I'll catch up with you later, boys.
Thanks, Alpha. Bye.
So we just went quiet.
Indubitably.
Somebody probably should delete. A mod should delete the meme at 7:33 put up by Hawk Jungle. I guess nobody really looked at the meme too closely. Better just throwing it out there. If you want to take it down, fine, but it looks like it shouldn't be up there to me.
What if aliens are real? Would you guys still be flat Earth then? Or like, what if they were like on the TV broadcasting to us?
What would that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
I mean, like, how would it? I mean, well, it wouldn't for you then. That's okay. I'm just wondering.
Well, let's just say some exotically weird creatures came in a flying craft that could hover and change directions, apparently with no effort. Does that mean they came from a distant planet and that the Earth's a globe? Or does that just mean that there's some weird creature I'm looking at with a weird craft? How would I know the difference? You know how? By measuring the ground and finding out it's not curved and that the Earth's not a ball. And so clearly, whether they came from somewhere else that's not Earth wouldn't change the fact of what Earth is, would it? Make sense?
What if their planet was a ball?
Wouldn't matter. So, I mean, imagine this question. What if somebody else lived on a ball, therefore what? Do you live on a ball? It's like, what if somebody lived by the beach, therefore you live by the beach?
Interstellar travel would entirely like even annul most modern physics. Even it would sort of be like a point in your direction. Actually, aliens would sort of like be the nail in the coffin for the globe.
But how would we validate that they traveled interstellarly if they just showed up one day? For all we know, they came from a cavern deep within the Earth.
Yeah. No, I mean, in this theory, it's like, yeah, that's where they, like, thousands of light years away, a distant planet. That's what I mean. When I say, like, aliens come to visit, I mean, like, they're outer space creatures.
Yeah, so you're basically asking if the Earth was a globe in the vacuum of space, just like the heliocentric paradigm says, and then creatures within that paradigm arrive on the globe that already exists within that paradigm, then the Earth is a globe. I mean, I guess. So you're basically saying if the Earth is a globe, the Earth is a globe. But no, I mean, for me, like, creatures showing up, dude, it wouldn't take me but 2 seconds to realize that there's some kind of demonic influence. That would be my idea. There's all kinds of cross accounts of alleged alien type creatures that people would normally think were aliens that have connotations from the eyewitnesses that they were spiritual in nature and responded to spiritual prompting. So, like, they're more like, what most people would call like demonic or angelic type beings rather than extraterrestrial aliens that evolved on a distant space potato. I mean, dude, you remember Indiana Jones movie, Crystal Skull? It was all like you thought it was going to be about aliens from a distant world, but then at the end they teleported out, and he goes, "Yo, where'd they go? Back to their into space?" And the other guy says, "No, they went into the space between space. They're like interdimensional, not extraterrestrial." Same with, like, that movie Signs. The movie Signs, it seems like it's about aliens, but if you go back and watch it again, like, the girl blesses all the water, making it holy water. And so at first it seems like the aliens are stupid to land on a planet full of water when that's their weakness. But they're not just any old water, it's holy water, which gives the impression that they're some kind of spiritual creature rather than some kind of extraterrestrial creature. right? So it's not just like I see this crazy looking thing and I just assume it's from, Alpha Centauri Prime a trillion light years away or whatever the heck. All right, I'll be back. I gotta move some tools. All right, who killed the chat?
Sorry.
Guess you're gonna have to listen to me move tools. Hey, how long's the live stream been dead? I was scrolling back. It seemed like there was nothing for like an hour or more. Or an hour even. Couldn't tell.
Yeah, I had to leave when Miggy was talking to the shouting pony or whatever, so I don't know how that turned out.
Shouting pony, huh? So, was he like a furry, or was that just his moniker?
Yeah, just his moniker. I didn't inquire.
Well, I just earned myself free ice cream for life. You jealous?
How'd you do that?
That's my secret. By doing some work for somebody.
Oh, I see. All right.
Who owns an ice cream stand.
Pretty good deal.
However, it's seasonal, so you can only have it in the summer. So technically, since you sleep a third of your life, and summer's they're only open for like 4 months, so I got free ice cream for 20% of my life, something like that.
Sounds like a pretty sweet deal, if you ask me.
Yeah, not too shabby. That turns out big. That lamps. Oh. Right there. All right, all done for the day. Gotta go pick up my car, jump off the truck.
What if ghosts were real and aliens were real? And then you'd be like, okay, well, that's a spirit and that's an alien. So it couldn't be a spirit or like another worldly creature. You have to be like, oh, well, you're tangible.
Well, ghosts, most people think of ghosts as in like the spirits of their deceased loved ones, and they think of the other spirit creatures as like demons or angels or that type of tier. Listen, brother, if Dawkins, that butt-earth atheist loser that he is, if he gets to say that no evidence would convince him God exists, because even if God himself gave him the evidence directly, he would just deny it as a hallucination. So if you want to present quote-unquote aliens as if that proves something just because they look weird and have a ship that flies around, I mean, get real, dude. That doesn't validate where they came from at all. It doesn't validate nothing. Except that they have a ship and they look weird. I'm not going to bring all my Star Trek, Star Wars, sci-fi back and then lose my rational faculties and be like, oh, look, it looks like a ship and you look like quote-unquote aliens, therefore all the heliocentric mythos is automatically true. and you can, make tea by saying Earl Grey hot to a computer, and light speed engage or whatever the heck. Like it doesn't automatically follow.
Do you ever see the TV show called Black Skies?
I've only seen the promos. I wanted to watch it, never got around to it.
Yeah, this is a minor spoiler. It reveals the third episode or something. But so basically, they say in the show that these aliens, they're from another planet that is on the other side of us. Like we can't ever see it because it's on the other side of the sun. It's close. So basically, what they got to do is they leave their planet and just wait for Earth to come around to them, and then they fuck with us and they fly back up and they wait for their planet to come back around. So at one point after the moon mission, they come down and then, or it wasn't the moon mission. It's like after World War II. They come down and they say, hey, they're telepathic. They touch like Eisenhower or something like that, or whatever, and then they say, hey, he asked for our surrender. And then they're like, well, we've only seen one ship in 3 aliens. Fire for effect. Light them up. If they were going to come and demand surrender, they should have shown up in force.
Really just never happened.
Like fire for effect.
Exactly.
It's like just one guy. Like you think just because they're alien and they got some sort of flying saucer, you're supposed to just bend over? He's like, no, wait, no one would do that. This is the most force they could muster and the biggest hand they could play. Call the bluff.
Yep. Get bluffed.
And then after that, the show turns into different historical events and how these aliens were kind of like manipulating things behind the counter, the drug war, Iran-Contra. They had like a base down there, so we had to like pretend that we're fighting drugs, but it was really like a warfare against this alien race that had established a base there. It's kind of like sci-fi meets sort of like Forrest Gump. You know how Forrest Gump had his fingers kind of in everything, but he was always in the background, so no one really noticed him.
Right. Oh yeah, it's like their gambit against humanity is political espionage and stuff, rather than just brute force.
Yeah, because they can't project. There's no way to project that much.
You know what would have been funny, dude? It would have been funny if they were the ones that seeded the sci-fi Hollywood craze, so that humanity would believe in this overwhelming alien force. Then when they showed up with their little, Dutch taped spaceship with zip ties on the quantum capacitor and their little gun that barely works because they were low on batteries and said, "Surrender, humans," that we'd all just fall down.
Yeah, it's quite a different take than the show where the day the Earth stood still, where they show up with one dude shows up with one robot, and they're like, "You're just like one dude with one robot. Shoot his ass, cap his ass." And it turns out that this robot is like some sort of like doomsday machine that can like blow a planet up. It's like, oops, how do we fix it? You don't. you don't fix it. This is it. But that movie's a little bit different too, because he came down saying, "Hey, I'm part of this galactic empire. We're looking to expand our boundaries. We want to find spacefaring races and kind of like get you guys on track." There's like and so he wasn't there saying that you surrender. He's saying, "Hey, what's up?" Right. You are sentient life. It's rather rare in the galaxy, in the universe. So instead of waiting for you to catch up to us, we're gonna see where you guys are at. Yeah, I love sci-fi because it really frames things, and we can have a conversation about topics and stuff without really going too much into it.
That's probably why you love Flat Earth so much. All that sci-fi.
No, it's the Globe, dude. The Globe has all the sci-fi. The Star Commander, Star Future, Star Lord, Star Man, Star Trek, Star Wars, all that. That's Globetardia shit. And it's good, though, because it's able to talk about topics that people will avoid otherwise.
I think I know what you're talking about. Racism.
Yeah, or gender, class, race issues, yeah. Economic issues. All kinds of different social, political stuff that people try to avoid because it generally someone has to blame for it or someone did something that they shouldn't have done.
What about you, Crit? What happens when the day comes when space travel is available for just the average person?
Yeah, that's called appeal to the future. It's a logical fallacy. So I would say if they haven't done it yet, they'll never do it. It's not possible. It's not about money. It's not about political will. All those things still exist. They told you that by when I was a kid, there was a famous show called Space 1999, and that was already in place where there was a multiple international space station on the moon. It was run by International Coalition. They had like gravity. They had 3D printers. They did all kinds of sci-fi shit. Their 3D printers that they imagined when they wrote this show, Space 1999, like in the 70s, so they're thinking 30 years in the future, their 3D printers make our 3D printers look like a novelty item. That they could print tools, they could print anything they needed, they could print, medicine, all the stuff they needed. Anything they needed, they could 3D print.
So they died.
Like here, you can make a couple plastic, novelty items. That's the best you can do with a 3D printer. Just junk plastic novelty items.
No, that's not true.
Okay, well, what else do they 3D print?
You can create weapons.
Yeah, they work. They're functional and they work. That's propaganda, dude. That's propaganda to expand the gun laws. You fell for You fell for straight up bullshit.
You can 3D print a knife.
That's better. That's a good knife. It's actually a knife. It's not just some crap.
A knife is meant to cut things.
Yeah, compared to someone who makes a knife by hand, which one's better, the 3D printed one or just a knife?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. In Space 1999, they printed stuff that was, you couldn't tell the difference. It was like the real thing.
Nothing beats the real thing.
So I'm telling you that this concept of going into going into sci-fi allows you to talk about issues that wouldn't normally otherwise be in play.
You think it's science fiction for the day when we can travel into space?
No one's ever been to space to begin with, so when's that going to happen?
At one point, mankind wasn't able to fly either.
So how about that? Is there going to be a day where people can just fly? Or is it always going to be ethically, morally, and financially out of the realm of people? There's just going to be some people who will never get on an airplane.
Yeah, but that's just because they're afraid to, for whatever reason.
Or they've got some sort of blacklisted, threat thing, or they just can't afford it, or they live in some remote area where it's too far to get to the airport.
You know what kind of a douche you have to be to get blacklisted from being on planes?
No, there's people who are blacklisted, the no-fly list, who just had a similar name to somebody else. That was
They're
it.
going to be settled in court.
No, they said they can't. Once you're on the list, there was no method to take someone off.
That doesn't sound reasonable.
Yeah, it's government for you. Is government reasonable?
Most of the time, you get lawyers and
Is
stuff
it?
like that. You could dispute your case. Assuming you're not in the wrong. Like, if you're innocent, I'm pretty sure it's easy to fix things that the government accused you of. The point still stands, Crit. When the day comes when it's easy for people to pay for space travel, you're gonna see for yourself.
This. Well, how about this? Give me a goalpost. Give me a goalpost. When will this happen? What year?
Well, I'm not some kind of prophet or anything. I don't have the.
How about this? How long will it take before you're like, yeah, they can't do that? Like
Within
10 more years?
At least the next 50 years to 100 years.
50. 100 years.
50.
So you just made, so basically made a unfalsifiable claim on top of appeal to the future logical fallacy. And you want me to answer that? What will I think when your unfalsifiable claim appeal to the future fallacious thinking? How do you, dude? You're just broken, dude. That's my answer. You're just fucked. You're just brain fucked. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Someone who makes an unfalsifiable claim and then asks somebody else to address their unfalsifiable claim, that's brain fucked. Number two, their falsifiable claim is wrapped in a deep-seated logical fallacy. Yeah, dude. How do you want me to address that? I just told you. You're a dumb fuck for even saying it.
Is that right?
Well, prove me wrong. What would be the goalpost here? What would be the demonstrable way to falsify your claim? And how is 100 years in the future not falsifiable? What am I going to say about manned space flight? 100 years? Do you know how old I am? Do you think I'm going to be around in 100 years? Are you going to be around in 100 years?
No.
Okay, so hey, Crit, both of us will not be around in 100 years. What are you going to say about manned space flight in 100 years? Like, what the fuck, dude? You don't see how dumb that is? How, just like on its face, just straight up fucking retarded?
Well, nobody knows what they don't know now, do they?
Castle, I'm not calling you retarded. I'm saying what you said. Straight up. What you said was just dumb as shit.
No, it's not, because people have done this throughout the history of mankind. There have always been people that were optimistic about the future, even if they weren't able to partake in it. Like flight,
the optimism would be like fixing the mistakes of the past. That would be the optimism. People looking back and fixing the shit.
Oh, optimism is also about looking towards a brighter future.
And you see that by envisioning space flight coming to fruition?
No, by looking at what we've done so far as human beings and just imagining one day doing more. Like we've always done. Which is why we've got all these beautiful modern technologies. They didn't just pop up within the last 20 years, Crit. This is people standing on the shoulders of giants before them, taking technology to the next step, to the next level. It's always been that way. And look at you over here, so small-minded and constricted in your way of thinking. No, it'll never happen. No, listen, man, there's always going to be haters, and we need people like those so that we can rise above all that. So we have something to conquer and something to defeat. That's why the heroes exist and the villains exist. They actually serve one another, push one another to become better. So in a weird way, you're necessary.
So what you're saying is that flat earthers are necessary so that globe zealots can reach their maximum zealotry?
No, flat earthers are necessary because we have to have somebody in history who was wrong, right?
Well, if I'm wrong, I want to be right. You don't get what that means? You think it's funny? No, I'm telling you that
If you're wrong,
if
you don't
I'm
want
wrong
to be
and the
right.
Earth is a globe anyway, and no one gives a fuck, the space age is never coming. The space age abruptly dies and ends in the 70s, the 60s and 70s. You've got this rise of caring. You've got this rise of people thinking someone's got to be wrong on the internet to fluff their ego. You've got extended duration of before even space flight's possible. You're all just stuck here on the Earth. Just one thing after another. And if you want to fit that into a heliocentric worldview, it's even less hope for the future. Less. Like, it drastically. That's why you got the nuclear advisory board. They just moved it, like, in January. They moved the doomsday clock closer to midnight. It's over, dude. If this is your globe, it's over. So I would rather think it's a flat Earth, and you've got an excuse, a reason, people just fighting over a ever-dwindling number of natural resources, explainable why people are like this, why you got Ukraine getting carved up by cellular colonialism between Russia, and EU, and America. Explainable. Now explain that on your globetard. How is it possible that you've got cellular colonialism still happening in 2025? So I'm saying, if I'm wrong, and the Earth is a globe, and there's no explanation for this shit, it's all over with the crying. It's just going to take a matter of time before someone pushes that button.
Yeah, even if you were just to go by morality as a standard, right? These great advancements of human society, I don't see them benefiting us. In fact, it seems like we're just continuing to try to put out fires that we've started. I mean, if the entire narrative around the globe and global warming and all these other problems that we're facing environmentally, if these are all byproducts of our progress, then we're effectively killing ourselves slowly. So this advancement thing that you're talking about seems to be more of this morally demoralizing slow death. So what is the utopia? You know, just commercialism until we all kill ourselves, kind of like on WALL-E. You ever see WALL-E? I think that's the future that we're looking at, except the people in that particular film, you know, that they were sitting on their fat asses floating around in chairs, they seem to be fairly peaceable people. This is a hostile environment that we're living in. I mean, just if the internet, which is not a great gauge for overall performance, but just consider the assholes that come flying around in here and all the tactics that they use. This is disturbing, right? So don't start preaching to me and telling me about how we're going to continue to advance. We will destroy ourselves just from the moral decay.
Well, that's why we have to be rooted and founded upon God.
The God of the Bible? The God that says that you live in a stationary enclosed plane? That one?
The God of Abraham, yes, that's the one I serve.
Okay. So we should follow him, right? right? And his moral law, since he should institute it, I mean, for crying out loud, if you build the place, you get to run the place. Seems fair, doesn't it?
Seems like it.
Yeah. So that guy, the one that told us we live in a contained environment very specifically and described it very accurately, and then we go out and we look in reality and it resembles what he described to the T. That's the God?
Yeah, you know, the Earth is still contained even though it's a globe.
No. It's described as a flat, stationary, enclosed environment. Specifically. Yeah. So if that matches the reality that we experience, and the rest of the world that is morally destroyed from within believes in a heliocentric type system, which I totally agree with you, Castle King. We should definitely go with the truth, the one validated by reality, the one that operates according to the law given to it by its creator. I think you're correct.
Yeah. Do you realize just how big the Earth is?
Yeah. I mean, I have no idea of its limitations. God describes it, but he knows the boundaries, he says. But of course, he is describing it in that particular context as a stationary Earth. It's set on foundations.
The only boundaries that we know of when it comes to Earth is what's at the very bottom of the deepest part of the ocean. And that's because of physics. All the weight of the ocean crushes anything that we create.
Right. So there's a great depth and a great height to the dimension of this place.
Yeah, but the flat earthers don't think that we can get to the height. They think for some reason.
Wait a minute. Wait, bro. Are you trying to say that when God was pressing Job in the Bible to give answers about God's creation that Job couldn't answer, he should have just phoned you because you got them?
No.
Yep.
I'm not saying that.
That's what it sounds like to me, dude.
Well, then you're not listening very closely.
Can I just ask, like, is this a thing where, you know, you guys are like believing all of the Bible, or you're just picking a part that you like?
Listen, there's parts of the
Bible. We're currently critiquing him based on his claim that he believed in the Bible, dude. So what's your problem?
Oh no, I just wanted context for the discussion.
I've been confused about the Bible and how some of the things work in there, but overall, I believe in the Son of God, Jesus Christ, who died for our sins on the cross. I believe in that.
Yeah, so there's but for the other person's benefit, there's a phenomenon among, let's just call them religious people, for lack of a better term, that they have a sacred text that they say is from the source or the creator of the realm in which we live and is therefore authoritative or divinely inspired and the ultimate source of truth. But then whenever a scientist says nay, they go, oh, yeah, totally. I'll just throw my sacred book under the bus and, get on my knees and take it in the face from science.
Oh yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand totally. I'm a religious person, but I also am a scientist. I have a Bachelor of Science, so yeah, I know what you mean. People can be silly. They don't separate the physical and metaphysical aspects of religion and science.
You know, most of the scientists on this earth believe that the world is round.
Yeah, I know. I'd venture to say that most people in developed countries believe that the world is a globe of some kind.
Yeah, for my field of science, it's pretty irrelevant because I'm in biology and agronomy. So whether it's flat or round, unless it affects how the crops grow or what fertilizer I should put on or how I treat pests and diseases or when the rain's going to come, then it really makes no difference to me.
I can see that. Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. I gotta go to work just like the rest of us. All right, I'm gonna see y'all later. Peace.
See you, bro.
And maybe, like if the Earth's flat compared to, like, for me, it doesn't matter in the difference of how we predict weather or, like, fucking topographical pressure can make all that stuff. Like, I mean, that system still exists, right? Like, the weather system still exists, and, it doesn't change our models or predictions of, like, okay, well, it's El Nino. This part of the ocean's warm, so it rains more here. Am I making sense?
Absolutely, yeah. So we used to have a buddy that, I can't remember if he was a meteorologist, but it was something along those lines. And I'm pretty sure he believed in a globe, but he was always coming in here and schooling Globers who were making claims about his field in regards to his field proves that the Earth is a globe. He's like, dude, all the stuff I do has nothing to do with the globe. Nothing. Like, I just do this, and this. This is, this is over here, this is over there. It's like globe never comes up, dude. But, most general Globers, they think everything relies on a globe. Like, making a Red Bull can, blue. Oh, I have to have a globe.
Yeah, look, the only thing that I get, the part for me where I get to the point where I'm like, okay, I can't make it add up is when it comes to, like, chemistry and stuff, because, being agronomist and stuff, being fertilizer, all the stuff with chemistry. But, like, the basis of, the periodic table of elements and the models that we have for, elements and stuff seems to work on this sort of, like, I don't know how to say it. I don't want to say gravity basis, but you know what I mean? Like, I can't align the chemistry stuff with how that fits into the flat Earth sort of thing. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, sure. So it makes sense in the idea that generally people are indoctrinated that gravity is a phenomenon that's contingent upon globes, as if globes, therefore gravity. Now, if you just remove that assumption, it's irrelevant, because everybody experiences down, right? They also experience up. They experience relative density if an object, is more dense or less dense. Everybody experiences that. But that doesn't mean that the Earth is any particular shape. There's other stories attached to that phenomenon that we all see, and other alleged causes that are claimed, but those are just stories and claims. So, like, for example, you might have heard in your life, gravity forms everything into spheres, therefore the Earth is a sphere. And if the Earth wasn't a sphere, then gravity wouldn't work the way it works, because if you go away on a flat Earth, the center of gravity would start to pull you diagonally, and you'd be walking like, Michael Jackson in the videos where he tilts over, all these stupid ideas, but they're assuming that gravity is working in a particular way and that the Earth is essentially paper thin, so all the mass is distributed linearly. But if you just have a variable distribution of mass under the surface, you can actually get, even with quote-unquote globe gravity, you can get the same exact field lines where everything is essentially up and down, horizontal, perpendicular is vertical, plumb and level, all that works just fine if the Earth's surface is flat. You just can't have, like, a paper-thin disk. So either way, it's like it doesn't really matter to the shape of the Earth.
I sort of agree in that, like, in a way, like, it doesn't really matter what the shape is. Like, how does that affect our understanding of other things? Because does that make, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, how does that change anything unless you're actually pointing at something and going, oh, well, this changes our equations for this, or this is actually, the space-time continuum's different because of our model. Yeah, I just see that unless there's actually something revolutionarily changing in a certain field because of it, then really it's just like personal choice. Like, okay, well, you think it's this, I think it's that. Does that really change anything else? Like, is there something I'm doing wrong in chemistry or, in not that I'm a physics major.
I agree with you to an extent, but you could also look at it from the back end, which is the Earth being a globe then is irrelevant, right? So it's like if it doesn't matter because everything functions the way it functions, then this pervasive claim that's basically drilled into everyone's heads when they're young, propagandized throughout pretty much all of media and news. It's like kind of a nothing burger.
Yeah, it's sort of like the old saying of like, not the old saying, but it's the saying of like, something happens, news, someone brings up something that's like, look, does this mean I don't have to go to work tomorrow? Does this mean I don't have to pay my bills? Because if it doesn't affect that, then really doesn't matter in the end. It's just talking, yeah.
Yeah, but there's entire philosophical frameworks that are attached to the idea of the Earth being a globe in space in a limited environment, destined for heat, for the sun to supernova and vaporize us. There's all kinds of mythos attached that do have real consequences, at least in your pocketbook of having to pay for all that crap.
No, I agree, because that's where it gets into the the philosophy of it, where all of this information is just based on empiricism, and then can we trust our own empirical observations? Because if you say no, then then fucking nothing really is set in stone, because it's all based upon individuals' empirical observations, and that can't be trusted.
Well, I mean, at its philosophical core, the globe Earth paradigm is ultimately a religious proposition. It has a creation story. It has a who we are story. It has a where we came from story, where we're going story, how we should be informed about our morals and ethics based on those things. Like, it's essentially a state-sponsored religion. And people will get up in arms if everyone said, "Oh, we're just going to flat out teach Christianity in schools." And that's just going to be the way it is, and you got to learn that to the exclusion of others. But they can get away with the globe nonsense.
No, I understand, and I can actually respect that a lot. If someone's saying like, "Look, I believe in the Earth not being a globe," because for me and my philosophy, I see it as like a rejection of the humanity of us being at the center of God's creation, something like that, right?
Listen, let me ask this question, friend. Where did you come up with that idea that you just told me? That it's a rejection of humanity being at the center. Where did you come up with that idea? Did you think of it yourself?
Oh, yeah, sort of. But I sort of am referencing, whatever it was, Copernicus. The whole thing
exactly.
of
very famous people involved in the formation of the heliocentric paradigm that we know and hate today, right? Like Copernicus, Hubble, all these other dudes. They all had comments like that, where the idea that the evidence leads to the Earth being at the center, being specifically unique, and the whole universe existing for our benefit is terrifying, horrible, prideful, like all these emotional and moral connotations on simply a fact that the Earth is either the center or not. It's like, why are they so butthurt about it?
Yeah, and again, I can respect that. I can totally respect. Yeah, again, I can totally respect that idea of somebody going, "Look, I believe in this because it's sort of central to my philosophy," rather than it being like, everyone else is wrong. Science says, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, sure, man. I can, just the same as I could go, oh, well, my philosophy dictates that, I have to separate the metaphysical and physical, and I believe the physical reality is a curtain put in front of us of temptation, and it's individual philosophy again.
Right. So if it is the case that the Earth is the center, that it's specially created, that it's entirely unique, and that everything revolves around the Earth and is intended for the benefit of us, then that changes the entire philosophical paradigm about who we are, where we're going, and what we're doing here, right? Which is why, by the way, those men were so against it, because they understood the ramifications. Those ramifications are that what they do actually matters, especially morally. Because they're only terrified of the idea of the Earth being specifically in the center of everything, because that points a big green thumb at them that's basically saying, look up. There's something greater than you. That you are responsible for it too.
It makes me think of, maybe this is a bad analogy, but it makes me think of I'm just trying to be really simple here, but like Santa Claus. And it's like, it's a good thing for children to believe in Santa Claus. It's good for them. up until the age of like whatever, 9, 10, when they figure it out themselves, that there's not actually a big jolly man flying around with reindeer. But, it's really bad to go up to like a 3-year-old and be like, Santa's not real. Your parents are lying to you. It fucks with them. Like, just why? Why would you do that? Like, just, if they want to believe and it's good for them, just let them. Like, I would never go up to a 3-year-old and be like, hey, Santa Claus isn't real. Your mum's lying to you.
Yeah, like why would you take away the privilege of the parents of being the perpetrators of that psychological trauma on their own children because they'd rather lie to the children and take responsibility for raising them when you could just let the parents enjoy all that themselves?
Yeah. It just sort of, I can totally understand from your side because as a Christian, it seems very similar of like that really annoying, arrogant, atheist type person who's just like, no, science says this, like you're stupid, you believe in things that aren't real, and it's like, oh my god, those people are insufferable. And yeah, I can totally see that.
They're in for a world of hurt, dude, because coming down the pike in the fields of evolutionary psychology, biology, physics, etc., they're basically realizing, because of the nature of the scientific machine, when they're studying ever-decreasing temporal, time-based matter and energy states, that the fundamental unit of reality isn't the Higgs boson or the quark or any of those fancy, any of that. It's actually sentience itself, and they're pretty much realizing the hard truth that sentience must exist before matter, energy, and temporal states can exist. So the physical and natural world is a product of sentience existing in the first instance. They're basically being forced to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, and the whole thing of the quantum stuff of observation, and then we get into the whole thing of like, is there, if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, doesn't make a sound. It's like, well, if no one's around to observe it, does it even exist? Like, there's no proof. There's no. Does it even?
Well, that was Berkeley's problems, and the way he solved it is he said, okay, if I reach an impasse where I'm left with this conundrum that things can't both exist and not exist without an observer, because I need somehow to have a congruent state between the non-observance to the observance, so it must be held. And he said the only thing that could hold this is a mind that is transcendent to all subordinate minds, and he called it the overmind. Now, in any classical sense, that's referring to some kind of specific theism. If I'm not mistaken, he does make that, but he calls it, rather than just saying oh, ipso facto God, he's just saying no. There must be a mind that's over all mind. And same thing like Hubble and all those other dudes who were so butthurt about the facts that the Earth is special. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of admitting that there is a mind over there that is actually their boss. They're scared to death of that.
Oh yeah. It's modern scientific thought coupled with atheism and the rejection of religion and philosophy has just led to this abomination of fucking what we're living in right now, where it's like it's like there's a direct, like there's so much proof that reality is beyond what we comprehend and observe it, yet there's an utter rejection that there is something more than we can understand and observe.
Exactly.
No, this is a very interesting conversation because, it's sort of the same of like, as a Christian, I don't need to prove anything because I have faith. And so it's like, I guess it's sort of the same thing in a way. Like, you guys have faith in that. You don't need to prove it.
No, it's quite the opposite. Okay, you missed the boat here. So we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal. They're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. These rights, life, liberty, pursuit, happiness. It's a collective understanding of self-evident. Things that are so blatantly obvious, so true, they don't require proof. Self-evident truth. You don't need to say creation requires a creation requires a creator. It's self-evident. Now, the Earth, what the Earth is, you need to prove that. And we've done so. Observations, measurements, practical demonstrations. That's not something you would do for a Christian God because it's already self-evident. You would never have to prove it. And this what tells you how the globe side is so insufferable is they think it's a foregone conclusion. It's self-evident. It's self-evident that the Earth is a globe. How? Well, photographs from space. Well, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Well, that's gravity. Well, how do you have
100%,
gravity?
man. No, I totally agree.
Logic. Okay,
yeah,
so
it's the whole like the science is settled. Can I just quickly say it's like the whole the science is settled argument? That's not science to say the science is settled. Like science is never settled. It's always a matter of like more challenge to it, more observation, more like testing, more testing, more testing. The testing never stops. And to say that the science is settled and you don't need to, question it is against science.
Yeah, but you can use those same letters, bro. The science is set-led. It's led by a set of people who are currently in charge of the status quo. So, for example, if you try to submit papers that are against the Einsteinian paradigm or the Darwinian paradigm, you get blacklisted. In fact, there's a whole movie about it called Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed by Ben Stein, where he interviews a bunch of people, and there's other venues as well that talk about that, how they tried to put forth evidence that was against the Einsteinian Darwinian paradigm, and they were either blacklisted, some of them lost their jobs, some of them were denied tenure, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on. Like, there's consequences to going up against the status quo.
And you know what's really funny about that is 5 years ago, I would have totally disagreed with you. I would have been like, no, that's not true. They don't cover up information. They don't, ostracize people. But then with COVID, well, look what happened with that. That just proves that the scientific field is not open to, it just proves that, the gatekeepers.
Yeah, but there's also things peppered here and there as well, like that girl, Dr. Mary Schweitzer, where she found soft tissue in a supposed T-Rex bone, which, accordingly proved it was only 50,000 years old, not millions of years old. And they're like, oh no, this can't be true because this wrecks our paradigm. So let's cascade on her and give her all kinds of grief.
And just look what happened to Peter Duesberg when he said HIV doesn't cause AIDS.
Let's stay away from that topic. Just the whole medical misinformation, it's for a different channel.
Yeah, so either way, we got all these different things that happen that show that the mainstream status quo paradigm is flawed to the gills, and it isn't evolving and getting out of the swamp and becoming a walking paradigm anytime soon.
So here's a serious question, right? So from like a flat Earth, anti-globe sort of perspective, all of this money that's like funneled into whatever, just the stuff that just that. Do you think that's like just a cover story for them to be funneling money elsewhere, or do you think it's like, that money is just being spent on propping it up, or?
Let's say all the money that the space program gets, they actually spend on space program employees and endeavors to just propagandize the system like that. That money would be money well spent, right? So, for example, the idea of NASA and the spirit of the United States, like among the populace, is so effective at brand loyalty to the U.S. Like, yeah, we got NASA. We're awesome. Like, that would be considered an advertising budget if it was a major corporation, and it'd be perfectly okay.
It's weapons. That's what you know. When it costs like, $20,000 for a toilet seat, you know they're up to no good.
Yeah.
Because the government is supposed to give 3 bids, open contracts, and then pick the lowest bidder gets it. How the fuck was 3 bids for a toilet seat and the lowest one was $20,000? They buy a hammer for like $15,000, a nail for $10. Like, they're hiding what they're doing.
Oh yeah, I mean, in my opinion, a lot of that is just funneling money into black ops stuff. CIA shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know what they're not doing. They're not exploring space for the betterment of humanity. I know that's what's not happening. Now, what they are doing, well, they just had one of their facilities go up in smoke. I mean, you won't hear it on mainstream media. Just type in, was it not Boeing? One of the other companies. Fuck, I'm drawing the blank all of a sudden.
Lockheed?
No, not Lockheed. Grumman. There we go, Grumman. One of their facilities that they said this facility slapped a NASA sticker on it, builds boosters. The thing went up like a nuclear bomb. Total loss. The building is just deleted. Like there's just a crater there. You're building boosters? Get the fuck out of here. No booster is gonna just delete the area. Just straight up delete it. Whatever they were doing there, it wasn't boosters. Guarantee that.
Yeah, because you fuel your boosters off-site in a special area.
I know medical talk.
Yeah, we're talking about like rocket boosters.
Rocket boosters. Explosive rocket boosters.
Boosters will delete shit. Believe me. So I don't know if you got how familiar Crit might be. I mean AI might be too. The Iran-Contra scandal. So what was revealed during that is part of the way the CIA operates is they have some operation that they're doing. They'll start legitimate businesses to do that. So these are actual businesses they'll do, but these businesses are actually, they're cover to do some other thing, right? So to smuggle arms, they started like import-export businesses, all sorts of nonsense. But they're legitimate businesses. So the people that are running them, they're CIA agents, but they're making money off the business. And they're being, how do they get off the ground, right? They contract, the government will give them some bullshit grant, right? Some amount of money so that the business stays in business. But the business is just a shell nonsense. Right, so this probably explains Crit's $20,000 toilet seat. Right, it's just
there's just in side chat. I found an article about that explosion. It's in side chat.
Yeah, it's just a bullshit business that probably wouldn't even exist if, probably just a cover.
Yeah, same thing with that U-2 plane. Like one of the conspiracy theories, people talk about, flat earthers, you're conspiracy theorists. The CIA was flying a plane over Russia. It crashes for some, I can't remember the exact reason. Maybe a pilot error, whatever.
They shot it down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so they shot it down. Then they get in there quick and slap a NASA sticker on it. And they're like, okay, just pay us X amount of dollars and we'll just call it, it was an error on our part. It's like, seriously, really? That's all it takes? You just go around and just slap NASA stickers on shit? And it's like,
the first two SR-71 Blackbirds were NASA. So, right, so they basically did it again. Oh, here's another spy plane. No, this is a NASA plane. We're testing this for space. Oops, we flew over the Soviet Union. How do we do that? We just got lost. Took them a while to come out. Like,
no.
Why did they reveal the SR-71 in 1997?
Guys, you got to remember
I know it's a cover story. That's what we're talking about.
That's the joke, man. Is the first ones had cameras on the top of the plane. They weren't underneath it taking pictures of the Soviets. They were taking pictures above.
Did they actually see the stars this time?
Yeah, I mean, everybody with half a brain cell knows that there's some shady shit going on between the US and the Russians, because there's some shit that they just seem to be fine getting along over. It's just, they have no problem getting along over this. And then next minute it's like, oh, no, we hate each other. It's like, yeah, bullshit. There's something else going on.
Yeah, they're both fleecing their population. They have a lot, like, it's called the alignment of interests. They, like, all governments have the same interest. All their interests are aligned for one thing, no matter what government is: control of their domestic population. They all have that in common. Our government wants to control its domestic population. USSR wanted to control theirs. Libya wants to control theirs. Everybody wants to control their domestic population. Now, if some country invents some method of control, right, that's a complete freaking hoax, like space travel. Why not? If I'm another country, like, dude, that's a freaking great idea. I'm going to do that too. And they can't rat me out for my fake space program, because I'll just rat them out.
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
also
thing, like,
all you need. Yeah, it's all national pride too.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Sorry.
That's part of the answer of, like, why doesn't the one space agency rat out the other space agency? Well, it's mutually assured destruction, basically. Same concept.
And it's interesting. How is it that, well, maybe not interesting, because straight up fact, the same countries, all 7, who claim to have nuclear weapons, all 7 claim to have a space exploration for the betterment of humanity. Really? All 7. So you're like, these same countries who tell you they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity are also have stockpiles of weapons that will destroy all life in the visible universe?
And aren't they prime signatories of the Antarctic Treaty as well?
Oh yeah, just one hit parade after another. You know, like, isn't it amazing?
They also sit on the UN Security Council.
Oh yeah, isn't it amazing? These countries hate each other so much they got stockpiles of nuclear weapons to destroy each other, but they get along just fine in low orbit in Antarctica. No problems there. Well, duh, because those places don't exist. It's easy. It's easy to get along.
How does that not make perfect sense to you, Chris?
It's easy to get along in a place that doesn't even exist.
Okay, I got a question.
So
you don't believe Antarctica exists?
Guys, I want to bring up something. When the Soyuz and Apollo docked together, that's metric and imperial. Did they have like an adapter? Who had the adapter? Was it the fucking Russians? Did they have a metric to imperial adapter? Or did we have an imperial to metric adapter? Because they connected, like in space, right? The Soyuz capsule and the Apollo capsule. And they reached across the thing and shook hands. You know. You're aware of that, right? Dogs are gods. You remember that propaganda?
No, I think NASA uses metric. So does Russia.
Not in the 70s.
I thought that was a big problem with one of the missions, was that someone had made a component in Imperial that was meant to be made in metric.
So you're saying they use 2 different docking systems on the ISS because it's 2 different metric systems?
No, so in the 1970s, a Soyuz capsule and an Apollo capsule docked together. And the American, astronauts and the Russian cosmonauts opened the hatch between them, shook hands, said hi, took some photographs, blah, blah, blah. But how did they dock?
Metric,
because they use different
calculations and all that measurement.
I'm fairly certain these astronauts are trained on how to convert measurements from different places.
My question was, what was the adapter on? Was the adapter on the Soyuz or the Apollo? Who made the adapter?
I mean, it could have been either or, but I'm fairly certain if an International Space Station, as the name implies, it would likely have the docking system that would be used would likely be made to adapt to another country if they need to dock on the ISS. Fairly certain that would be something
he
they
was
would
talking about
build
in the
place.
70s, bro.
70s.
So in the 70s, you don't believe this is. So in the 70s, you don't believe this is something that they would have.
They could have done it. It was just a question. I didn't say it wasn't possible. It was just a question.
Yeah.
Who had the adapter?
It seems like the Russians did.
Likely, either party could have had the adapter.
Yeah, bro. Listen, bro. Where you're missing the point here. There's vast philosophical and political damages to your zeitgeist of your populace if you have the female side adapter.
Row.
Okay, so NASA converted to metric in 1979, so it was after the Apollo Soyuz. That was easy to find out.
And just for general information, the astronauts do not manufacture shit. They're not in control of manufacturing anything. You think they just had like an adapter plate that the astronauts put on? They don't have any control over what was manufactured.
So I want to answer. I want to answer Platter asked you a question. So Platter, the thing is, vacuum in an ultra high vacuum, when you undo any opening, you have to change the seal. So ultra high vacuum, typically they have a metal seal that when you close it, it compresses the metal so it fits perfectly. You can't use rubber or any elastomer or anything like that because they'll outgas and fall apart. So the question is, they'd only be able to really open the door once because they would have to change like a 3-foot diameter freaking seal every time they open the door.
What were the pressure differences?
In low Earth orbit, 10 to the -9, right?
Yeah, and for the capsules, what was the pressure in the capsules?
What do you mean? The door that goes out to outer space, dogs are gods, dude. The door that goes out to outer space. So on one side is a vacuum, on the other side is, I think it's a little less than. What do they operate at? 10% pressure?
Yeah,
something like that.
10 psi or something.
Yeah, so you're telling me that like my soda stream, do you guys have that in the US? My soda stream needs to be replaced every time.
Dogs,
why are you comparing soda to an ultra high vacuum?
Yeah, he's not paying attention.
Because
it's
only about the difference in pressure. It's a differential. It's not.
Do one.
Guys, you can go on YouTube. Hold on, Kurt. You can go on YouTube and look up. There's people that sell seals for ultra high vacuum, and you can just listen to them. You don't have to listen to me. Listen to what they say.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, but what are the pressure differences? That's atmospheric pressure, and then that's the pressure of an ultra high vacuum. But they're below atmospheric.
We can't even make the vacuum on Earth that they're operating. Okay, we can't even make the vacuum on Earth that they're operating in.
But it's a fraction of a percentage difference between space and the best vacuum we have on Earth.
Look, we're talking about 10 to the -6 on Earth. We're talking 10 to the -9 in low Earth orbit.
Yeah, that's like
another fucking 3 orders of magnitude.
0.001 to 0.0000001. That's not that much difference. It's still a fraction of a percent.
Oh God.
Oh, 10 pounds per square inch.
It's mathematics.
10 pounds per square inch isn't anything.
It's not how it works. It's a specious argument.
Just mathematics, bud.
No, you're trying to do a fucking gay unit argument, right? So it's only 1.00000 psi of pressure. That don't mean anything. Well, it don't mean anything. You can't tell the difference between 15 psi and 15.0001 psi. But when you're operating in the extremities, it matters.
Yeah, if it doesn't matter, why?
No, it doesn't. It's like it's literally 0.00009.
It doesn't, but everybody that makes vacuums says it does. Everybody that makes vacuum chambers says it does
vacuums
matter.
between higher pressure of Earth and lower pressure of their vacuum system.
Yeah, if it doesn't matter at all, why do they need a barrier to keep them separate?
Dogs are gods. They like ultra high vacuum chambers are double vacuum chambers. You can't get the pressure low enough in a single vacuum chamber. So you have a vacuum chamber inside of a vacuum chamber. So you don't know what you're talking about.
It doesn't matter.
Why not just fill it with air?
The pressure is even less, and they still need the seal.
Higher than the difference between space and the
Yeah, we got you, brother. We got you. So what you basically, what you basically said is they're nothing alike. That's like high pressure next to low pressure in one instance, and the other instance is high pressure next to low pressure.
I have no idea what you're talking about. One's extremely high compared to the other. There's a difference because it's 10% of the Earth's air pressure on the capsules.
You know, I just told you that when they make ultra high vacuum chambers, they're double vacuum chambers, and they're way less. The secondary vacuum chamber is way less than 10% of U.S. or atmospheric pressure. It's way less. It probably goes down to, I would say, 0 torr or maybe 1 torr. So that differential is less than the differential you're talking about. You know, this is all, you can just Google it or go on YouTube or look up vacuum chamber manufacturers or people that make seals. It's not my opinion. For some reason, when NASA does something that's impossible, when NASA does something beyond all human experience, it works, right? It's just really good engineering, right?
What's the pressure in your car tire, Theo?
Who cares, dude? 30 psi.
Okay, what's the standard air pressure?
15 psi.
14-ish? Yeah, great.
15.
So there's a difference of 15 there, right? If the Soyuz capsule is at 15 psi and then space is at essentially 0 but slightly higher, then it'd still be a difference of 15 psi. Now, do you need to change a valve every time you pump something up to
you're
30
using
psi?
the wrong
Yes or no?
units. Okay, PSI
Do you have to use a
units
valve
are
every
for a
time?
specific thing. This is a gay
Do you have
unit
to use a valve?
argument.
Do you have to change
You're
the valve
using
every
the
time
wrong
you pump up
units,
your
dogs
tire?
or gods. You're using the wrong unit.
What unit do you use? What unit are you using? Okay, what's the difference in torque between earth pressure and standard tire pressure?
Torr is the number of particles per cubic meter.
Right.
If I remember right.
So, how does that change anything? Is it just because it's outgassing? Do you even know what outgassing is?
Yes, I know exactly what outgassing is. I'm reading something on.
Great. Do you know that you can manufacture components so they outgas at the bare minimum?
Yeah. They make. Listen, I know all about it, dogs or gods. So when they have to use when they use a particular object for a vacuum chamber, they'll pre-bake it, right? So that it outgasses, right? They try to bake the gas out of it by heating it up.
Well, it's not even heating it up. If they run it in a vacuum, they outgas it. And then if it keeps its specs after they've run it in a vacuum, then that means it's fine once it's out in another vacuum. So, no, they don't have to. Like, there isn't outgassing enough to destroy the component.
But you can't just outgas it. You can't just stick it in a vacuum and pre-outgas it, because if you do that, what happens is the metal degrades because the gas molecules will actually penetrate through the metal and cause little microscopic fucking holes. There's a name for
and
it.
then once
It's called sputtering or...
If it's made properly and then it's pre-outgassed.
Made properly. Magic word. If it's made properly.
It won't outgas
If it's made properly on unobtainium.
Yeah, bro. What you do is you get micro machines. You get micro machines. Hold on, bro. I got to give you the technical way they do it.
No, I know you're about to make a joke to ease attention.
Yeah, I'm going to make a joke to show how dumb you are.
You don't have an argument, dogs or guys. He doesn't need to deflect from anything. You don't have an argument. You're just using weasel words.
My argument is that the components are made so they won't outgas. And that the
that's a bullshit. My unsubstantiated claims are bullshit. That's my argument.
Right. So they take these little tiny machines, they drill little holes, which are scientifically engineered to reduce the stress. Those holes let the gas out. The little machines carry the little gas particles out to the top, so they don't accidentally just, go through the machine, through the part, and ruin it. Right? That's what happens, dogs or gods. That's how they do it. Then you end up with a perfect part. Get real.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's probably never manufactured anything in his life.
I like the fact that you just intentionally strawmanned what I said. Will you agree to that?
Dude, you basically said they do it perfectly because they do it perfectly, dude. You said nothing. My explanation was just as valid as yours.
No, that's not what I said. I said they manufacture it and they test it in a vacuum so that if there is outgassing, they can tell if it's been outgassed and if it's going to do it again. And then they know whether the component is safe for space travel.
How do you know that?
Because I've watched documentaries. No, I've watched documentaries about the Apollo missions. And
you
the
watch
current problem with is it Blue Origin or something? Whatever that capsule that was attached to the space station and the astronauts had to stay up there for.
Since you watch documentaries, you should know the answer to this question. What was the seal used on the Apollo door for the LEM?
For that special one,
Yeah, did they have a seal or did they just shut it?
it had a seal. Yeah, I don't know what the seal was made from specifically.
Plastic, rubber.
Imagine he's
Metal.
so dumb. He thinks Starliner and Blue Origin are the same thing. Like that, that show where it's like The Office, where they're asking the girl, "What's the difference between these two pictures? One of them's Starliner, one of them's Blue Origin." And Dogs is like, "They're the same thing."
I said I didn't know which one it was, and I didn't know what they were. Did you?
that's fair.
Did you not hear me?
Yeah, we got it, bro. We got it.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair,
mute so I
right?
can
They're
see
the
the
same
point
thing.
before it
Yeah,
passes.
they're the same thing.
Yep. All right, before this point passes, I just want to mention for the audience, India was talking about actual production and applications that are done over the entire Earth, right? Valves and seals experts. And he said, when NASA does it, it just works. Dogs then replied, I watched a documentary about NASA telling me it just works. Wow, it's almost like Indio predicted that. Funny. When it works, everybody else, dude, has a different story, dude. Everybody else who actually builds stuff in the world that we actually use, and it's not NASA specific, has a completely different story about how these things operate. It's funny.
Yeah, made of unobtainium.
Hey, actually, interestingly, Indio, can you get a citation for the vacuum components needing to be replaced?
Oh yeah, it's already ready.
The stuff we've got in the hopper for years. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Crit, why are you talking? You just lied about me and you're a pathetic liar.
Yeah, you said you didn't know the difference between the two.
Yeah, great. I did say that. Good job. Yeah. And then you made it sound like I said I accused it to, but I didn't. I said I specifically didn't know which one it was.
Yeah, and I mocked you for not knowing that. And you were mocked. You were mocked.
Why should I know that?
You were mocked for your ignorance.
Why should I be mocked for not? Why should I be mocked for not knowing that? How does that make me not smart?
Because it's dumb as shit that you spend all day freaking out over flat Earth when just the day. Just the day you could have spent thinking about these other topics.
I don't. I've never mentioned anything about that space mission before, ever. So I don't spend my time freaking out to flat earthers about it. You spend your time trying as hard as you can to make people look dumb because you don't have a single argument for flat earth.
I just got to stand back and watch, and you just say the dumbest shit.
You don't have a single argument for your weird belief, do you?
So then why? How did you say I don't have any arguments and my arguments are schizophrenic at the same time? You're broken.
I never said anything about it them being schizophrenic. So,
dude,
how about you give me a single argument, just one argument why I'm wrong in my position and you're right? Go ahead.
You're broken, dude. You're really.
Come on, buddy. Tell me one argument. You can't do it, can you? You don't have a single one.
I'm not going to bother.
I can give you an argument. I have a video of the sun shining under clouds, and that can't happen on a flat Earth. There's an argument.
So what? You have got a video of something, and
that's evidence that the Earth is a globe. I have an argument.
You looked at a cloud. You looked at a cloud, therefore the sky. You're schizophrenic. That's schizophrenic right there.
That's not what I said, is it? No. So schizophrenia.
Yeah,
the schizophrenia is when I say something to you and you repeat something different to me.
I looked at
schizophrenia is when I say something to you and you repeat something completely different back to me.
That's what you would hear in the mental hospital. I looked at cloud, ground curved. Like, oh, that's just dogs again. Light.
Is that what I said, Crit? Is that what my argument was, Crit?
Yeah, you dude. Like this is what.
Crit, what was my argument?
The slobber nurse. Oh, look him over there. Yeah, he's saying ground curved again. What did he say this time?
Hey, Crit.
Light
Crit, why don't you
ground curve?
Tell me what my argument was instead of having a schizophrenic break.
Yeah, that's a schizophrenic break. Look at cloud, light, shine, ground curve.
Tell me what my argument was.
That's your argument. Your argument is schizophrenic babbling. Cloud, light, ground curve.
I'm the one. I can give you my argument if you want. I have a video where the clouds are illuminated underneath.
Your argument
shining on the underneath of a cloud.
Light, shine, under cloud, ground curved.
That's schizophrenic. How is that? Schizophrenic?
Light, shine, ground curved.
Yes, that's true. That is an actual argument.
Schizophrenic.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
an
stupid
argument,
argument. It's just a stupid one.
It proves the Earth is a globe, and you have no
No, it
argument against
doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not even remotely.
How is it schizophrenic? Schizophrenic would
Okay, it's just reflected light. Dogs are gods.
be a
That's all.
delusional.
It's just reflected light. Dogs are gods. It's reflected light.
No, it is.
No, it isn't. Nuh-uh.
No, it has to be off an incredibly reflective surface for that to happen.
Well, guess what? At small angles of incidence, no matter how
Because
rough
it happens
the surface
over
is,
the ground.
shut the fuck
It
up.
happens
Did
over
my-
the
Now you're
ground.
muted. Yeah, we know that. I know that. At small angles of incidence, all surfaces, no matter how rough they are, have specular reflections. Because the light is coming in at a shallow
But not
angle.
enough to illuminate
right?
the underside of the cloud,
yes,
like
dude.
sunlight.
Yes. Yes. I'll post the
Why is the
fucking
cloud not
peer-reviewed paper.
illuminated? How is the reflection brighter than the top?
What
Indio, listen. How is the top of the cloud less illuminated?
Are you seeing the top and the bottom of the cloud? At the
You
same time?
cut out, dude.
I think he just said he sees the top and the bottom of the cloud at the same time.
Yeah. Incoherent
He was
babble.
he was trying for that.
I think he swallowed his mic.
Okay, so for everybody else, if you have a bumpy surface like this, if the light source is very low, the light can't go into the cracks, right? So it's coming in at an angle, and it's like it's only hitting the tops of the bumps. From that angle, it's like they're all together.
Indio has the top of the cloud.
Look, even your favorite NASA says that even forests are reflective, dude. Okay, so you can go on the internet, right, and look up high altitude
isn't the top
photos
of
from
the cloud
airplanes
illuminated, Indio?
of hot spots of the sun.
Why
reflecting
isn't
off
the
surface.
top of the
Why are you, dude?
cloud
I'm
illuminated?
mad at you. You shut the fuck up. Okay, you're gonna interrupt. So now I'm gonna say my piece. Okay, so you can look up photographs from airplanes, high altitude balloons that show a solar hotspot reflecting off the ground, and it's not water. How does that happen? Why is a person in an airplane seeing a circle of the sun reflected off the fucking ground, not off the water? I wonder why that's happening. But the ground can't reflect the sun, even though people are seeing the reflection of the sun. So no, it don't prove Earth's the globe. Back to the drawing board. Oops.
It proves he's schizophrenic.
He already admitted that he might be, so.
Yeah, I know. That's
We
what
may
I'm
still
saying.
got the recording of that.
Yeah, he doesn't know for sure. Well, now you know for sure.
So CG, you're obviously a baller. On video games. Yeah, and all, dude, that sun's not even low in that. So if the sun was lower, that angle, it would be even more reflective.
Did he fuck off or what happened?
Fucking muted him.
Okay.
And he fucked off.
He does that. As soon as he gets muted, he runs away. I won.
Dude, he doesn't fucking shut up, dude. Dude, like, you can't even, like, clip anything he does other than him, like, saying something crazy because he's always talking over somebody.
Yeah, he's not even paying attention. Like, even if you get him into some kind of conversation, he's just playing a video game. He's barely even coherent. He doesn't respond.
Well, he asks a question and then he gives you the answer. Like,
Yeah,
so he
well-
asks you a question, you go to give him the answer, and he answers it for you.
Yeah, I'm friends with him, so I see that he's playing a video game. It says what activity is he doing, and it shows what game he's playing.
As a CG clown. Layout 2. Again, do you believe you're on an 8,000 mile radius sphere? I'm thinking about diameter there. To believe otherwise without any proof is interesting, to say the least. The fuck?
Did you really say that Chinese photo has a freaking curve, dude? Fucking drug addict. Fucking drug.
This CG guy is something else, man. He was trying to tell me there's no possibility for life on other planets. None whatsoever.
They just said they detected a living fart. It was one of those news articles I've been meaning to post. NASA says concept of gaseous life form possibly found on some planet.
Well, they made a Chris Farley movie on that planet.
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck? So there's a gas life form. They're like, yeah. Huh.
Bro, they win at trolling. They have trolled the public very successfully with copious amounts of bullshit for decades.
What is a gaseous life form fart?
Normally when I get this news story, I want to check it out, read it, get a good concept of it so I can attach a GIF that can be a callback in a way. But I was like, I don't even want to read that. I'm a shit.
Bro, that thing
If
must
people
have
haven't
like
picked up,
solid.
if people haven't picked up on it when they tell them Uranus smelly farts, isn't that about time to just go ahead and say, "All right, you got me"?
Yeah, that's the best part. They know they're got. They just don't give a fuck. They're laughing about it.
No, yeah.
Yeah, they had aqueducts on Mars for about 30 years and a face and everything, and then you get a real good picture of it. And where did those aqueducts go, man?
Who are you guys talking to today?
Dogs or Gods was in here.
CG on the voice chat.
You got CG.
Mic up. Mic up. Mic up.
He is mic'd up. What's up, Alpha?
What's up, homie?
Yeah, dude, I heard you in earlier, man. I thought you were driving to work, man.
Nah, I was waiting outside of the store, but I was in the parking lot. Kinda.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You're on for so long. Like, man, that dude doesn't take that long to drive to work. I'm like, you've been on for like 3 hours driving to work.
Yeah, no. I was off. I'm off, actually.
It's
I
good.
was, did you hear the conversation I was having with, what's his name? The guy?
It's a part of it. I didn't get to hear the whole thing because I was like in transit myself, so it was kind of hard to hear while I was there.
Oh, he's trying to talk
Something
about the
pony.
boarding pony or
Something pony, right?
spotting pony or something.
Yeah.
Oh, a pony?
Yeah.
What? That's a new globe proof is ponies?
Well, his name was that.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to figure out what his name was. But he was trying to say that, you know, the individual or the substance that all of all of the matter that's made up of is considered a Higgs boson particle at the fundamental level.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Oh. And
He's reading the comic books.
He defined mass as a resistance to acceleration, and then he went in to say that mass is just a sum of what
I heard
each
that
individual part. Yeah. So
yeah, I heard that part, dude.
He's trying to make it sound like the thing that mass does, which is resistance to acceleration, is a substance. It is not a substance. So he's trying to say the Higgs boson is mass. It's just a collection of Higgs boson particles.
Dude, I heard his tortured definition, dude. A tortured definition. Like, it had like so many ands, ors in it. Like, I'm like, Jesus Christ. What kind of definition is that? You just like covered everything. Why don't you circle the dictionary and like every definition in there?
I was wondering, dude, the shouting pony, that's it. Yeah, I'm surprised that I was like, dude, fucking India is going to come through here, like, kicking doors down. Like, what the fuck, dude?
That reminds me of this meme where it's like the little girl is on the Santa Claus's lap and says, "What do you want for Christmas?" And she's like, or little Susie, "Well, Santa Claus, I want a unicorn." And the Santa Claus is like, "Well, how about something real? A photograph from space. Okay, what color unicorn do you want?"
So,
have you heard of the one with Married with Children? Remember, what's his name? The guy that plays the father?
Al Bundy.
Al Bundy, yeah, when he had the kid sat on his shoulder, real heavy set kid. And he's like, "I want a pony." He's like, "What for, kid? So you can put it between two slices of bread?" Like, it was fucking funny, dude. But it was.
Oh yeah, he had to get a temporary job because Peggy did something with the money. Like she blew like on the horse track or something like that. Like
that was a good show, man. Like,
dude, that show is funny as hell, dude.
Yeah, like his whole life was like he was a tight end, and he caught some ball and scored a touchdown, and they won like state champion. And after that, he's like, "That was the high point of my life. After that, is downhill. I'm going down."
Yeah,
Dude,
the
Peg was such a skank, man. Like her dress, like the freaking leopard skin, freaking tights and fucking high heels, and dude, unbelievable. The show was funny.
Yeah, there's one episode where she tried to get a job because like they needed some money for something, and I can't remember what it was for. It was like like the dog was sick or something, and like they went to hire her to like be like a typist or like a keyboardist or something because like she had known Danielian or shorthand, you know, like what they learned in high school. But then she couldn't work because her nails were too long, so she couldn't manipulate the keys. And they're like, take your nails off or you're fucking fired. And then there's like, all of a sudden, so Al's like, oh, so when you can put your nails back on? She's like, I ain't take my nails off. You fucking nuts.
It was a good show, man. Yeah, the guy that was in here earlier, yeah, he was talking shit, dude. Shouting pony, that's his name.
Oh, I thought he was being civil because I only heard him. What I heard was he gave that definition of like, what do you say? He said
the Higgs boson,
something that is in motion or changes velocity, something that changes motion or changes velocity can only do so by a force or something silly like that. Like it was like, oh yeah, a force. What's that? Right. So that's what I would have asked him. I was like, okay, what's a force? And that's the force he's going to have to define is the same definition he just defined, which is fucking, it would be, so force is something that changes the motion of an object, right? Either accelerates or decelerates it. Force is an abstraction. A force don't exist. It's just, there's no forces out there in the world, dude. You can't get a jar of force. It's just an abstraction. It's an abstract idea, like space-time. It's no different.
Yeah, the term mass, the way it's used, you know. So there's a lot to the conversation when people bring it up and they're trying to identify something of substance and saying that mass is of something of substance, right? The amount of substance. And you can't qualify it in that way. Because he read out because he sourced it, right? And he found where he read, where it was talking about what mass is. And then he was trying to say that it's the amount of something, but the definition read differently.
Can't be.
So
it can't be in general relativity because you have the mass energy equivalence, right? So technically, if you have enough energy in a location, it would have a gravitational field, and it would have inertia, it would have a momentum, it would have all that shit, right? So this is why, like the amount of matter does not mean mass, because if they take an atom, there's more mass than there are particles that don't add up, right? So what they say is the energy has mass, right? Not just the particles. There's a binding energy to the nucleus, and this is where the missing mass is.
That he was trying to make it sound like getting to the Higgs boson was going to give us the amount of the substance. If you collect a bunch of God particles together, then you're going to equal the sum of...
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, it was... Because he's trying to figure out... Because he was trying to say how gravitational affects gas pressure.
He tried to baffle you with bullshit, bro.
But yeah, I just wanted...
That's all he's
because
trying to do.
The more he would add to the conversation, the worse it got. Like, it was just getting even more convoluted. So there was no way we're going to pull out, some understanding from it. He's like, well, just because it's getting complicated doesn't mean that we can't have the discussion. I'm like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, we're just going to keep going to where it's going to get really sticky. You're not going to understand like what you're saying. And he was saying that he was like, I think Says Who was talking about gas pressure, right? And he said air pressure. It was like, well, the particles of air or something like within the gas, or he said something where he was trying to define like how air particles are in the gas. It's like, wait a minute, isn't air a gas? So it's the same thing. So it can't be in it. It is it. It was stupid, dude.
Homeboy said that gas was lighter than air. That's what he said.
Lighter than air. There you go.
Gas is lighter than air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My lord.
It is.
Lord.
Fucking gas is air, dude. Like he was all twisted, and then after we told him that, he's like, "Oh yeah, I mean," he was trying to say. I laughed, dude, because it was funny. He was trying to say face. After that comment, dude, how can you like come back from that, dude? You totally don't even know what you're talking about. It's bad, dude.
Well, all I know is when I was growing up, when they first started talking about the Higgs boson, they were saying that they'd never be able to prove its existence because there's supposed to be 6 energy levels where it would be detected, and that there's no way that they'd be able to make like the last 4 because it would take, in their paradigm, as much energy as the sun fucking produces or something. So they would never be able to detect it. Like the LHC. So when I was going, they were making something called the Superconducting Super Collider in Texas. And the idea behind that was like, hey, they're finally going to make something they'll be able to rule out the Higgs boson. It will be able to accelerate a particle to a high enough energy level to detect it, to make a collision with enough energy so that you can detect it. Then they scrapped that. Congress defunded it. And then because the Large Hadron Collider, they like quote unquote upgraded it to something where they could, now do it, which I think is a bunch of hooey. I think really that was basically economic warfare, right? I don't know if you ever seen any papers published by CERN. There's usually like 200 fucking authors on it. It is a giant fucking grift of epic proportion. I never seen anything fucking like that shit. It's like super grift. But, if you have like, oh, now there's 2 particle accelerators, where are all the scientists going to go? They're going to go to the supposedly better one, right? And the LHC would be defunded, and Europe would lose all the frickin', scientists and, all the crap that goes along with it, right? The funding and the money and all that stuff would all go to America. So I think they just said, oh, yeah, we upgraded it. Now it can do the same thing that Superconducting Super Collider will do. And just powerful enough to detect the Higgs boson, right? Because that was the thing that they were trying to do. They were trying to reach that energy level. The Superconducting Super Collider would have did it, and the LHC couldn't do it. But then they said, we're upgrading the LHC. Now we'll be able to do it. And then after they said that, Congress defunded the Superconducting Super Collider because then it was no longer needed. You understand? Like they made it like obsolete before it was even built.
So it was superseded prior to its destruction?
Yeah, exactly. Just by like upgrading the other one. Because they started building it before they were building it in Texas. They actually dug the hole. So it's like a 21-mile long fucking ring that they dug. And they dug everything out. I think they got like not quite 50% of it done, but almost 50%, maybe 40%. And then it just got freaking nuked. Anyway, the point is that what they said that this is the lowest energy level for the Higgs that they'll be able to detect. But there's supposed to be 5 other higher energy levels where they would also be able to detect the Higgs boson. But they'll never be able to actually reach it and confirm it. It's supposed to be like 6 Higgs. But all that shit is memory hold, dude. This is the shit that they were saying when I was like 18, 19, 20, 21 years old. Because I was a fucking super nerd, dude. And I was into that shit. So the shit all got memory hold. It's just gone. Now it's like we detected the Higgs. Well, what about the other 5 that you said fucking 30 years ago that you had to detect? To have a confirmation.
This was his argument because he was trying to figure out how to use mass within the context of like, the substance of something. Because he looked up the source and he found out there was resistance to acceleration as far as like his description, and that he was trying to qualify mass with saying that, well, it's the substance of a collection of Higgs boson particles. I'm like, dude, what the fuck, dude? And so
resistance to acceleration, that's inertia.
Yeah. Well, he was trying to qualify mass as that. So
No, that's horse. Yeah, he would, because that's not what it is. What does the Higgs boson have to... Was he looking for the cause of that thing they can't define?
yeah, he was looking for a fine, like the finest particles of matter. So he was trying to say that it's the substance of what all makes up like gas particle, because it came off of, this was coming off the back of gas pressure without a container. So he was trying to figure out how he's going to get gravity to have an effect on the substance of something, because that's what he was trying to figure out, a substance. Because he was saying mass. I was like, mass? What's mass? So we got into that discussion, and he's trying to look for definitions online. And then I was like, you're not describing the substance of something. You're not giving me that. So he's like, if we're going to say that mass is a collection of something, I would say that it's... Yeah, I know. He said I would say that it's the Higgs boson particle. So he got into
Higgs
that.
Boson is the Higgs boson, or Higgs field, that denotes mass in their fairy tale worldview. They're trying to find something that causes that which they can't define. It's fucking moronic.
Yeah, it was a interesting discussion.
From when
he was spiraling down the drain. He was doing it.
Well, just ask them to show gas pressure without a container. Fuck it.
That's what says who did.
What did you say? What did you say? He said, Alpha, that the air is not gas or something.
Yeah, air is lighter than gas.
So he snatched his own wig off.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, wig snatchers.
Air is lighter
I laughed
than
so hard
gas.
when he said that. It was crazy, man. He's like, air is lighter than gas. Like, what the fuck? But they get so into their own head that they start saying dumb shit, which is, I think, the best part for me.
No, they're not in their own head. They're convoluted by parroting Wiki and Discovery Channel. They have no idea what they speak of. Not a single one of them. None of them. Zero.
Especially when you start parroting Higgs nonsense, dude.
Higgs.
That's the baffle them with bullshit, Gambit. That's what that is.
Yeah, that's what it was. Because he went through all of them. He went through the amount of matter, then he went to resistance to acceleration, and then he ended up on the Higgs field. And it was just, he was just trying to find whatever escape hatch he could with all BS.
Did he try gravitrons? Did he try that one?
No.
No, he didn't make it to gravitrons.
They don't exist anyway.
He stopped at Higgs boson, saying that it's what's been discovered.
No, it's what the Higgs field is, what they claim causes mass. That's why I said he was trying to state the Higgs boson, isn't it? It's a Higgs field, right? Whatever the fuck that is, causes that which they can't define. That's what he was doing. It's moronic. It's non sequitur at a second grade retard level.
That's the endless squirming that gets the audience to kind of pay attention to like how he doesn't have an answer.
Audience,
dude. Someone on Wiki Smart. So I looked up the Wiki entry for Higgs mechanism, and it says in the standard model of particle physics, the Higgs mechanism is essential to explain the generation mechanism for the property mass. But they even put mass. They put mass in quotations, bro.
Yeah, because it's undefined.
Fucking put it in quotations. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey, at least it's accurate. It's finally something accurate when they put it in quotations. That's right. It's just like a placeholder word that doesn't mean anything.
Is it cited, or did Bullwinkle's sister post it?
Oh, that one? Well, I mean, that section's kind of cited.
No, it either is, or
dude, that's a fucking serious run-on sentence.
But can you screenshot it, or are you on your phone?
Yeah, I can I'll post the link. He usually will summarize it at the beginning.
All right, let me take a look.
Citation is number 2. Higgs phenomenon without symmetry breaking order parameter. That's
It's not cited. It's not cited. I see the quotations for mass.
Yeah, but it's accurate.
Yeah.
To find nuance that was accurate.
Yeah, there's no citation here. Bullwinkle's sister posted it.
I wonder if someone like edited it and just like saw that and just added the quotation marks. Like that's all they did.
What's it say for mass? Mass is an intrinsic property of a body. It was traditionally believed to be related to the quantity of matter. Traditionally, yeah, that fucking got waxed. Until the discovery of the atom. No, not until the discovery of the atom. And particle physics. It was found that different atoms and different elementary particles theoretically, what the fuck? With the same amount of matter have... Oh, I didn't click it totally. Hold on. This is a convoluted gaggle screw right here.
Dude, that's some piss poor English right there, dude. Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of a body's inertia. What the hell does that even mean?
That it's utterly meaningless. Mass in modern physics has multiple definitions. That gives the game away right there.
Which are conceptually distinct but physically equivalent.
He's not lying. That's what it fucking says.
Oh, shit.
Mass in modern physics has multiple definitions which are conceptually distinct but physically equivalent. That's fuck. Do you have premonitions of flashbacks?
It's not a force. We can think of it as a force. That's pretty much what they're saying.
It has the resistance to acceleration. No, that's inertia. The object's mass also determines the strengths of its gravitational interaction. It doesn't have. There is no gravitational attraction in general theory of relativity. This is a gaggle.
Dude, that's yeah, man. Dude, here's the funny. Mass is not the same as weight, even though mass is often determined by measuring the object's weight using a spring scale. Didn't they just say mass is experimentally defined as a unit of measure? Basically, what it say theoretically?
Well, theoretically,
but you don't measure the mass; you measure the weight. Like what? That's, dude. What a poorly and ill-defined concept. It's almost embarrassing for humanity.
And then they combine them. Inertial mass measures an object's resistance to being accelerated by a force represented by F equal ma. But F equal ma is false. This is fucking nonsensical gibberish. Contradicting horse shit. Get this off my fucking computer.
Sounds just like Witsit.
Witsit? Witsit can't. Witsit doesn't know anything about what I just said. Where's he been, by the way? Is he all right?
I think he's having some sort of personal issue.
Yeah, people are speculating like crazy. It's some kind of legal trouble or something like that. Like some personal.
Well, we could drop it.
It's with his girl, dude. That's what it is.
What?
He posted like a GoFundMe.
His issue is with his girl. Whatever his issue is, I'm pretty sure it's with his girlfriend.
Girlfriend?
Kai, yes,
He's
Kai.
married.
Well, whatever. Are they legally married? I thought they're like. I mean, I don't know.
They got hitched.
No, I thought they were married.
Is it a secular marriage or a...
No,
I don't fucking know, dude. It was Kai from 24/7.
Yeah, I know who it is. Look, I know who it is. Oh, listen, I don't know. Hold on a second. Fuck, I can't deafen in here. Okay, so someone posted. It was actually Rusted Soul. Remember her?
Yes.
Okay, that dumb bitch posted a video that they took. I'm assuming it was Kai that took the video of them arguing in their house. There was no like violence or anything like that.
Oh no!
But and then posted it in a fucking Discord and blah blah blah. And the next thing I know, Witch has got a GoFundMe asking for, has a personal problem he don't want to talk about. He's asked for $10,000. So I assume they're related because they happened just about the same time.
Yeah, I don't play in that neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't know why. It's fucking slimy, dude.
It's meant to be a weapon.
Just forget I asked that question. It was a spontaneous thing.
Yeah, it's meant to be.
He did do a stream though recently, not on Flat Earth. He did it on, I don't know what it was about. Something else. It had nothing to do with Flat Earth.
Two-winged amoebas in Zimbabwe?
Surfing the ether waves, bro.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The globalist tactic to always try to character assassination. It's the flat earther is the problem.
Are you trying to change the government? That's pretty.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that.
They use.
I appreciate that. Change it to another thing. What about pink elephants with purple polka dots?
What about the fucking ice wall, dude? Let's talk about that.
No, we already dealt with you with that. You did the same. Lads, shut the fuck up.
You had an interaction with him too?
Yeah,
I've done some more research.
4 hours ago.
Where did the ice wall? Where does that?
That's how many of us are going to have to slag you so that you can realize that you don't have an argument?
Let's just freaking dig through this shit. Where does the ice wall come from? What's its origin story?
Been there. What do you mean? Where's it?
No, what's its story? Like, who discovered it?
Well, multiple people have discovered it.
Well, who was the first one?
What, at the same time?
No. There was like one bloke who talked about it called Admiral Byrd, but I actually don't believe him.
Nah, it was long before Admiral Byrd.
Yeah.
You don't even know. On old maps, they used to say Great Ice Barrier. Who made those maps?
Some legend.
Was it like Flat Earthers made those maps?
He doesn't know his ass.
I don't know, dude. I don't know what the word flat is.
You don't know. You don't know anything you're talking about. You just fucking.
Just stop trying to suppress my speech, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, how about?
We have to, man.
I'll more than suppress your speech, bro.
Yeah, well
You're like the government trying to shut me down.
He's the one that called,
the government will give you a trial.
He called Tibbo a fucking federal agent.
At some point, you have to, ignore the village idiot, man. We can't listen to him all day.
It's just a dumb fucking LARP, bro. That's all it is.
How about you look in the side? How about you look in the side?
It's a dumb LARP, man. You're not clever. You're not the first person who's done this crap.
You're a bad fat actor, dude. Look in the side shot.
This is a dumb LARP. You're just LARPing.
I'm not being serious.
Dude, this is the lowest hanging tier for any conversation possible on this forum, bro. Seriously. You got to be embarrassed of yourself bringing this kind of content to intellectual individuals, man. You really do have to be like...
Intellectual? You're intellectual. You could have fooled me. Fucking hell.
That's that all you got?
Yeah,
you could have fooled me.
I'm going to LARP as a flat earther.
As a federal agent.
I'm going to LARP as a flat earther, and I'm going to talk about how I'm going to call everybody an agent and act like a paranoid conspiracy and talk about crazy shit like fucking ice walls and fucking domes and Pac-Man fucking Earth. And I'll make everybody think I'm a flat earther and I'll just act so absurd. Like no one's ever heard, like you think you're the first person who's done this shit? Seriously,
he came in last night.
No, you're an idiot, dude.
Dude, he came in last night. He wasn't even LARPing. He was just asking questions. He's like, I got people over here in my forum. 150,000 people listening to you right now. I was like, really? So we started having a conversation. I slagged him, and he didn't have nothing to say. He actually, I didn't even mute him. He just shut up because he had nothing.
You got confused with somebody else. I don't know who the fuck you're talking about.
150,000 people. Where, dude?
I have no idea. What was the platform?
AV, where are you confusing me with like another Australian dude?
Personality of a wet mob. Why would 150,000 people pay any attention to you?
I never fucking said that. That's why it's confusing me with somebody. You fuckwit.
We record this, doofus.
Yeah, well,
This is
bring it
recorded,
up.
lads.
Bring it up, man. You got the wrong person, bro. You're tripping out. What the fuck's wrong with you?
It
Stop
was
smoking weed, you
Who's
schizo.
talking is also recorded, not just the sound.
Yeah, it is. We know it's
Dude,
you.
you're a schizo. You're literally confusing like two different people. What the fuck?
I think he's a federal
Lay off the
agent.
drugs, cunt. What the
There's
fuck?
somebody running around with your name, sounding like you, talking like you, saying stupid shit. You got a doppelganger?
Well, actually, he's saying stupid shit now, so I mean, it just matches up. Like it's not like he wasn't saying stupid shit.
I got an actual question though. I got a question though, because I come in here a fair few times and I don't say.
Let's see how dumb this question is. Go ahead, ask me a dumb question.
I'm going to ask you, but you're interrupting me. So do you want to hear it?
He's going to ask Andy if he's a federal agent.
Yeah, well, that's why he's interrupting. He's a Fed. He's trying to suppress your free speech.
Ask your dumb question, let's.
So I come in here quite regularly and just sit in here and listen and listen and listen, and nothing gets fucking said. Every single one of you cunts just sit here all day long and don't speak to each other. Why
Prove that. Prove it. Prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
You do it. I don't have to prove what you do. You literally sit. Before I was talking, you weren't saying nothing.
Prove it.
You're fucking retarded. Get a life, cunt.
Prove
Get
it.
a
If I'm
life.
retarded, you're Helen Keller.
Look, go
Get a
into
life,
the.
cuz. What the fuck?
Yeah, go on YouTube, type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, look at the recording.
I'm not interested.
You can see. Yeah, are you interested in being muted?
I'm not interested in.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
What a
so you
clown.
can just go check the 12-hour live stream that's going day after day after day after day and see if nobody's talking. Every time I click on it, somebody's talking.
Yeah, it's a duty to slag individuals such as yourself, Lats. Somebody's got to do it, and that job is left up to those who can, and that's what we're here for.
That's our mandate.
Oh yeah. I wake up thinking, when is the next guy like you going to come in here so I can slag the shit out of him? Yeah? It's a joy.
What is your job?
Oh, oh.
That's an old one.
Well, you know, two ways about it, man. See, you are a canvas, right? A numpty canvas. Just think of yourself as a numpty canvas, a big old canvas, right? And we're like Picasso, Rembrandt, you know, all the greatest artists in the world. And we're just using you like a canvas. And we're just painting away. You know, a masterpiece sometimes. So thank you. And plus you're padding our numbers for the #1 channel. So just want to add that.
We're #1.
Don't you forget it, lads.
I'm sure he came in saying the exact same thing yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, it's so dumb. He's like, no one in here talks. We live stream it. You can listen to us on YouTube.
What the piss is going on in my
the
chat?
politics bot is going off the chain. Hey, lads, what?
Can somebody delete that?
That's stupid as hell.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No,
don't block if you can't just delete the comment. Don't
Can somebody just post more comments so it scrolls up? Thanks.
Yeah.
So it seems like at least 3 of us have already talked to Lats, and he has a different LARP every time. Oh,
yeah. When I talked to him, I said
I was a bit amenable to him. I was watching something else, and I was listening in the background, and he came up with his ice wall. So I entertained because I never heard him before, so it was the first time. But I kind of went off into the distance after I entertained the dumb shit.
It's barely palpable white noise.
Yeah. Yeah.
when I talked to him, he wanted to talk about the ice wall, and I said, "Yeah, sure, come back on Sunday for Speculation Sunday." He's like, "It's not a speculation." And I'm like, "Okay, so you know there's an ice wall?" He's like, "Yeah." "How do you know it?" "Well, I don't know for sure. I'm kind of speculating." I'm like, "Okay, well, come back on Speculation Sunday." He's like, "No, I want to speculate today." "No, we speculated on Sunday." "No, we're going to speculate today." I go, No, you're not. You're going to speculate on Sunday. Sunday is the day you're going to speculate." He's like, "Well, I want to speculate today." I go, "I don't care what you want." What do
Oh, it's funny, dude. Just like a petulant child at the supermarket.
Yeah, like
I
when
want
he
a
throws,
candy.
like he
Like,
wants
no,
cookies.
not gonna.
Yeah,
not
the
gonna get a
mom's like,
candy.
no.
Then you roll up a newspaper and slap them with it.
It's whack.
Stop it. You roll up a National Enquirer and backhand.
Right at the checkout.
Hey, Indigo, did you witness yet the literal booger eater fight the tight shirt? Did you see that yet? Did he leave us again?
Yep.
Indigo.
He's gone with the win.
Yeah. Didn't even deafen. Didn't even give us the common courtesy of deafening.
Straight up Stonewall. That's the best kind. At least I leave whether you don't see me here, so you can't ask me questions.
Oh yeah, it's just a silent. You're gone. I scroll up, gone. Fucking leaves.
Yeah, they need tending to.
Is
Speaking
there
of
a lot of leaves where you're at right now?
Not really. Springtime's rolling around, so.
All right. Will there be?
Yeah, that yes.
Yes.
So about half the year I'll be busy. Yeah, we had Brent.
You know. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go first. You.
I heard through the grapevine that there were a couple of Land of Misfit Toys abject retards kind of funneling their way over here. I heard this fucking retard today. His name is, I think his name is Lion, although he had some like retarded symbols for his name, but they called him Lion.
Yeah, the symbols are just drew a blank. Norse. It's a Norse symbol. Like
Norse.
He's like yeah.
It's like dork symbols. He's a fucking dork.
Yeah, his account is. He normally goes by Lion. Like that's his name, his username.
Yeah. He's a dork. He was coming in here lecturing to everyone that the scientific method and experiments not only do cause and effect, but many other things. I was like, what the fuck? I heard it late. I was like 3 hours behind, though. But T-Dub was in here, and T-Dub set him straight, but T-Dub got a lot of blowback. I was sitting there, what the fuck?
Yeah, I talked to him, too. I tried to go through it with him about the natural world. It's not, if I do, he said that if somebody does something, you can science that out. I'm paraphrasing. It was like a machine or something like that.
No, he said that measurements of the horizon or some shit.
Yeah,
was science, and this is my hypothesis. The dumb fuck that all you have to do to. I was shocked that only T-Dub brought it up. He didn't get detailed, but he put him in his place. All you have to do is say, "What the fuck is a scientific hypothesis? You ignorant booger eating moron." That's all you got to do, and it's over. You can't have an experiment without a hypothesis. You follow that, right, everyone?
Yeah.
You finally get that after 8 fucking years? You think you got it by now of me saying it over and over and over again? Why wasn't everyone
say that to him?
Dumb ass, man. Tell me that.
No, we did. We went over it with him and broke it down. Like, I'm not sure what parts you were listening to.
It might have been not the parts with you guys in it. You guys are going to
the only thing
me up.
Yeah, the part with T-Dub is that he thought he was being over-modded by T-Dub, so he kind of cracked a little bit, that he thought like a trauma-based reaction.
This is all I heard. Who teaches you guys this over here? Well, you should have just said it. That would be me, you fucking booger-eating schmuck. So go get his dumb ass and bring his ass over here.
No, it definitely was explained to him, and he was stating that the hypothesis is not the cause or the independent variable, it's the measurement.
Oh, this dumb ass motherfucker. Go get him. Bring him on over here. I'm gonna leave him with that just pump the neighbor's cat look on his face.
He's a day long haul truck driver, so he only logs in during.
He's a dumb fuck, dude. You better wear your helmets if you're out there driving with him on the roads. What the fuck? Go get him.
I'm saying he'll be here tomorrow, like when he's on.
Tell him to try that fucking over talking. He's an over talking motherfucker too, just like a baller. I'm gonna make an example out of this poster child dumbass.
Something stupid as well, like observation is the horizon, and the experiment is to see if it's straight or not, or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this dumb fuck. Yeah, go get him. Go get him.
I don't know him. I don't know.
Was he attempting a LARP or was it just straight up?
No, he
chaos?
was serious, dude. He's an abject retard. He's one of those fuckwit flat earthers over at the Land of Misfit Toys. I've heard him before.
He was saying that SOE Montreal took a picture of the ISS. Therefore, stuff is up there. Therefore,
oh my God.
GPS is up there. Therefore, space exists. And I'm like, dude, no, dude, no. Even you follow your first thing. You took a picture. Okay, how high is it? I don't know. Okay, so is there a picture of the GPS satellites? Well, he's like, well, no. I'm like, okay, well, then how did you connect it to? If your thing is SEL Montreal took a picture, therefore SEL Montreal took a picture. That's it. That's all you got. Some dude took a picture. You don't have anything other than that.
That sounds like Brenda. Yeah?
Yeah,
is he Brenda level intelligent? Bring his dumb ass over. Go get him.
The Brenda version of a globaler or a flat earther. If Brenda was a flat earther, she'd sound like Lion.
Then we got dumb fuck Rich Evans in here. My God.
He needs to just stick to his banjo and not open up his mic.
Don't open up your mic. You should have been banned for 2 fucking days. It's only been 1 day. How the fuck did he get around that?
He played.
For some people, conversations like these are just way over their head. They're way out of their depth. They can't be in conversations like these, and he's one of them.
He's
like
way
the
out of
shining
his depth
example.
in the preschool. This fucking clown Evans. Yeah, just chat skank, you dumb fuck. How do these people get around these? I was banned for 8 months. Of course, I never tried to get back in, but besides that, how the fuck that was just yesterday, Cret?
Yeah, well, he said that he misunderstood. He thought you were going to play a video of him saying something.
I don't give a fuck what he says.
Yeah, so we compromised and we worked it down to 24 or to
you
whatever
compromised?
It was. Yeah.
I tell you what, this is you're fucking bordering on terrorist sympathizing.
Well, he was suspended. He got banned and the bot fucked up. It was supposed to be unbanned, and I decided not to unban him unless he gave me a reason to unban him. So he's got some community service time that he's banked some good time. He was like 3 weeks or 17 days because the bot's supposed to automatically unban.
All right, if he gets the next question wrong, can we have a week ban?
Like a WEAK week?
No, week. 1 week.
Like 1 calendar week?
Yeah. Is there another kind?
Yeah, which planet?
Which planet?
A week on what, Mars or what?
Oh fuck no! 1 week ban. Alpha, that it's already mandated. Alpha, ask Rich the question.
Okay. Remember, Rich, you can say you don't know.
You can always say you don't know.
Yeah, he's worried.
Don't fucking give him any outs, dude. Come on.
It's not an out because he says I don't know. It's a moral failing. It means someone's lazy. It means that they're not.
I ain't gonna say anything. Just ask a question now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right. I'm trying to get him to say that he doesn't know something when he doesn't know, instead of trying to bullshit his way through the answer. It's one of the things we're trying to do to rehabilitate them.
Rehabilitation. Is that a mod fucking mandate?
Yeah, we're trying to reduce recidivism. So if that's possible.
Go ahead, ask him, help.
For repeat offense. Okay, so Rich Evans, this is to you. Is there any scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe? Did you hear me?
Ask him
Hello?
again, Maggie.
Rich Evans, is there any scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe? Yep, he said it. It's in the text.
No, we ain't text. No, this is chat skanking. That should be a fucking 3-day ban.
Oh, just go ahead and verbalize your answer, Rich. Let's get to it, man. Put your banjo down. Get on the mic.
Your banjo. Come on, you yellow-spined sore rat. Come off, moot. Just answer his question. That's a legitimate question.
Fair is fair. I asked you a question. You need to answer it. I'll leave it up to Crit.
Does the guy vocalize it, or what's the rules?
He's texting. Yeah. I don't know that. I'm just asking him a question.
Fair question.
Yeah, he's
Richie. Hello. Simple question. Ask him again, Meg.
All right, for the third time, is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
What do you mean third time? I reckon that's about the 700th with Rich.
Poor dumb bastard.
Silence is tacit acquiescence.
Acquiescence.
Agreement.
Don't you be using that favorite word of mine. So, Rich, don't you dare come off moot, because that question will be asked to you again. Fucking sore rat. We can move on, I suppose. He'll fucking projectile diarrhea of the mouth, once everyone gets away from the topic. Once you leave, Miggy, probably the next 5 seconds, right? Everything will be forgotten.
Well, if I'm here, I'll hold him to it.
Yeah, I don't forget with that guy. Yeah, every time he starts having interactions with somebody else, and it sounds like a train wreck when he's trying to articulate his point. So I usually remind him of that.
Point. What point does he have? I've never heard him maintain a point and support it. Not once. Just his little he thinks he's clever, and his Elmer Fudd sophistry, right? He just talks about inane horse shit. Yeah, that's not happening anymore, Dick Evans. You've been identified. You popped up on my fucking radar. Your worst nightmare, dumbass. Get my cat's litter box on you. Then my wolf pups will feast. I do it pro bono, man. I'll do it just for you. I'll tell you what you could do to kind of get get us off the scent on your trail is to go track down that lying moron of a dumb fuck over where you should be, Earth Awakenings, the Land of Misfit Toys. You go grab him, and then we'll think about maybe lessening your sentence.
Isn't he a Diamond member over there?
I don't think... I haven't listened over there too much recently. I don't think he is. He's not a Land of Misfit Toy because he's not a fucking toy. He's a nothing burger.
Yeah, he's just here to sow seeds of confusion every time he opens up his mic.
He couldn't confuse Little Miss Muppet. This fucking clown. Well, you heard him speak before. You know how he is.
Okay, he's trying to be. He tries to be clever. That's what he does.
This fucking guy's chat skanking every other post and shit. What a yellow spine coward. Come off, Moot. Why the fuck is he allowed to do that? That's my question. There he is. That's you, Rich Evans. Yeah, dumb fuck. Fucking chat.
Well, usually we just ignore him, but he pads our numbers, so.
That's what I keep on hearing: rehabilitation, community service, padding of the numbers. All that equals, it's got an equal sign beside it. Terrorist sympathizing. That's how I break it down.
Okay, so maybe think of it this way: you got groups of people, and there's two buckets. You got people who are annoying and people who are harmful. Rich is in the bucket of annoying.
How about retard? Is there a retard bucket?
Well, they're both retards. Both buckets are retards. Inside the retard bucket, there's two smaller buckets.
There's two smaller buckets of retard.
We contain the people who are retarded and harmful in this bucket, and the people who are retarded but annoying over here.
Hey, you run for fucking office, Crit.
Yeah, a way of hey, do you guys know some retarded people? And they're like, yeah. Well, if you vote for me, I'll put them over here in this bucket, and then you can laugh at them. So yeah, he is clever enough to not brush up against TOS or generally the rules, and sort of clever enough to advocate or give an argument for why he should be banned, but not clever enough to get a topic that he wants to talk about. So it's annoying. It's dude, you're bricked.
Yeah, he's had many names. Glitch Evans.
Yeah. That's my name for him, Glitch. The first time, it took a long time because he would get banned, and I'd be like, okay, why should you be unbanned? And he'd be like, X mod's retarded. I'm like, okay, so if X mod is retarded, would you be banned or unbanned? He's like, well, banned. Okay, sure. X mod is retarded, therefore you're banned. He's like, wait, what? I'm like, yes, dude. Okay, so you got another argument. The flat earth is an echo chamber. Okay, so if the flat earth is an echo chamber, would you be banned or unbanned? He's like, unbanned. I go, but it's an echo chamber, so you be banned? He's like, yeah. Okay, well, there you go. You got what you wanted. It's just one thing after another until finally I'm like, okay, this is what you need to do. Start with you, stay with you, end with you. Give an argument for you to be part of the channel. If there's something wrong with the channel, you've got your answer already. The channel's fucked up, not you. Take your prize and just go live your life. But he wants to be part of the channel, but he also doesn't want to admit that he's ever wrong. He's always right. He's glitched. Or he'd be one of my favorite ones was, he got banned because, I can't remember which one, I just drew a blank now. Some mod is a pussy. I'm like, okay, so is that mod a pussy? He's like, yep. And if that mod's a pussy, do you get banned? He's like, yep. Okay, so then that's it. That you're banned because this mod's a pussy. That's your internal. Internally, you have an answer for why you're banned.
I have an update outside of Glitch. Glitch can chat skank, and we're not paying attention to him. But Thirdum Dynamics basically didn't show up last night, so
I know.
Yeah, that was I had enough of him.
Like
too.
what I already knew he wasn't going to do that, but
he'll always make plans and then just not show up. Like you say, okay, here we got a schedule, we got on the, everyone knows you're going to be here. I sent him a link with like a clock that reads internally on Discord where it shows on his time zone how much time is left and it counted down. Still didn't show up.
Yeah, so check this out. This is what he posted. What was the last thing he posted to me? So I told him, why don't you get your old ass in here, man? Let's hash it out. Why you running? You know where to find us. He's not banned from here, so he can come in there anytime he wants.
He's not banned from anywhere. He just leaves servers, and because he's dumb as shit. So when like instead of just disconnecting the call or whatever, he clicks like leave server. And you're like, dude, you gotta stop doing that. Okay? When you leave server, you just don't leave the call you're in. You leave the fucking server, dude.
Yeah, exactly. He can't find the exit button.
Yeah, it's like I've like tried to give like adult, computer or Discord, computer classes for adult learning, and he just doesn't get it. He like, okay, you got to push a button, push the green button. There's only a red one. Yeah, push the green one next to the red one.
Oh no, the other green one.
Yeah, it's
Like,
only red. I'm like, okay, well, not the red one. Push the green one. The green one looks red too. Are you colorblind? No, I'm not. I'm like, okay, well, turn your phone landscape. Oh, okay, there it is. Okay. Like, holy shit, dude. Really?
Oh, AI is coming through with a meme. That's what QE requested.
Derpentine.
Oh man. It's usually a low period right about now. From now to about 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, then the clown car pulls up, unloads.
Yeah, that's outside my fucking pay range.
Yeah, we start getting the early morning derpapians.
Yeah, that's the Derpapians show up like about 3:30, 4 o'clock, something like that.
Yeah, the sun is rising over Derptopia, Ian.
Well, it is true, man. The freaks come out at night, so you got some weird people come through here. You got Flat Lloyd to chuckle. Probably CA pop.
Right.
Pretty much.
Oops, didn't mean to post that one.
Did you mean to post that?
No, that was a different. I was gonna post a different one.
Fucking crit. I see what's going on here. True colors and whatnot.
Yeah, the thing was I posted on another server, and I saw a funny meme on the server I just posted it on, so I'm like, here, let me grab that one. But I guess I didn't hit the copy button correctly. So
Hey, no attention to the man behind the curtain. Yeah, that was crit just right now.
There we go. This is the one I was talking about. That's what I meant to post.
Starseed, huh? That Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah, where they're part of their mission is that to kill the mutant, the heretic, and the alien.
I forgot you're into that lore, huh?
Yeah, I kind of
mean,
like
to talk
it.
about that later.
Yeah. Meemore, Meemore really liked it too. And sometimes we would nerd out like in the back channels, and because I had played it when I like a young adult, and I had didn't kind of left it alone for decades. So my kind of lore was like all Warhammer 30K, and he's a little bit younger than me, or not, more, like 20 years or whatever. So he had played Warhammer 40K when he was a teenager. So it was kind of fun to kind of compare and contrast the two, how all things have changed and where they came from, and sort of like, oh yeah, that is interesting. That 10,000 years where they kind of advanced the storyline.
Yeah, cool shit, man. We got Jedi just joined us right now.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Morning, sir.
He's ready, the Vanguard.
Have you said your morning prayers yet?
No.
Over the loudspeaker?
But the border's better, because I haven't had my coffee yet.
You get a good mic.
Oh, yeah, no, give it another 20 minutes. Yeah, give it another 20 minutes and I will do, yeah.
Yeah, right before you logged in, I said it's about time for all the Derpapians to log in.
I was taking a jab at him about something else. Current events or whatnot.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Jedi's a Derpapian. He's like the Vanguard. He's there he got up early. He's at stand 2 right now.
Oh, Crit you don't get it, do you? It's kind of like an inside. It's kind of like an inside joke, but I'll put it to you this way: his country has the same problem that Americans do with the whole Trump thing and the border.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they got it a little bit worse at the moment.
He's got to take those headphones off. He's got to take those headphones off so he can hear the call to prayer.
It's what I was referring to.
Yeah, they say London has fallen. It's like,
oh shit.
It's like occupied territory.
Yeah, I seen that last night on the news here, actually. I just had Sky News on for a few hours and they were talking about it. And yeah, apparently London's fallen.
I have a friend who lives in the cities. He's a Glober, but don't hold it against him. He was talking about the lakes inside, because Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes. Like you just throw a rock and it'll land in the lake. They're saying that they had to close it because like people were going in there and pooping. They're like pooping in the water, and they're like, "What the fuck?" You gotta tell them. You gotta go into a community like, "Hey, this is a water source, and this water source is a closed water source. So there's no river going in and out of it. All the poop will remain. Okay, like it's not going to go anywhere."
Dude, I drank out of a poop lake. Now, mind you, we had our big trailer that had a big filter system, and it ended up tasting like chlorine at the end. It definitely was a poop lake. Straight up in the what was that called? It's in Baghdad, Republican Guard Palace. That's what it was.
Oh yeah, right in the middle of the Republican Guard Palace. It's full of apartments. Yeah.
So you were literally up the shit creek, huh?
Yeah. When we moved in to the apartments, right? Like we got one of the toilets working. Like, oh yeah, this is great. This toilet works. I think we had to bring water from outside or something to fill the back to flush it. I was outside one day and I was like, I can't remember if I was smelling something or whatever, but I saw this grate on the ground and I was like, all right, I'm going to pick this grate up. And in that grate was all the turds and they're floating down the channel underneath the sidewalk around the house right into the lake, which our big machine that makes our drinking water was sucking out.
Oh, shit. That's high quality H2O.
Yeah.
I'd be horrified.
The worst part was it was warm water too. It was like warm chlorinated poo water.
By our estimation, if calculations are correct, it should be 5 to 10 years time, Jedi.
Really? That long?
For the whole transition, but...
Oh, for the whole transition? Oh, yeah, maybe 10 years, but definitely within the next 10 minutes. I'm joking.
We haven't got that many in Australia, but Sydney's got a few. And it was only last year we were up at the snow resort, because I live where the snow resorts are, and they come in, they fill up the car park, no one skis. They just take all the car parking and then they bring all their own food and take all the tables at the eatery with their own food. But these dudes were out in the car park eating on the bonnet of their car, and then they just finish all their food and just sweep the rubbish off the bonnet straight into the snow in the car park. And one of my mates said something, said, "Hey, man, what do you think you're doing? Like, you just can't do that shit up here. Pick your rubbish up, yeah?" And then there's like 20 of them that wanted to fight us because they got asked to pick their rubbish up.
Yeah.
Jedi knows this shit all too well. He's like,
we've got a whole city that's fallen apart. Birmingham, they've had refuse strikes over the last couple of months, and all of the trash doesn't get taken into landfill by the guys who come and collect it. I even feel bad saying this, but the dirtiest areas are the they're not the English areas. The dirtiest areas in the Muslim areas.
Do they open the back door on the balcony of like a 10-story building and just empty like a latrine bucket straight to the road?
Yeah, it's just shit everywhere, mate.
Oh my goodness! You need me to come conquer your country, bro?
Yeah. Hey, you need to do another round over there. Call in the boys. If you guys can hook a brother up over there in the UK.
Sounds like you might need to get out of the UK, Jedi.
Fuck yeah.
I just don't know where you'd go. It's not much better anyway. Well, it probably is a lot better from what you're saying, but everywhere's heading to shit. Yeah, it's not great here either.
Well, most people are heading to Poland.
Yeah, Poland. Yeah, bro. Poland's got an official political party that wants to repeal women's right to vote, so that's the place to go. This is all but one big test, dude. The test. If your society's run over by those guys, then your society deserves to fail.
Yeah, that's the sad thing about it.
Yeah, and it all began when a bunch of retarded dudes got around and said, "Hey, what if we let women run the show? That'll be the greatest solution to all our problems." Then what happened after that is the women decided to not have as many kids, and then your society started demographic decline, which means you had to start import workers. Right? You see where I'm going with this?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
And those workers procreate like rabbits because they don't have the same stupid sensibilities of let's empower women and make them not mothers.
Dude, I replied to someone in a thread on X. I just asked one question. I said, "What is woman's duty to society?" You should see the fucking spiral, dude. And those fucking comments of chicks spiraling. They don't know the difference. They don't know the difference between the word may and must. Like duties you must do. And they just kept like, well, I could do this, and well, I could. No, that's not a duty. That's a choice, right? It's not a duty. Like, what are women's duties, right? Men's duties, like sign up for the selective service, right? In America, right? When you turn 18, you got to sign up for the selective service, which is the draft, right? Or you don't get any federal benefits. Can't get in federal buildings. Can't get federal IDs. You can't get shit, right? If you don't sign up. So it's a duty that men have. And so I asked, what is women's duty? Fucking just absolute fucking spiral. You're trying to control us. You're insecure. You're fucking this. You're that, dude. That's what it turned into. You must hate your mother. Like, you probably never been laid. You're fucking incel living in your mom. Like, anything but actually just answering the question.
Straight into character assassination, yeah.
Women always do, man. They just start the shaming shit. It's like, how did you get all that, right? That I fucking hate my mother out of like asking what is a woman's duty? Like, how did you get that? Like, well, that's a serious logical leap. But the reason I brought it up is because I always talk about the birth rate, right? So if men have a duty to protect the society from, violent overthrow from the outside, if we have if we can't maintain the society because we can't maintain a positive birth rate, is it a woman's duty to have children? Right? To keep the society going. And all these bitches are like, no. We don't have any duties. No, I'm serious. It's like we don't have any duties. Fuck you guys.
India, surely the duty would be to your friends and family, not to strangers in your nation.
Well, I mean, I'm not a big fan of government in the state generally. So I'm just saying within that paradigm, the paradigm that they believe in, right? So they all want the protections of the state, right? They want to, like, any problem they have, they want to be able to run over to the phone, type 911, punch in 911, and a bunch of men come and rescue them. They want that stuff, right? They want that society. They want the welfare and the government enforced fucking all the stuff the government does. They want all that stuff. But they don't want to do anything for it. Right? So that whole infrastructure, that society that protects them, if that society's crumbling, they don't want to have to actually ensure that society maintains. They just want to like freeload off of it. And I don't think that's not right. If you want to say, fuck, I don't need all that shit, that's fine. I'm going off on my own. I'm going to do my own thing. Okay, fine. Then you don't have no duty to do anything. You're not. Duties are for there's reciprocal obligations, right? So if you want the protection, right, you need the obedience. It's like a trade.
Right, but surely you should be able to opt out then, but you can't.
Yeah, I agree. But they make it, it's like a roach motel. You check in, but you don't check out.
If you can't opt out, then the whole thing's invalid.
You can opt out, but they make it easier to opt in than opt out. People opt in because it's just easier.
Opting out means, in order to opt out, you have to be able to not pay tax and live where you're currently living. Running away from country to country is not opting out, it's just running. Opting out means I've opted out and leave me alone, and you can't do that. None of them will allow you.
No, so, yeah, I agree with you 100%. What I'm saying is, you have a child and it's born, right? Now, the opt-out would be, I don't want any of the government benefits. I don't want my kid to have a birth certificate. I don't want Social Security numbers. I don't want anything to do with this political body. Now, you can live like that, but they make it easy to opt in, right? They'll fucking...
Yep.
I've seen this myself, right? So, kid's born, mother's all drugged up. Here, sign all this fucking paperwork. Oh, and if they like refuse, hey, I don't want to do that birth certificate shit, they'll do everything in their power to get you to do it.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
First
what
they're
happened to me.
nice. First they're nice, and then they get like, then they go into the sales pitch. Oh, if you don't get a birth certificate, they won't have a legal identity, and you won't be able to get government benefits and Social Security numbers and blah 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 blah. Right? But then when that goes too far, right? If that don't work, then they get to the threats, right? So they make it like. They make it easy to opt in, right? So it's just like, yeah, it's just.
I didn't even have a social security number when I was born. Neither did my younger brother when my mom didn't want it because she felt very against it, right? And lo and behold, a little while after that, my grandmother didn't like that, and she filed and got us social security numbers without my mother's knowledge. So now I have a social security number.
That's bullshit, bro. Isn't it weird though that like a third party, not even related to you, can fucking get a social security number for you?
Oh, she's related. She's my grandmother.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like she's not directly. She wasn't your guardian, was she?
No.
Yeah. I mean.
There's been stories of people who have refused government benefits for caring for their children. And they said, no, I'm going to do it myself. And then the government used that as grounds to say that they were being unfit. And so they seized the kids and put them in foster care.
Well, see, that's the funny thing is that should have never happened. Because getting the birth certificate is the act that allows the government to determine whether a parent is fit or unfit, right? So, I know people aren't going to like this. You have a property right in your children. Not in the sense of you owning like a fucking car or something like that, but you have a property right. When you fill out the birth certificate, you transfer that to the government in a trust relationship. So you make the government the guardian of your child. So when your government becomes the guardian of your child, right, it has a duty to protect the child over all other things, right? So what do they always do? What do they say? We have to do what's in the best interest of the child. What gives them the right to determine that? Right? What gave them the right, like your kid, what gave them to right, and not you, to determine what's in the best interest of the child? At some point, you had to transfer your right to them.
Bro, you can't transfer.
Well, let me finish. Yeah. The only act that could have did that is the birth certificate. That's the only act.
India, you can't transfer human rights to other people. They're not tradable like that. If I sign a document, it doesn't mean I have now signed over my child's rights or my rights. I can't do that. It's impossible. You can't sign away rights with pieces of paper.
No, can you make someone the guardian of your child? Can you transfer guardianship to somebody else?
Not with a piece of paper. Not with a piece of paper, you can't.
Then what can you do it with? Blood? Like drip blood over each other and then sing kumbaya?
You do it with consent between two individuals.
Dude, the paper is the instrument of the consent, dude.
No, it's not. It's just a piece of paper made by the government in a system of slavery.
Whatever.
It's just the truth, baby.
I understand what you're saying, Indio, and I 100% agree, yeah, and I've done a little bit of looking into this, and it all comes back to, I believe, it has something to do with maritime law as well, and the wording that they use, but over in Australia, they can also impound and take cars and stuff like that, and from my understanding, that when you register your car and you pay for registration, again, with that certificate, you're signing your vehicle across to those guys for ownership.
Yeah. Yeah, your child's not a vehicle.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about something completely different, Grizzly. I'm saying that, yes, I do understand what Indio's saying. I do agree with what he's saying.
Yeah, this is a guardianship.
Yeah, but I believe it also happens with your vehicles as well when you register them. Well, at least in Australia.
It's valid for cars. It's not valid for humans.
Yeah, but this isn't a transfer of ownership. It's a transfer of guardianship. You're
You need to be an
appointing a
owner
guardian.
to guard something.
Well, like if you have kids, you're transferring your right. You can assign anyone to be the guardian of your child, right?
That's
It's
right,
a
that's right.
guardian-ward relationship, right?
For example, if you have a child and you give it to your friend, you and your friend could agree for your friend to look after your child. If you have to travel away or something, it's called adoption. You could give your kid away for adoption. You don't need the government to do that. You just need to find a person who can agree to do that. Once you agree,
Right, but you could do it to the government also. That's the point.
You can't, because the government isn't one person. It's an entity. It's a vacuous entity. There isn't one person, isn't there?
Okay, cool. It doesn't change that's what happens, dude, and that's how they look at it from the courts. The courts assumes that your interaction with the system is a contract by estoppel that you consented to, and unless you rebut that point adequately, they're going to railroad steam right over you.
You know why? Because ignorance of the law, Grizzly, is no defense. It's not a valid defense. So they assume that you know what the law is and that you acted of your own free will, and that when you signed something like a birth certificate, you knew all the legal implications of it, and that you agreed to it voluntarily.
I know they're doing that. What AJ just said, 100% they do all that. You're going to get messed up in the court, but the courts are illegitimate, and the reason why they're illegitimate is because they misunderstand what property is, what your rights are, and whether they're transferable or not. The courts are flawed because of these things. I know all this shit happens, but it shouldn't be happening.
Well, humans have an unlimited right to contract, right? So the courts honor contract that they assume you willfully entered, and if you don't rebut that properly, they can do nothing but rule on the paper in front of them that says, I entered into this contract. Not only that, but my behavior since then was enjoying the benefits of the contract, which means by estoppel you're beholden.
Yeah, agreed. That's what they say. That's what the current law, but it's unjustified because you should be allowed to change your mind. My signature on a piece of paper shouldn't commit me, my whole life to something. No, I should be able to change my mind.
The only
You can
people
just
that I've
breach the contract whenever you want, just like on your own, then it's not much of a contract, is it?
As long as I don't end up stealing anything from you, as long as I return back what I took from you, I should be able to cancel any contract, yeah.
I think the problem then you're in breach of contract, yeah, and there's penalties for that. But the only people I've read, and I don't know whether this is correct, and maybe you guys can help me out here, is especially in Australia, when we look at all our regulations and etc. laws, they class you as a person. So it'll say if a person or persons does this or that, and in the law dictionary, a person is a dead entity. It's a company. Yeah. So what you are required to do is prove that you're the living being, not the actual company. And then there's also certain things you have to do in court where, if the judge calls you over, you've got to deny it, etc. Because as soon as you start complying or answering certain questions, you fall back under that contract law because just by speaking, you're contracting with them.
Pretty much spot on, AJ. I've got a load of stuff on this if you want to research it more.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested. Yeah, send through what you got because I know a couple of people now that are driving around with no registration or licenses, yeah, and they went through hell for quite some time, but they've won this way by proving apparently that they're not the dead entity that's contracting, and they're left alone in their own town. But the problem is, as soon as you want to go on holidays or leave or go somewhere, you're going to be locked up again. They spent years getting locked up over this crap.
Yeah, they don't make it easy for you to get out of the system.
No, not at all.
It's like they live, man. The steamer, like, we got one that can see. They don't want everybody else to see.
Exactly that, yeah.
So, one thing I've discovered is that, like, if you're disagreeable in court, because typically people just try to be agreeable in court because they think somehow it's going to go better if they disagree with every fucking thing the other party says or the judge says. Yes, I agree with you. If you're disagreeable or you just challenge them, what they'll do is they'll wait. You won't go until the end, till everybody else is gone. They don't want nobody to see you basically telling them to go fuck themselves. Basically challenging their jurisdiction. They don't want anybody seeing that.
I gotcha.
This is what a lot of people don't realize is that there's the case law, right? I don't know what it is in Australia, but the U.S. Supreme Court. You guys got a court too. It's the High Court of the United Kingdom or something, right? So cases that challenge the jurisdiction, they're never going to make it to the top court for the top court to rule. They'll never make it because the government will drop the case way before that because they don't want that to be precedent, right? They don't want any black letter law precedent that everybody can see and go, fuck, I'm going to do that. I'm going to basically go on my own way and just tell them to go fuck themselves. They don't want anybody to see that. So they just drop it. So, like, I'll give you, for instance, the right to travel without a license has never gone to the U.S. Supreme Court. Never. So just think about that. It's something that's very fundamental.
Yeah.
Right? It's like it's never been challenged all the way to Supreme Court because they'll drop it way before that. Like, say they charge you driving without a license, and you're like, you don't have the right to tell me you don't own the roads. I can drive wherever I want. And then they convict you or whatever, and then you appeal, right? But you're not appealing. You're not appealing whether you're guilty or not. You're appealing whether they have a right to tell you that you have a license in the first place. Right? What gave them the right to require you to have a license? Who fucking died and let them in charge, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's what you're challenging. You're not challenging, the underlying charge. You're challenging their right to fucking tell you what to do. And they're never going to let that go higher than... Like if they say they got a conviction, they take it to appeals court, and then you lose, and then you get to the next level court. You think they're going to let that go all the way to Supreme Court? If you win, basically everybody that has a license, if you won, would just be like, "Fuck, I don't need this thing anymore," right? They'll never let it go that high. They'll just drop the case, right? Then it'll be a moot case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically, it really all lays on the assumption of contract. It's like it's your right to contract with them. It gives them the cooperative ability to punish you according to the promises you made in the contract. Right? And if that got out, that all that law is essentially just a contract, and you're not necessarily even a party to that contract. For example, a lot of things in the Constitution are only between the government's agencies. They're not even between the citizens and the government. Like all that, like almost nobody knows that stuff. And then you got the old government where it's like, well, the government, of course the government's in charge because they're in charge. Well, that was like the old mantra with like the divine right of kings and stuff where it's like, yeah, we're an authority because we're divinely appointed over you.
So a license is permission to do something that illegal, unlawful, a trespass, or a tort. And a tort would be a personal injury. And trespass, that's obvious what that is, right? So I get a driver's license. Are they saying driving is illegal, unlawful, a trespass, or a tort? Like, so what is it, right? So what is the act of driving? Like, what am I doing that requires me to get a license? And what gave them whatever the right it is, the ultimate right to say, hey, this is my right, you're intruding on it, and if you follow these steps, I'll license you to do that. Like, where does that all come from, that foundation, right? So these are like foundational questions. Like, where does it, what gives you the right to require me to have a license in the first place? And that's like an open mystery. Like, it was litigated when cars first came out, and then it kind of like stopped and died down. And the idea was that the state owns the roads, right? That the roads are the state's property. But that's actually not true, right? It's actually, I know back in England they had the King's Roads, and that was like a thing. Yeah. But that was like, but that's different. because the king is a person. The state isn't a person. State can't own shit like that because it's like a body politic or whatever. So like nobody actually owns the roads. So like I say, like you could. It's surprising to me that it hasn't been litigated to a final conclusion. People have just like acquiesced to the idea.
Yeah, especially with this mantra, they always say this when they're trying to rebuke somebody for making claims about what they can and can't do on the road. They're like, driving isn't a right, it's a privilege.
Exactly. They're giving the game away.
I know we have this in the UK and nowhere else in the world has this, but we have to, well, we're told to by the government, purchase a license to watch television because the radio waves are, being used. So they have licensed radio signals.
That's the craziest shit, dude.
It's fucking stupid.
Here's what that blew my mind was when I went to the DMV back when I was in the transferring over. I was trying to transfer over my driver's license thing when I was changing states or something, or coming back home after the military. And so I went there and I wanted to get the driver's license transfer application. And I was looking for it. I was like, okay, what do I do here? Class D, Class E, what the heck? Couldn't find it. I was like, where the heck is this thing? So finally, guess what I actually needed? Because I wanted to have a license to operate a motor vehicle, being a car, like a personal vehicle. Couldn't get a driver's license. Guess what I had to get? You'll never guess. A passenger's license.
What?
Driver's license are for commercial activities like driving truck, driving deliveries. But if you want to just get a license for your vehicle, you need a passenger's license.
Okay. The fuck?
Yeah, that blew my mind, dude. I'm like, what the heck?
But just like Flat Earth, all these people are brainwashed that what the government's telling them is correct. They need their license. You couldn't drive without a rego. As soon as they see someone without a rego, oh, what a fucking idiot that guy must be. He must be one of those sovereign citizen wankers, the brainwashing is insane.
Well, think about it. Why?
They won't even look.
Why does everybody get a license? Like, why do you go get a driver's license?
Well,
like what motivated you to do it, right? Is word of mouth. Someone said, you can't drive without a license. Like one of your peers, right? It's like, dude, are you a lawyer? How do you know if I have to get a license? Your teachers tell you, right? Or your parents tell you, or your neighbors tell you. Oh, you can't drive without a license. You wait till you're old enough to get a license to drive, right? It's like so when licenses first came out in America, they were souvenirs. They weren't even like a required thing. People would get them so that they would, because most people didn't have an automobile. So some dude would get one and say, look, baby, I got a driver's license. Right? And like, I'm dead serious, man. Because nobody owned a car, right? So we're talking like in 20s and 30s. You had to be rich to own a car. The average person didn't own a vehicle. So if you want to like woo the girls, right? Like, I got a driver's license. I'm going to get a car someday. Right? So they were like souvenirs and shit. And this is like how they promoted them at first. So it's kind of crazy. Like, but where did people get the idea they had to get a license anyway? Right? It's like, where does it come from? It just comes from like word of mouth. All the people around you tell you, you got to drive. You got to get a license, right?
Yeah, part of it.
Same thing as a birth certificate.
You got to learn how to use the highways, right? You got to learn how to use them correctly. You've got to learn how to use them legally. So you have to have a license to learn how to use it legally, right?
Well, think about it. You got to take a driver's test, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the driver's test ensures fucking that the person can drive a car?
The ones in the UK do, yeah.
Well,
they're that difficult.
Think of it this way: it was like there was no driver's license. There was like a driver's license thing where it says, "Hey, this person, can operate the motor vehicle, or whatever." But this like state certification board, that was like the '60s when people started to do that. Like go to your DMV and like take an eye test and a written test, and
Actually, there's a practical reason for it, and it makes sense in this vein. So you get a driver's license, you pass the test, you operate under a licensed operation, and then you're eligible to be insured by general insurance. Versus you operate everything on your own, and then you have to insure yourself through a bond and all that other process, rather than just a general insurance company. So there is
do that too.
Benefit.
You can't do that. I know you can do it in Massachusetts. It's like $1 million, though.
Yeah. That's the thing. So the benefit of getting the license is you're proving to the insurance company, right, that you're going to allegedly, agree to operate on the road in this manner. You were educated in the manner in which you're supposed to operate, and they can, allegedly trust you beyond their bond rather than have your own. Because and this happens with a lot of things in life, is like a lot of people can't afford what things actually cost. So they need to pool their money together or beg a bank to pay for their house, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, here's the funny thing. Is there any evidence licensed drivers are safer drivers than unlicensed drivers? I don't think there's any fucking evidence for that.
No.
Because people inherently have they want to live, usually.
They do give you that the eye test, though, and you gotta admit, like, there's probably a few old people that would just keep driving if they didn't. I know, I've seen it.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because people fucking they can see perfectly good and they're fucking around with their radio while they're driving half the time.
Well, yeah, but that's all regulation side too. Like, for example, professional insurance companies that do general insurance, like I'm pretty sure it's illegal for them to insure unlicensed drivers. Right, so it's all one big feedback loop.
Yeah, I was going to say that earlier. Yeah, you're 100% right. It's illegal to be insured if you haven't gone through the process.
Any of you guys have that thing where you, like, I've never gotten it, but people have the thing where, like, your insurance goes up, like, as you drive, like, if you're taking turns too fast and shit, it's like a...
Yeah.
You seen that shit?
I got that thing, dude. I never plugged it in, and then they just canceled the discount.
Man. Screw that, man. Can't even take a turn at freaking 40 without my shit going up.
Right, but we also got to take into account liability. So if you're out on the road, right, and you're driving, it could be the case that you injure somebody. It also could be the case that your car falls apart and you accidentally kill somebody, hospitalize somebody, right? So you being the person who can't afford $1 million bond in the first place, definitely can't afford that person's hospital bills. So it's actually responsible to get licensed and insured so that you could actually pay for the damages you may cause. Now, you may say, no, I would never cause any damages. So I could just take my poor, happy little ass down the street, and if I run somebody's kid over, I don't have to compensate them. That's not very fair.
Don't want to hear something funny? If you're, like, say you drove without a license and you crashed into somebody and they got injured over, so when they sue you for the injury, whether you had a license or not is irrelevant.
Oh, really?
Does not matter. Well, it doesn't, because they could be responsible for the accident even though they're licensed. It's not relevant to who's the. Hold on, Bear. So it's not relevant to who is the proximate cause of the accident. Whether they have a piece of paper or not does not tell you who's responsible for the accident.
Each state has like Maryland's got Maryland uninsured autos thing. Like this lady pulled out in front of me, and Maryland uninsured auto fund paid for my car because she didn't have insurance. She didn't have a license. So my Corolla got paid. That was like 1983.
Can I take a step forward and explain something, please?
Here comes nobody.
I think the answer bottoms down to an eye for an eye situation. I think we need to see justice on both ends.
Strict liability? I'm for that. I don't think you can handle that shit, dude.
Driver's ed.
I
Well, that would mean no such thing as insurance anymore, right? So strict liability means things. Listen, dude. Strict liability means no third-party liability exists. No insurance, no pensions, no anything like that. You got to be responsible for yourself. There can't be any offloading of your liability to a third party. Yeah, you don't like that idea, do you?
So basically, what you're saying, like people like me who got sexually assaulted, no.
In our industry, if you start right out the gate doing stuff that you're not ready for, they will drum you out of this world, and you will be done and gone without ever a prayer of getting back in it. And the word travels fast. And, so just because somebody has credentials doesn't mean they're actually have made suitable proficiency in that. So
yeah, that's true. But there's also like, I don't want to get too far into it, but some people are falsely maligned because the clients don't really know what the hell is going on either, and then they talk. Consider market action, right? And everybody wants to participate 100% of stock market up markets. Nobody wants to participate all the way down in down markets. If you try and squeeze the highs and lows a little bit, you could have a client that is pissed off that they're not making as much money as their friends, but they're happy when the markets go down and they're not losing as much as their friends. And they have people that are aggressively invested and they're pissed off that they're losing as much as the market. And then sometimes they don't gain as much as the stock market does, and they get pissed off on the upside too. And you can't please everybody all the time. People always find a reason to complain. But there are a lot of pretender clowns out there, and I'll come out and say it. I mean, in my industry, I run into these people all the time. They might have excellent product knowledge, but that's about as far as it goes. They're great salesmen. There's nothing wrong with being a good salesman, but there's a whole another dimension to what we do that requires finesse and experience and higher level knowledge that most of these front-end salespeople do not have, but pretend to have. And if they get found out that they don't have the sophistication that they claim to have, then yeah, they'll get walked out of the industry real quick and the doors will be closed and they won't have any connections. Your reputation matters more than anything. And that's a good segue into this topic. I mean, people bring in bad arguments to the table all the time and never face repercussions. They may never know that everybody's talking about them behind their backs. What a dumbass this person is. So they'll continue going on making mistakes. One of the best things we can do in our community is to hold each other accountable. And if we have people out there that are making bad arguments and are completely oblivious to it, then for the love of God, please talk to them. Please pull them aside and tell them to reconsider their position. You'll save everybody heartache and trouble.
I believe in the globe.
I believe in the globe. Put your hands on NASA TV right here. Get the healing power of the Apollo space program.
Nice one. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. Room's filling up.
Yeah.
Alpha just logged
everybody.
in. Mush King.
Oh, damn. We got the goat. The goat in the house. They call him
What
the goat. Yep.
What are you guys up to?
I just arrived, man. Like 30 seconds ago. Or minute.
Yeah, we're just bitching about stuff behind the scenes until the YouTube bot came in, and then we're like, oh, gotta stop talking shop here. Gotta close ranks.
Yeah, the guy earlier was something, huh? I was
Dude,
talking to Elbow about it.
I was so pissed off, man. Like, I had the guy purposefully on the rails, and our friendlies derailed me, and I lost my train of thought, and I tried to work with it, and I couldn't anymore. So I got kind of pissed, but the conversation, I guess, is pretty much over at that point anyway.
Yeah, but it's hard because when you have them on the ropes and then, the conversation goes on a tangent, it takes it off of the main point. What's important is, it's not a natural observation of the world around us. Like, they're not watching things collide.
Right. They engineer something to make things collide, and then they claim that there's some kind of natural cause for it.
Yep.
And then they say, the human being, you are the natural cause, because
yeah.
Like, oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
And they appeal, and he was laughing too. I don't know if you heard him snicker behind, like, oh yeah, he did. You're like, dude, you're laughing, but it's not a naturally observed phenomenon. You're not seeing God particles colliding. Like,
yeah, and several times, like, he tried to infer that I was saying that you basically have to use caveman tools to do science, because if you build anything, then you're not doing science anymore. And I'm like, no, dude. 10 seconds ago, I told you that you're going to build perhaps a laboratory and control for variables with it using engineering. And anyway, yeah, it's just an anti-flat earther who's pissed off that flat earthers tend to know his topic better than they do.
Exactly. Just, we get more of those types like this morning. Well, it's kind of strange too, because I witnessed whatever they call the ISS, like it was traveling above my head, and because I have an app called Night Sky.
Yeah,
it tracks the thing, So if you have the app on iPhone called Night Sky, it'll track. If you want to, you can just track it. It'll tell you like as an alert when it's going to be flying above you. So you don't have to do like a lot more than just like look at your app, and then you just like hold a camera to the sky, and it'll show you where in the sky it is. So. But the thing that they're calling the ISS or whatever, it's supposed to be in a place where they're saying it is, right? And so that place right there where they're telling us it is, it's supposed to be according to the lore of the globe, And then it's got humans inside of it, so.
Right. I mean, another guy tried to make that logical syllogism, thinking that the ISS proves the globe. He's like, well, if the ISS is at a particular time and place, then Earth is a globe. The ISS is at a particular time and place. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. And he's like, I bet you don't know what a modus ponens is.
No.
So I'm like, all right, let's challenge your premise. Tell me about the time and place. What do you know about the time and place? We can agree on the time. Let's talk about the place.
That was
so he didn't want to go there. Did everything he could to avoid talking about the place.
You were talking to the debate bro.
Yeah, which I consider that a success because I managed to get him off of his debate bro script and try to be real. As soon as he did, he started fumbling. It was quite obvious.
I mean, you can try to go for the technicality of it, right? Like, well, he can. But at the end of the day, man, we're just trying to have the conversation about being real to ourselves, That's what it is. It's not like trying to find the technical way to like get somebody on a point. I mean, obviously that could be a win, but it's just trying to reason like, how do you know what you know? That's what you're asking. Essentially, how do you know what you know? Getting right down to it.
Go there. How do you know where it is? He's going to say, well, I got this tracking app. It shows me where it is. Why would they lie? I knew exactly that's where it would go. And I think he did too, and he wanted to avoid going to that spot. He wanted to basically argue that, the fallacy of pragmatics, where it works, therefore it's true the way I think it is.
Well, yeah, that's kind of how he framed it. It's almost affirming the consequent.
It sure is. So, how did you validate that the app works the way you think it does? How'd you validate that they're grabbing the information from where they think it is? I mean, you could just walk the dog of information all the way back.
You could pick this thing apart on the aspect of just the actual technology itself. How does he know that technology is operating in the manner that in which they're stating that it does? And does he know the type of technology that it's operating on? Is it actually falling in the decaying orbit around the Earth at the rate that there's so much, dude. Yeah. That you could actually get him on. Like, he doesn't know anything. It's a story. He just heard it and just accepts it.
And how many times have you opened this app? I played with these before. And you got a clear sky and it says like an ISS or satellite supposed to be there at a particular point in time, and it's not. That happens a lot. But behind the app is, I think, a free API run by NASA that they're just grabbing the information from. So you got that black box.
Yep.
And then you've also got the discussion you get into about the coordinate reference system that they're using, which is affirming the consequent in and of itself. Like,
yep.
We'll use the spherical coordinate reference system to determine where we are. We'll confirm it by using the spherical coordinate reference system to confirm that the spherical coordinate reference system tells us where it is. Therefore, it's a spherical coordinate reference system.
It's a big giant circle jerk, man, all the way back.
Right. And then they'll say, but the spherical coordinate reference system won't work on a flat one. It's like, well, yeah, no kidding. You'll have a mismatch. You'll have to have a translation between the two.
Mm-hmm.
So if you begin with a non-spherical coordinate reference system, you'll have a different outcome than a spherical coordinate reference system. And then you'll be able to use the non-spherical coordinate reference system to validate itself and say the spherical one doesn't work. Works both ways, folks.
You know where that's actually based on, and I think a lot of people want to say that it's Earth-centered, and it's actually person-centered. Because it's centered on the person's vision on how they see the world around them. Radially, from your vision, it seems like you're the center of the universe. So everything looks like radially from your position. So a lot of people try to make it Earth-centered because that's the explanation for celestial sphere, is that it could be thought of as Earth-centered or, a person-centered. So if it's person, like if you're the one that's the center, then it looks like you see everything at an angle of degrees away from your location specifically. So you can say that the moon is at a degree of angle in the sky based on what you see it geographically to somebody else in another location. So they would say that because that's how you see it. It's not Earth-centered, because if it was, it would have one fixed position. It doesn't. It has multiple. That's like, you're trying
to build a sphere out of that, then you have to have a sphere for it to be plotted onto accurately.
Yes.
And that's what the Nautical Almanac does. I mean, you're going to use that. In order to use that, you're going to have to apply it to another sphere. You're going to have to pretend that Earth is too.
Yeah, the celestial sphere always, like, that model right there throws them for a loop because they're trying to reconcile that, I mean, that's how we see the sky, but in relation to you on the surface, because you're only seeing things at an angle away from you. And that's how our vision works. It's, converging and seeing everything, the way it is. But that's just perspective, though. It's layers removed from, like, things being in a specific geographic position. Like it's an actual sphere. It's not... Your vision is conceptual. That's the reason why.
Interpretation. The whole thing is a gigantic reification fallacy.
Exactly. because like as you say, like if you ever seen clouds above you, they look like they're sitting on a plane, but yet the plane of where the clouds are is converging to the eye line, like on a horizon. As you raise in altitude, you could become like even with that plane or where the clouds are. You could see that layer where it's just like a level plane. It's strange that way. On certain days, you can notice this, right? Like all the clouds are like on a specific plane.
Ultimately, what you can challenge is the 60 nautical miles to 1 degree rule. You know, I'm starting to think. I used to concede that point, but I'm not doing it anymore. I don't think there's any way for anybody to verify that that's the case. Not necessarily the degree part, but the distance part, in conjunction with the degrees. I think that breaks down pretty quickly.
Aren't these all conventions used for like conveying the way people navigate? That's all it's really doing. It's helping people like discuss the way people get across from one place to another. They can use this kind of like a tool, but it's not something that they could rely on as like a defined measurement. I don't know. I don't. They try to say that that's like a hard and fast rule, but I don't know. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah. I mean, they do claim pretty good precision and accuracy with it. But I want to see an external validation of that claim. You know, I want to see basically somebody doing a planar survey and it's screwing up everywhere. I mean, right? Like, isn't that the way to validate it?
Like planar?
Yeah, do one of those and then find out how badly it screws up all the time. Not against other coordinate reference systems necessarily, but
that's the problem with geodetic. That's the problem with geodetic surveying. Like you'd have to have correction for the actual, you know, like when you go from point A to point B, and if you don't have the transferred line from the short distance corrections, you're not going to have the actual distance measured correctly. At least that's what Apocryphon was saying whenever he's like talking about transferring the line. You'd have to get, you know, the precise distance measured with the equipment that they have from short distances, because the device that they use is, you know, measuring the short distances. It's not measuring, and geodetic is like taking a more like of a macro, you know, put together, like stitched together, I should say, measured distance. But it's a calculation really, but it's putting it all together in a.
Yeah, it's not measuring where those lines conjoin. It's calculating how they should and applying a correction. And the reason they can do this and get away with it is because they have no way to measure with precision the joining of two lines that are transferred together.
Yep.
Because if it's a curving surface at 8 inches per mile squared, they're going to have a way to measure to that extreme precision the angle that is created by the two flat pieces that are conjoined.
Yeah.
I mean, how many degrees is that? I mean, it's tiny. And then you got to think, okay, what is the tolerance of the building materials themselves that they have these horizontal, you know, beams or whatever built out of? Are those things built within the tolerance that is also going to allow for that level of precision to even work?
And that's not even the issue either, man, because those buildings, some of them, the way they're designed, the structure itself is done in a way to get the most stable and, you know, structurally sound, you know, put together way. They're not going to just do something because they're taking the Earth's curvature into account. They're doing it so they can stabilize the building to where it's has the most structural integrity, right? So you're not going to want to make something that's going to be, with high winds, going to be able to be toppled. You know, you want to have the strongest possible resistance to that. So I think
and
sometimes they have
flexibility
those.
is important. You want these things to expand and contract safely as the seasons change.
And I think these are all the problems that engineers have to deal with, when they're figuring out how this is going to work. It's nothing to do. Most of the arguments that come through are because people are thinking that has to be taken into account, the curvature of the Earth, and what the measured distances in between those places where they're trying to plot for huge construction projects. Like that's going to consider the Earth's curvature, and that's just not true, man. Like bridges and roads and different things, man. Railways, canals, sewers. Like what was it? The Panama Canal. Think about it. Like all these places, man. They're not built with curvature in mind.
Yeah, they are.
And take a big warehouse. The outer walls are typically designed so they're not perfectly straight up, that they're just a hair off center, so when the beams are put across, that they kind of pull from center a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that's what I was mentioning that too, because people deal with the fact that you're dealing with these big construction projects, and at the same time you have to do it for the tensile strength of the actual material that you're using, so they can be more sound. When it's like they're not factoring in the curvature of the Earth. And it's funny to me that this is not really talked about often, but more than that, like when it gets brought up, we have to actually mention it. They say that the excuse is it's so minuscule that they don't have to take it into account. But that's just
it'd be zero. The change in the curvature of the Earth would be equalized by the change in the angle of gravity.
Yeah,
so it cancels
that's
out.
What
right?
I want to measure. I want to see the 69-1 rule. 69 miles of change in lateral distance equal to 1 degree of elevation change in a celestial object. So I want like 2 observers, better to do 3, that you can do a measured 69 mile distance between them, corresponding to a 1 degree elevation change in a star. That to me is like much more difficult than anything we've come up with for showing how flat the Earth is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we just need a few miles, right? Black Swan.
Are you saying if you move a couple miles, there'll be a change in the observed angle of the stars?
Yeah, that's what the entire globe is based on.
Well, yeah, it would be true, but it'd be minuscule. You'd have to go quite a distance.
I know it's minuscule, and I want to see how they can prove it.
Well, I mean, the best way to do it would be, you'd have to go a good, 500 kilometers to see a difference.
Right, but then you have to measure 500 kilometers. Flat kilometers. How do you do that?
You can do that if you... what do you mean, how do you measure 500 kilometers?
Yeah, how do you measure 500 kilometers without the star?
But you could just walk in a straight line for 500 kilometers. You could use a yardstick. If you really wanted to,
No, that's... You think you can be that accurate, dude? Walking with a yardstick? It has to be flat, because if you have terrain changes in elevation, if you take a step wrong, if your yardstick is subject to expansion and contraction with temperature changes over 500 miles in the weather.
Yeah, if you're going 500 kilometers, small changes won't make much of a difference. Well, people have done it before.
Yeah, I'm sure they have. I'd like to see it.
Well, you can see it insofar as you can read about it, but I don't know how much more you're going to see.
Yeah, where can I read about it?
Search up. Oh, what's his name? I think it was Socrates that did the stake from Cairo to Alexandria.
No, he didn't measure any distance.
No, he didn't. He measured shadows and angles.
No, he just drank hemlock. He didn't do any measurements.
He measured shadow lengths. He didn't measure distances or curvature.
Well, he measured curvature. Was the point
No,
of
he
that
didn't.
experiment?
No, he did not. Absolutely did not. He measured diverging angles from a sun, and then he said they are parallel. That's pretty stupid, if you ask me.
He said diverging angles from the sun in two separate places at the same time.
Right, and then he said it's parallel rays. How did he come to that conclusion?
From the fact that if you did that on any other place on the Earth in the same direction, you'd have the same results, which wouldn't be the case if the Earth was flat.
Well, why did he assume parallel rays and then measure diverging rays?
What do you mean? And then he measured diverging rays. He measured differences in the shadow length.
Yeah, because the angles diverge from the point source of the sun. And then he said, well, those rays have to be parallel. Why does that make sense?
Because of the distance that it is away.
Well, then why did he take diverging rays if they're parallel?
He didn't take diverging rays. He measured the difference in the
angle difference. If I see the
difference
sun
is
at
in the
45
shadow.
degrees
It's not
and
in
you
the
see
ray.
the sun at 90 degrees, why would you say that the rays are parallel?
Well, proving the rays are parallel is a different experiment.
I know it is, and he didn't do that.
Well, no, but someone did that before. Actually, I think he was a part of that. I'm not quite sure on the history of it,
No, he
but
wasn't.
that experiment had been done.
He was absolutely not a part of any of that. You know, it's funny, around the same time as Eratosthenes, a Chinese astronomer did the same thing with sticks and shadows in China. Within 40 years of the claim of Eratosthenes, they didn't even know each other existed. And they proved that the Earth is flat with the same method. How's that possible?
How is that possible?
Well, because they measured diverging angles from the sun based off the shadow lengths.
What does that mean?
And they didn't assume that they were actually parallel while they measured them divergently.
What do you mean they measured diverging angles?
They had different angles to the sun. That's how you get different shadow lengths.
What do you mean they had different angles to the sun?
They set up two different observation points at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It had two different shadow lengths because the angle to the sun was different. Same with Eratosthenes.
Yeah, okay, but that's assuming that the sun is at a very close distance. But that's ignoring the evidence. You're assuming that the evidence
not
is
assuming
you're
anything,
assuming that the sun is.
You're not assuming diverging rays, dude.
No, because we have the evidence to show that the sun is a certain distance away that would require the rays to be parallel.
Well, that's
you're
what they're
assuming
trying to
that
establish
it's
in the
close
first
enough
place.
to be diverging.
Well, how'd they determine the sun was, so far away and so big? Why would they assume that?
No, I can. I'll have to recall. So you look at.
I know the answers to these questions. I'm seeing if you know.
Okay, well, you have. You know what I'm gonna say about the measurement of the moon at different periods versus the sun.
I'm going to stay on the sun for now because. Listen, their entire academic written in the philosophy of mathematics
the moon is how you measure the distance of the sun.
You can go read some papers. I can send them to you from philosophy of mathematics department to astronomy department, where they're like, yeah, Eratosthenes didn't prove shit because he assumed Earth was a globe in the first instance and assumed that the rays had to be parallel. They got the diverging angle because they assumed that there had to be Earth curvature. They didn't prove that there was Earth curvature.
They didn't assume that was Earth curvature. The experiment was to prove.
They did. They had to assume it. And China, meanwhile, said, we're not going to make any assumptions about Earth curvature.
That couldn't possibly be the case because
flat Earth, and we got diverging angles like we measure.
The whole point of that experiment was everyone believed the Earth was flat, and that experiment proved that it was round. They couldn't have just assumed that the Earth was round, otherwise no one would have believed the experiment.
They didn't prove, because what they ended up
Well, they didn't
proving in
assume
the
the
first
Earth was
place is
round.
what they assumed, and that created a circular reasoning argument. They affirmed the
But
concept.
they didn't assume it was round.
Yes, they did. Eratosthenes stated so. Parallel rays in a curving Earth.
No, he tested. He said if there were parallel rays and a curving Earth, this is what would happen. And if it was a flat Earth, it would be a different result.
Exactly. He affirmed the consequent. Because if you were to assume that Earth is flat and the rays are diverging as you see them, you'd prove the Earth is flat by the same method.
You're changing two variables there.
Well, you'd assume differently. So guess
You
what?
can't change
Neither
two variables.
proved anything either way. Neither Eratosthenes or the Chinese guy proved it. They both affirmed the consequent.
No, these are two different experiments. There's one that he assumed. I'll use the word you're using, assumed. He assumed that the rays are parallel and that the Earth was curved, and that would have a certain experimental result, which it did. You could then change it to assume that the Earth was flat and the rays were parallel, which would have a different result, which it didn't.
No, that the rays are diverging as they observe them.
Okay, so if you assume the rays are diverging and that the Earth was curved, you would have a different result. What, you can't change both of them?
Well, yes, you can. You can assume whatever the fuck you want.
No, you have to change one variable at a time. Otherwise, you get nonsense results.
These are not variables that you can change.
Yes, they are. The direction, the angle of the rays of the sun, the distance of the sun, the curvature of the Earth, or the lack of curvature of the Earth, those are all variables that are being tested.
Yeah, you can't change the curvature or the non-curvature of the Earth. That's what you're supposed to be determining is true or false in the first instance. Neither of these guys determine that either way.
But how do you test whether it's curved or not?
Here we go. Alternate interpretations of Eratosthenes' two sticks. The Journal of the Elisha Mitchell Scientific Society, 1988. University of North Carolina, Wilmington. Abstract. Over 2,000 years ago, Eratosthenes coupled logical thought with crude measurement to estimate the circumference of the Earth, with what could be considered to be amazing accuracy. However, his observation would have led him to a very different conclusion if he had used another set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. Scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of another viable hypothesis. Affirming the consequent. That's what this paper's about. Meanwhile, over here, we've got the Chinese
that's just ignoring the
flat
facts
Earth
about the universe.
Huh?
That is true. If you completely change all of the variables so that you give another explanation for the result, that is correct. But you are changing multiple variables. You're not just changing the fact that the Earth is curved or not. You're changing the angle of the rays.
You're not changing the variable of the Earth. What you're changing is called a moderator variable. It's not the independent variable. You're changing a mitigating factor, like in statistics. It could be tied to the independent variable, but it is not the independent variable itself. Like
what you're changing is the angle of the ray.
About heat boiling water. Temperature would be a moderator variable for the heat. The temperature doesn't cause the boil. The heat does.
Yeah, but you're changing the angle of the rays.
You're changing your point of observation. That doesn't change whether or not the rays are indeed parallel.
It does. If you change whether or not the rays from the sun are parallel or diverging, it will change whether or not you get a shadow on a curved or a flat
on whether or not you can prove Earth is curving, which you haven't done. Neither did Eratosthenes.
No, because you can prove that the rays are parallel, and then thus whether or not the Earth is curved or flat will change the result of that experiment. And the result of that experiment was...
Listen, I'm cutting you off because if you assume that you have parallel rays from a sun over flat Earth, then you have angles coming in from all possible angles to your eye. You'd not be able to see anything. You'd see a sheet of white.
Why would you see a sheet of white if the rays from the sun were parallel?
Because if they're parallel and bathing all of Earth from all possible angles...
One angle.
You have parallel rays from a sun. The entire sun would occupy everything that you'd see in your entire field of view. From horizon
to horizon. If it was infinitely bright, it would do that, but it's not bright enough to do that.
You're not listening. If the sun is this massive object that can bathe the entire flat Earth in parallel rays all at once, the only thing you're going to see when you look up from the horizon is the sun. You're not going to be able to measure any angles anywhere to it. You're going to see, and the sun would be so intense, all you would see is freaking white.
But the sun is if the sun is a far distance away, that wouldn't be the case.
Yeah, so why would you assume that to be the case?
Well, I don't assume that. I know that based on the experiment that shows that, a separate experiment.
So when did that separate experiment happen? Before or after Eratosthenes?
I don't know when exactly it happened. I know it was a long time ago. I think it would have been, Plato. No, I'm not sure who it was,
so
but
full of
it was
shit, you don't even know. Like, you didn't even know it was Eratosthenes, right? You mentioned Socrates. And now suddenly you sound like a fucking expert on the subject. You didn't even know about the Chinese Eratosthenes. You didn't even know about the two assumptions.
I just need to know the experiments and what they show. I don't need to know the names of the people and what they show.
Dude.
No, I'm not. These experiments.
You don't know the basics, my friend. You don't know the basics.
I do know
of
the
what
basics.
you're talking about.
Explain the two experiments.
You don't. You just got schooled on the basics, right? You're trying to claim that he was trying to prove whether the Earth was flat or a globe. That's completely incorrect, right? You can look it up. I mean,
no, that's
if
not,
you keep trying to say that's what you claimed just a moment ago, right? You claimed that he was trying to prove that it was flat or a globe, right? And calculate the circumference. That's incorrect. There's no point continuing
I was claiming
trying to defend
the person I was debating with, or the experimenter. I was claiming that he was.
There's no debate happening right now. I mean, you're just being schooled on what you're trying to claim. That's all that's happening.
Did you have anything to add to this conversation, or did you just like?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that, like, just to further clarify that, like, it's obvious to everyone listening that you don't know much about this particular thing that you're using as evidence, and the person that you're debating it with clearly knows everything about it, right? It's obvious to anyone listening right now.
Okay, so he knows everything, so he probably knows the answer. So
yeah, we've been looking into this, like,
debating.
Dude, we talk about this like 10 times a day. Yeah, we've looked into this.
Great, but like,
you haven't.
That still doesn't refute the thing that I was saying.
What refutes what you're saying is the fact that Eratosthenes performed an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy with his test. Which means he couldn't prove anything. Because you can't prove anything when you affirm the consequent, because it's circular reasoning.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that statement.
All right. Well, then go ahead and can you give me an affirming the consequent that you can logically prove is true?
No, because he's not affirming the consequent. You're saying he's affirming the consequent.
Yes, he is. I cited a paper from the University of North Carolina where the whole thing is all about Eratosthenes affirming the consequent. You know how I know it was affirming the consequent? Because at the very last sentence said, scientists need to be aware that when they construct an experiment, that they do so in a way that does not allow for other viable hypotheses to be tested.
Yes,
in other words, don't affirm the consequent, because when you do, you allow for other possibilities. You try to shut out other possibilities from being tested. You say that this cause is the only cause that could be true, and there are no other causes that could be possible whatsoever. When you do that,
I accepted that your explanation right now.
That's what Eratosthenes did. He said, basically, I'll go put what he said into a syllogism. He said, if the Earth is curving and the rays are parallel, then we will have diverging angles to the sun, as shown by these shadows. We have these diverging angles to the sun, as shown by these shadows.
There's also a null hypothesis when you write that experiment.
Therefore, Earth is curved and the rays are parallel. That is if A then B. B, therefore A. A formal logical fallacy. That is called affirming the consequent.
Why I think that's not the case?
All right. Why is that not affirming the consequent?
Because I think that's a misrepresentation of the experiment. Because the experiment's saying if the rays are parallel and you put those two stakes in those two separate areas, then you will either get, on a flat Earth, 2 lack of shadows, or in a curved Earth, 1 with no shadow and 1 with some extended shadow. That was what the experiment was. So he was saying in a curved Earth, we would have this result with a certain shadow, and in a flat Earth, you wouldn't.
All right, citation, please. Citation,
Well, look,
please.
Look, LB, you're wrong about that. Look, let me explain it to you, dude. Right? Like, I'm not trying to debate with you. Right? I just want you to understand what he did. Okay, so you could do the same thing in a room in your house with a light on the ceiling and a stick in the center of the room under the light and another stick on the other side of the room. Right? You could do the exact same math that Eratosthenes used.
That's not exactly the same.
It is the same. You can measure a 7.2 degree shadow, right, on the stick that's farthest away from the light. Okay, or whatever shadow
It's
angle.
not the same because those rays aren't parallel.
Exactly, but if you assumed the same thing that Eratosthenes assumed, right? He assumed parallel sun rays, and he assumed that the Earth was a globe before he did this.
Yeah, or whether or not he assumed the rays are parallel, we know that they are parallel now.
Or you're trying to change the argument now, right? Those were
That's
two
not changing the
assumptions
argument.
that he made.
Well,
Dude, you're changing it. You're still trying to argue that he was trying to validate if the Earth was a globe or not. He already thought the Earth was a globe. Right, that's why he did his math.
Well,
Was,
yes, well,
7.2, right? It was 360 divided by 7.2 times the distance, right? Why the 360?
Sorry?
Because he's assuming his outcome.
Exactly.
Well, his actual experiment was just to measure the circumference of the Earth. But
That's a measurement, not an experiment, and he's just assuming there is a circumference in the first place. So it's begging the
Well, it's
question.
a measurement, but it's a measurement that still has results that can
It's
be
not a
used in an
measurement.
experiment.
It's a calculation of an assumed circumference. He's assuming his outcome of a circumference in the first place.
Well, in that particular experiment, he is, but that doesn't mean the results can't be used for other purposes.
Yeah, you can affirm the consequent all you want, dude. Yeah, you can use those results.
I'm not
and you can
affirming the
create all
consequent.
kinds of logical fallacies out of them, like Eratosthenes did.
Well, you just conceded that he's only calculating an imaginary circumference, so you might want to go to something else at this point.
I didn't say an imaginary circumference. But,
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. You just conceded everything I just said. You said, yeah, he's just assuming.
I didn't say an imaginary circumference.
Well, that's
Eratosthenes imagined one.
That's effectively what.
Yeah,
you
that's
just
great. Sure,
admitted,
he did.
Because
That's
you
fine.
said that
That
you
doesn't
said it was
change the
assumed.
argument.
You said it was an assumed circumference, so you just admitted it.
Yes.
Same thing.
It doesn't matter if it's assumed if we later have evidence. I'm saying I'm just using the results from his experiment.
So this isn't
not
the evidence then. So what's the evidence?
Okay. Well, you can produce an argument saying, you already disagree with this, but say that the rays from the sun are parallel. And that
Why would
if you
demonstrate.
Why would
not
I say that?
say.
By demonstrating the distance of the sun. Why would, I
would
say
you
that?
imagine that? Listen, the first step, if you're actually doing science, is to observe something that's natural. You don't just conjure up something you can imagine in your head and then test for it.
Okay,
That's how you create problems, like what was described in the paper that I shared. I shared the problem with that in the paper. The reason why you use the scientific method is to remove a lot of cognitive biases we have, like the one that you're exemplifying right now. You don't get to just imagine something and try and prove that it exists in life. That is not how science works. You first have to observe something happening. And what Eratosthenes said isn't even a scientific test in the first place. There's no experiment to be done. There's no independent variable that he can manipulate, which I already went over with you.
Well, it doesn't. I was only using his experiment for the results.
Yeah. So you can
doesn't matter what
reinterpret
he
the
assumed or
results
what he
as
was
the
trying to say.
paper that I described. The paper that I shared with you described that you could get different results if you change your assumptions. Just like the Chinese.
Yeah, I agree. 100%
So did the
agree with
Chinese
that.
guy prove that the Earth is flat? He did the same thing as Eratosthenes.
You can get different results with different assumptions.
No, he got
That's
the same
100%.
results. We got a different interpretation.
Or a different interpretation from results with different assumptions. And I'm arguing that the assumptions that you guys are making are incorrect in saying that the sun's rays aren't parallel.
Yeah, so did he use our results to come up with that, or your interpretation come up with that conclusion? Because the results are
not
the same.
his results. There's different results from different experiments to show that the rays from the sun are parallel.
Well, no. The Chinese guy did the same. He produced the same results. He changed his assumption and changed the interpretation.
But he had the same
do
results.
you disagree with the results?
Did he have the same results?
Yes.
Yeah.
Different shadow lengths.
That's fine.
Same time.
Yeah, and he
Same
can have
result.
a different interpretation if we had different information, but we have new information now.
Oh, so Eratosthenes didn't prove that Earth's a globe. Like I've been
just said
telling
that
you.
a minute ago.
Well, him individually. But it's not just an assumption because he didn't prove it.
The very thing that he's trying to quantify, the circumference, that's assumed. You already told me that.
Well, for that particular experiment, when he was measuring the circumference, he was assuming that the Earth was a globe. Well, not assuming, he was doing that based on other.
Yeah, he
You
did.
got it, dude. So it's just an assumption. So what's the actual evidence then?
Yeah, okay, so there's not just one experiment that proves that the Earth is a globe. There's a multitude of different experiments that prove different things that together logically show that the Earth is a globe.
You gonna get to the evidence, or?
Well, I have stated it a couple times, but I just like denying it.
Yeah.
That thing you
Alright,
just
so-
said was an assumption. That's not the evidence.
Yeah, we need to
That
throw out
was an assumption?
Eratosthenes then, right? We need to throw out Eratosthenes, right?
No.
No, why are you accepting it?
Why
just
am I
assumed.
accepting it?
You're assuming
What do you
you're
mean
awesome.
Yeah, we
Baseless
always have to assume. You always have to assume something in science.
No,
You're assuming your
you
very
observe
outcome,
a natural
dude.
phenomenon.
You're assuming your very outcome, dude. The globe itself. It's a complete circle jerk. This ain't the
But
evidence.
that wasn't the
Give it up.
purpose of that experiment. Was to measure the circumference.
Not
So that wasn't.
Listen,
used to prove that it was the globe.
The paper that I shared with you pointed out the problem of scientists who come up with wild ass imaginary assumptions and don't
Well, yeah, I
adhere to
fully
the
understand
scientific
that.
method. Right. So, in other words, adhere to the scientific method and begin with a naturally occurring phenomenon, one that is observable that anybody can go repeat the observation with.
Yeah. Okay. So what I was pulling from that experiment was two sticks in separate locations at the same time of day will have different shadows. That's all I was pulling from it. Not the rest of the experiment. Not the rest of his assumptions. Just those results. That's all I was pulling from that.
Yeah. So those results don't prove anything either way.
No, they don't. They're just one bit of evidence to a pool of evidence. That
Great.
proves
So
that
now
the Earth is-
you finally agree, because I mentioned this like 5 minutes ago. I said
I always said
they
that.
didn't prove anything either way. Neither Eratosthenes nor the Chinese man proved the Earth is globe or flat either way, because they both affirmed the consequent. And you said, I disagree. I disagree with you. And you
Well,
spent
yeah, because he
minutes
didn't. That's also
yelling
not
that
true.
you disagreed.
But you're saying that
And now
they
you
were trying
finally
to
agree
do that
with me.
experiment.
Now you finally
I
came
don't
to
agree
our
with that.
side.
He didn't
don't agree
agree,
with that.
though. He just said it's still evidence. He said it's one piece of evidence. It's not.
It is
It's
a piece.
not even
well,
that.
you can't deny it's a piece of evidence. It's not even saying
It's
that
not
the Earth is a
evidence
globe.
for the
It's
globe.
just, huh?
Evidence
not
of
every-
what?
It is okay. So that is evidence that two stakes in the ground at the same time in separate locations will cast a different shadow. That's all that evidence is from that experiment. It doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. But if you also combine that the fact that the rays from the sun are parallel, then that shows
Hold
that
on,
the Earth is
pause.
a globe.
Pause right there. Why would you say they're parallel? Like, what the fuck?
Because that's also just experimental data. Like,
What
you
are
can
you
find-
relying on to come to that conclusion? Like, what in nature would make you think, holy shit, these rays are parallel?
Do you want me to okay? If you look at the moon during the day when it's half elliptical.
Well, we're
while
talking
the
sun
is
rays,
also-
dude. Why?
Yeah, I know. Let me finish. If you look at the moon when it's in the sky during the daytime, so you can see both the sun and the moon is only half illuminated, you can measure the angle between the moon, the sun, and the Earth. You can find that angle, and then that will allow you to calculate the distance from the moon to the sun, which is such a large distance that you can then calculate the width or the circumference of the sun and show that the rays from the sun must be almost exactly parallel to the Earth.
How'd you calculate the distance to the moon?
I'm not sure. Let me look it up.
I know that's a big problem with your.
Do you accept what I said
That's
first?
like a big Jenga tower, and you just knock the bottom stick out.
Not really.
Yeah,
Aren't the
so how
shadow
do you
angles
calculate
from the
distance
moon?
to the sun?
Aren't the shadow angles from the moon basically what they are from the sun anyway?
There's something called the moon tilt illusion too, where the terminator line of the moon doesn't seem to intuitively match where it should be, where the sun is positioned.
Maybe the moon's gigantic and it's casting parallel rays too. Maybe it's 93 million miles out.
Yeah, what do you do with the fucking Selenelian lunar eclipse? Holy shit.
The what?
Yeah, in a Selenelian lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, and the moon is fully eclipsed. And actually, the Terminator line from the supposed Earth comes from the opposite direction, from the top down, as the sun is rising. It's pretty cool. It's called the Impossible Eclipse by NASA. It's all fucked up.
Well, at least we got off the Eratosthenes cope. Somewhat.
Oh, that makes sense. Do you think using eclipses is a verifiable way to measure the distance of the moon to the Earth?
All these things you're bringing up require a whole bunch of assumptions. So, do you have anything that doesn't
What
require?
assumptions? What assumption is there?
You're assuming
How do you get the distance?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just
with
tell
that.
us, how'd you get the distance?
From the moon to the Earth by looking
Yeah.
at the moon.
How do you
during an
get that?
eclipse.
How does that work? Logically.
Okay. So the moon is approximately the same size as the sun
How?
from our perspective.
Okay. You don't get distance from angular sizes.
No, you don't.
You cannot get
But
any
then you
distance
can also
from angular
calculate
size. You can't get the size from angular size.
You can't get the size from angular size.
Right. An angular size, like you can't get the size in like feet or meters or miles from looking at the angular width of something.
Mm.
You need something else. You need reference objects. So why don't you go ahead and tell me what references they use in order to get the distance to the moon?
You do not
I'm pretty sure they use stars.
on the Earth.
Yeah, it's called the cosmic distance ladder, and the first rung is broken as shit. The entire heliocentric globe cosmology that the modern world is built off of relies on this cosmic distance ladder being intact. You don't have the first rung. It's not there. That's what we've been trying to tell people for 10 years.
So you realize that you're jumping to conclusions from assumptions. I guess that's progress. But you're not really wanting to let go of the assumptions. You keep trying to like back them up.
You know, if I was in a position to question what I actually thought was true, you're not doing a very good job of convincing me.
I don't care what you think. Just pointing out that your logic is flawed.
Yeah, well, I don't know much about the science of this topic, but I do know a fair amount about logic and philosophy, and I know that at the very least your logic is flawed. Now, I don't actually know. Yeah, because you just
know you. No, you.
You're pulling apart science in
No,
like
dude.
the wrong
It's
way.
not science. It's a circle jerk. You're using circular reasoning, assuming your outcome.
Yeah, but you keep saying that, but you've never. Everything you've said is that circular reasoning isn't.
You
actually
told me
circular.
that the globe is assumed along with the parallel rays that it needs for then the conclusion of globe to follow. What you've described for me as a begging the question fallacy.
That was in a but the experiment that the globe was assumed to
It's
be
not an
circular.
experiment. It's what?
Yeah, I know
It's assumed to be
exactly. It was a
circular.
measurement that was that wasn't even actually relevant to proving that the Earth was a globe. That was just a measurement. The point of that, the part of the experiment that I was pulling
There
out
you
was
go.
the sticks being
There
separated.
you go. There you go. Eratosthenes is irrelevant to proving Earth is a globe. Doesn't do
Well, it's
so.
not no. The results of his experiment were what I was drawing
What?
on.
Okay, you just told me that the results, or well, the conclusion is based on assumptions, like the Earth being a globe in the first place. You can't make a conclusion about the Earth as a globe first assuming it without it being circular reasoning.
Well, the conclusion isn't based on an assumption. You use an assumption to build the experiment, and then you use the results to interpret
That's
that.
basing it on an assumption.
It's not based on an assumption. It's built on an assumption, like the experiment
That's the same
itself.
thing, dude.
All experiments are built that way. Because
No,
you
they're
don't,
not. This isn't even an
because
experiment.
how are you going to build an experiment if you don't know anything yet? You first have to assume something, build the experiment, and then test it and see if that assumption is true or not.
Okay, give me another example of an experiment where this happens.
Okay, you're testing the boiling water, the heat, the temperature at which water boils. You assume it's going to require, I don't know, you're putting it on a kettle, you assume it's going to take 4 minutes. You turn the kettle on, and it takes longer than 4 minutes. Well, you now proven that assumption wrong. It takes longer than 4 minutes. That's how that experiment works. So in the same way, you assume...
In that case, do you have dependent and independent variables to actually do an experiment?
Well, your independent variable would be the time, and the dependent variable would be...
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
Really,
You
what
don't
would it
vary and manipulate time. It's going to be the thing that caused the boil. That's going to be your independent variable. So, I mean, what I'm pointing out
be? No,
here...
because you're measuring the time.
Okay. What you're actually going to vary and manipulate is what you're supposed to be the cause. Is the time the cause of the boiling?
Okay, what?
No, the heat is. That's what you're going to vary and manipulate. You can't vary and manipulate time. You don't have those powers.
Oh no, you're measuring the time.
Yeah, you can do that if you want, but it's not the cause of the water boiling. So,
See,
anyway,
this is what
you
you've
don't
been doing the
have
whole time.
independent
I didn't
variables.
say
So
that
the
time
point of what
caused
I'm
the water to
pointing
boil.
out
Like, you're
here
just
is that
twisting logic.
Eratosthenes-
Like, this is
No,
not even
no, I'm
relevant to the
not.
debate.
Keep
Like,
me
what are you
focused.
talking about? I never said that time causes
I'm
water
keeping
to
you
boil.
focused. Yeah, you did.
I didn't
When you
know.
said,
I
when you said
didn't
it was
say
the independent variable. When you said it was the independent variable, because that's what it is. So what I'm pointing out for you here is that there is no dependent independent variable in Eratosthenes. Not actually an experiment. That's the point.
Yeah,
Experiments
cool. I
are
didn't say it
testing
was.
cause and effect relationships.
Yeah,
Not
I didn't
putting
say
a
that
value,
was an
not
experiment.
putting a value to some geometric shape that you just assumed. That's not what an experiment's for. It's for testing cause and effect.
Okay.
Yeah. So
But
it's not
that's
an
a bit of a
experiment,
red,
and you're...
it's not really relevant.
So why are you still clinging on to it? Because you already said, yeah, it is just assumed that it's a globe in the first place for this.
I didn't say that. Cool.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Because he
Yeah,
asked you,
Chevy,
why
like,
did you
my
put the
entire argument
360 in there? Why did he put the 360 in there? He said, well, the globe is assumed for this.
Because I wasn't talking about. I never even brought. You brought that up. I wasn't talking about that that
Who
experiment.
cares who brought it up? You said that for Eratosthenes,
Well, yeah, no, it does matter
the
who
globe is
brought it up
assumed.
because you're saying
No, it doesn't
that I
really,
was
because
using that experiment, but you brought it up.
It's the same fact either way. The globe is assumed to begin with. So you can't use it as some sort of globe proof, which you've already said it's not. You said it's irrelevant to proving it. So what? Why are you desperately clinging to it still? I mean, you've kind of thrown it away
How many
already
times
anyway,
do
but
I
then you
have
want
to
to keep going back to it
Can
like
I
a dog to
clarify
his
it one
vomit.
more time? What I just what I've said like 20 times. Can I clarify
It's
it one
pretty
more time?
clear on it. The globe is assumed. The circumference that they concluded is assumed to begin with, that there even is one. It's irrelevant to proving that there's a globe either way. I'm pretty clear on it. I don't know why you keep
That's
going
all
back
true.
to it
Yeah,
like a
that's all
dog to a
true.
vomit.
I agree with all of that.
Yeah, there you go. So, like, this
Yeah,
is
but that's
cooked.
not
It's
why I was
evidence.
saying it. Well, yeah, but none
Okay.
of what you've said was what I was talking about, so it wasn't relevant.
So
Yeah, he
you were
assumed
the
that
one.
the Earth. So that
You were the
experiment,
one.
he assumed the Earth was a globe. He assumed there was a circumference. I wasn't talking about any of that as evidence. I was talking about the specific fact that he put two stakes in the ground in different spots at the same time, and they cast different shadows. That's all I was drawing off.
Okay, so what?
So what? Well,
Weren't
that
they
was the
asking for globe proof?
first part of.
What? Weren't they asking for globe proof?
Yeah, and that was the first part of the argument. It wasn't the whole argument.
Okay, so then you just told them something that you admitted later doesn't prove it. So that was a big waste of time.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Everything you just said. You told me the globe's assumed. You told me Eratosthenes is irrelevant to proving it. So the
Well, I didn't tell you
conversation
that.
about
You
this started
kept quizzing me on
with
the
someone
experiment.
asking you. Well, I guess you're not going to find out what I mean because you asked me, and then you just start talking over the answer.
Now, what happened is I brought up that experiment to show results.
Not an experiment.
And then you started. the measurement, sorry, and then you started quizzing me on it until I said he assumed the Earth was a globe, and then you said that my entire argument was based on the fact that someone assumed the Earth was a globe, and then you've just been ringing on it for like 20 minutes. But I wasn't
that's
talking
what
about any of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't be if you just let it go.
Oh my God, that's rich. Okay.
Well, I mean, you're still clinging on to this thing that you said was assumed. Ultimately, you've said that it's irrelevant to proving your actual claim. So I mean, I don't know
I
why
didn't
we're
say
still even
everything
talking
that I
about
said
it.
was irrelevant.
The
I
only
said
reason,
the stakes
well,
aren't
no,
irrelevant.
you said it's irrelevant to proving a globe. That's what you said.
I
But
said
this all
the
started.
measurement that he
This all
did was
started with
irrelevant.
them asking you for proof of the globe. So then you spend an hour talking about something that's irrelevant to proving it. I think you're being a bit egotistical. You should just take the
Hey,
L
you're
and
good
move
at
on to
this.
something else. Yeah, I'm being too prideful. Don't want to admit that you're wrong, even though you basically already have. So just take the L and just roll with it. Yeah, well, I mean, you're wasting your time. You've already told us everything
I
we need to know to just throw this away right now.
Yeah, this makes sense.
I mean, I could just assume that the Earth is a hemisphere and put 180 in there instead. How about that? Are we okay with that?
Again, like how many times do I have
Assumptions
to
aren't
say
going to get
that
us
I wasn't
anywhere.
talking about that? You come back to his fucking measurement after like how
Not a
many times I've
measurement.
said I wasn't talking about it.
It's a calculation of a thing that was just imagined, and we were asking you to prove it, not imagine it.
Holy shit.
Do you have any proof?
Oh. Do you let anyone ever say anything without like questioning it and twisting it?
I'm going to question whatever you say. So I guess the answer is no to the question part. Yes to the twisting part.
Like I could say grass is green and you'd be like, oh, but like it probably isn't the case because, you know, the sun shines in different reflection ways, so it's actually blue or something.
I don't care about that, and I'm not going to ask any questions about that. What I care about is whether the Earth is a globe.
Well, no, you care about telling everyone that it's flat.
No, I care about extracting your proof for the globe and finding that you don't seem to have any. So that's a letdown.
If only you let me tell you what it was.
Okay, well, I mean, are you just going to preach at me, or are you going to prove what you're going to say?
Well, I have said it, but like you just sidetrack it so much, and then start saying.
So now we're
stuff
going
that I
back to
didn't say.
Eratosthenes again. The thing you already said was an assumption and irrelevant to proving.
No, we're not. We're not though. You just did it again. You sidetracked. Where did I say Eratosthenes just then?
Okay, you're not going
You
to.
took
I'm
it
just
to that.
asking you. I'm just asking you.
No, you're not. I literally said I haven't been
I'm
able to say
asking
my
you if
proof
that's what you're
because you
going to
sidetracked
do.
me, and then you sidetracked
I'm asking
again.
you if that's what you're going to do. You don't have to. You can just say, no, I'm not going to do that, and then carry on doing whatever you're going to do instead. Well, I guess there is nothing else to say then, is there? You only came prepared with Eratosthenes.
No, I just don't think it's really worth my time.
Right, of course, yeah. Nice excuse. Still spending your time on it, so why's that? That's not adding up. It's not worth it, but yet here you still are doing it. I'm not buying it.
I'm just finding it
You
entertaining.
just don't have anything else. That's all. It's obvious.
Yeah, what would make it worthwhile? You said entertainment. So I would suggest that you just dive into your globe model because they're trying the dickens to get you to entertained by that. You've got, I mean, right now you could fire up any news source you could think of, anyone that you trust. There will be an endless amount of clickbait to get you entertained. That they work overtime. They use AI, staff, teams of writers. They are doing almost anything they can to get you to click. So I would say, how is it that your globe model, despite all the effort to get you entertained, has failed to do so? Their goal is the sole purpose of providing infotainment.
Don't worry. It's not based on an assumption. It's just built on one. You could be a scriptwriter for like a politician or something, maybe.
You know the difference when I say that, right?
Oh, God, I got him going back to it.
Yeah, this is going to be good.
Well, the difference between based on an assumption and built.
Yeah, it's a lot different than built on one. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is, because when you're saying based on an assumption in the way that you're saying that you're first assuming the Earth as a globe and then finding a bunch, like going from there and never actually proving it. I was talking about something being built on assumption, like all scientific experiments are.
So
where you first make an assumption.
Start with an assumption, and then instead of saying that you based whatever followed on it, you're going to say that you built whatever followed on it. Yeah, that's a pretty big distinction. Thanks for that.
Okay. I was going to say you assume something, right? You say you're trying to prove
and then you
that.
build on it, or you use it as a base. Yeah, big difference there.
Yeah, I was making a semantic difference because you kept saying based on an assumption in the sense that I had no evidence.
Whether he used the word built or based, that's really important in the scheme of all this.
Yeah, because you were saying that science doesn't use assumptions, but that's just
It's not even science. I told you it's not even science. Eratosthenes.
Okay.
Category error.
The assumption he used was that a state-sponsored religion was correct, that Atlas was defeated in mortal combat by Zeus. And the punishment, he said, "Spare my life, king of the gods." And Zeus said, "Certainly, if you hold all of creation up over your head for all of eternity." It's that or oblivion. And Atlas said, "Certainly, I will hold up creation. You've defeated me. It's better than oblivion." That was what his assumption was. Then he based the model upon that it must be some sort of spherical object being held up by Atlas.
Thank you.
So there's a big distinction there that when you've got state-sponsored religious values, that is not science. That is supernatural. That's outside of the scope of scientific endeavor. There's no way to determine one way or the other if Atlas is really holding the Earth up or not. You could say, well, based on that, I could assume it would be curved. So then here are some shadows and some sticks. It's a magic trick. That's all it was. It was just a magic trick that people during Bronze Age gold herders didn't know a lot of math, and you had somewhat of an intelligent guy, if you believe. I mean, there's no real documentation this person ever existed, but if you just take it for that, here's a somewhat educated person was able to fool people into thinking the Earth was curved by measuring something other than the Earth, and they just believed him because they wanted to believe that Zeus is the king of the gods anyway. The same method was demonstrated by Chinese philosophers who said the Earth was flat. So it's all about fudging the numbers. And even contemporary, Neil deGrasse Tyson and other people have run the numbers and said there's too much wiggle room with only 2 observations. You would need like 30 observations to narrow it down. And even then, it doesn't do you a lot of good, because what's the path of light? How do you really know for sure if the sun is an infinite distance away or not?
Well, it's not an infinite distance away.
Well, they have to assume it's infinite.
Who assumes it's infinite?
Yeah, they assume it's an infinite distance away, which would create virtually parallel light across such a wide distance.
Who says that?
Man, you gotta look this up, dude. You gotta really look into your lore here.
The Eratosthenes story says that he assumed that.
Well, that's a different form of assumption.
Yeah, why he assumed that? Yeah. Do you know why he assumed that?
Because it makes no difference if it's an infinite distance away or a very large distance
No,
away.
you missed it. Because Apollo was carrying a chariot, a golden chariot, and pulled the sun across the sky. And that was outside of observable reality. That was inside this sort of Mount Olympus framework. So it was effectively outside of the reach of humanity, therefore infinitely far away.
Damn.
Yeah, it's savage, isn't it? We start looking into this heliocentric model. Helios, God, sun god, and Horus, horizon, Set, going back to the Egyptian framework. All these words, all these things dial right back into Sky Daddies. Multiple back-to-back assumptions of supernatural beings up in the sky. Meanwhile, us flat earthers, us mere mortals, are just taking observations of the surface of the earth. So let's do that. What do you see? Is it curved? Is it flat? What are we looking at? Did we lose contact? Or did I disconnect? I think I disconnected. Can you hear me? Did I disconnect?
Oh, I hear you, bro.
Oh, okay.
We lost him, I think.
This is ground control. Luster Bunny, are you there?
Capsule burned up.
It seems like they get bored and go to sleep when you start actually telling them about their belief. Like they don't actually want to learn about it. So then they
Crazy,
can
isn't
come
it?
back,
Like,
do the NPC reset next time.
yeah. And look, like that was like 90% of the time it's us schooling them on the claim that they make and explaining how their claim isn't how it's should be parroted. It's crazy.
It's like they somehow know that if they listen to you, they're going to find out that it's just a big nothing burger, so they just have to plug their ears and run.
Yeah, pretty much.
I hate when they do the reset.
Yeah, they think they have a slam dunk, and they end up face planting, and then be like, "Huh."
Yeah. They see the Flat Earth channel, they think, oh, this is going to be easy. I like to debate. I'm a debate bro, right? I got all this ammunition, stupid flat earthers, I'm a glober. And then they come in here and they realize that they've entered into the battle with zero ammunition. And then they have to try to work out how to handle the situation.
And they forgot to wear pants.
Yeah, no pants.
Not only
Just
pants,
naked on the battlefield.
Yeah, they came in without even pants on. They just walked in and were like, "Whoa, what'd I do?"
And eating their boogers.
And eating their boogers. Oh, gosh. Yep, they realize we have our ammunition and we have their ammunition.
And we're wearing pants.
And pants.
We've remembered.
Hey, LB, you there, man?
I think his own belief bores him just that much that he just went to sleep in the middle of having it explained to him.
We'll come up with some reason for sitting there in silence. Oh, he slipped out.
Well, at least the pinging has stopped.
Mm-hmm. What happened?
Yeah, that dude who was like going to every channel, they guess they banned him or they booted him or something.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice anything.
Yeah, I guess because you guys had them blocked anyway, right?
I have no idea. Like, what happened?
It was that one of the Rich and like the other guy Rick, they were pinging people like, and they made like a Globe Earth Cope channel. And it was just
yeah.
It was nothing to do with Globe Earth at all. It was just wall to wall pinging people that were talking in this channel, trying to bait them to go down.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so
I got them all blocked.
Okay, yeah, so they deleted the channel. They said, "Dude, this is absolute garbage. This is straight garbage. Like, what the fuck?" Then they decided that that wasn't good enough, so they started going through all the other channels, like the public channels, and just started mass pinging people there too. And they're like, dude, you can't do shit like that. That's not, this server isn't set up for you to just go to random rooms and ping people. And then basically they said, well, they're flat earthers, fuck them, or something along those lines, you know. And they got booted.
Good stuff. So Rich Evans and Rick are gone now.
Yeah, I didn't look for Rich, but maybe.
Yeah, that Rick guy's super butthurt. The flat Earth hurt him at some stage.
Yeah, I mean he straight up said I banned him, and I'm like, well, here's a screenshot from the live stream, the live feed. Here is a timestamp. Here is like Quetzalcoatl saying why he said so. He verbalized it. I'm going to ban you because I don't remember what the exact verbiage was, but like, hey, you're spamming the text chat. All that, none of it. Like there's some other thing I had shown too. All of that, none of it worked. Like these guys are so into evidence and observation. How did he still said I'm the one that banned him? I'm like, how do you know that? Why do you think I banned you? And even if I did ban you, what does that have to do with the finance channel? Like, what the fuck, dude?
Damn. Crazy obsessed people.
Yeah, even I got pinged, and I don't talk on here that much, but they pinged me a bunch of times, that Rick guy and Rich as well.
Just if they heard your voice on live stream, it became just a mass pinging. It's like the mentality, like how does someone's mind fracture that badly?
Yeah, and what the heck does it have to do with finance? That's the other thing, because the things that I got were done in the finance channel, which I've never been to. Oh well, onward and upward.
Welcome.
Yeah, you got to turn the music off. We're live on YouTube. It sounds like royalty music.
He left the second I muted him.
Oh, okay.
You guys getting anywhere with the Eratosthenes guy? Because he kept saying like, I'm not bringing him up as a proof of the globe. I'm just using his results. But I never really figured out like why he was bringing up the results.
Yeah, he just he stopped talking and then he snuck out.
He had no concept that this was the Bronze Age Greeks that did this stuff. I think he thought it was like yesterday or some shit.
He was just clueless about everything. I mean, he said it was Socrates to begin with. You know, we had to correct every single thing he said. Like, the entire thing was just us correcting him on parroting his nonsense incorrectly.
It was weird because it kind of seemed like he was being genuine and like trying to understand, but then he would go back to saying the same exact thing. So I don't know.
Yeah,
it should have been a teachable moment.
I mean, if he had stuck around it, I felt like it was kind of getting somewhere, right? He was starting to listen a little more, but something happened.
Yeah, it's like he seemed to understand. He's like, oh yeah, well they did assume parallel light and assumed the globe, but that doesn't matter for me because I'm just using the results. But then he never really like explained like, okay, what do you mean by that?
I mean,
they don't think that's begging a question. So
yeah, I mean, he said that wasn't the case to begin with, right? First he said it was Socrates, then he said it was an experiment to work out if the Earth was flat or a globe. Right, and then he kind of kept changing his argument as he kept getting schooled on it. Yeah.
It's like Rich Evans like hitting everybody in here.
Well, not me. I got him blocked.
Yeah, because he literally hit me today. It's like, why you guys are scared to debate? Talk to Globers. So what, you guys got him banned or something?
No.
Yeah, he's banned. Yeah,
no, he's self-banned.
Oh.
Yeah, like I gave him options to join the BECS, Building Better Communication. And he basically said, either unban me or I block you. And I'm like, well, if you block me, then you're self-banned. And he said, okay, sure. And he agreed. He agreed that he's going to block all the flat earthers and stay unbanned.
Oh no! Whatever will we do?
It's his choice. I said, if you make this choice, it is permanent. GG, no RE. There is no. If you go through and you start blocking all the moderators, you're done. We got plenty of other people to talk to. Don't need you around. Definitely not. Like we went through this whole thing. Like what? How many days ago was that? Where we like gave him blanket amnesty and had him roll out in politics, and like even gave him a freebie, a mulligan when he did that bet with QE for like a week ban. Like we just played this episode, like not even like a week ago.
Yeah, it's weird. I just remember that he was in somebody else's DMs and now like he's in mine. So I don't know if he's getting in all like the newer guys' DMs and why are you guys scared to talk to me? Like
I thought he was cool at the start. Like he had some like decent like funny comebacks when I first joined, anyways, and now it's just like sad. Like I was just like he's like a little like puppy that's just like following everyone and won't leave you, or like a homeless guy. Change, spare some change. Like bro, like go to. There's plenty other flat Earth servers. Like go to Earth Awakenings. Go to all these other ones. Like
yeah, that's what I was saying. Hey, but he got like his own server or something. He want like us to go to his server or something. Or
No, it got nuked.
No,
he did have it for a little while, but bummer.
That sucked.
Yeah, no one goes to these servers anyway. I mean, they chase us around. Flat Earthers don't chase them around. Like, you could see that in their little 24/7 Globe Earth reality room they created, right? There was like 0 people in there the entire time. No one cares about 24/7 Globe Earth reality.
Yeah, because there isn't anything they got to present for Globe is the main problem too. It's like I would join those channels if they would talk about Globe, but they never do. You can't even get them to even say what globe means. Like, well, okay, so the Earth is a globe. What does this mean? What does that mean? What do I do with it? It basically nothing at all. So I go, well, what do you do with the flat Earth? I go, well, now you take this and shit your pants online, day in and day out. With this model, you can take a steaming dump on just basic logic and reasoning, and then wonder why you get laughed at. It's like I still on some of them, some of these globalist anti-flat Earth echo chambers. Yeah, and they are completely bricked. Like, you cannot get anywhere with these guys. Like, I've done things where I've read, like, straight from, like, a Hawkins book. Like, straight, word for word. And they'll argue against it. Because they think you're saying it. Because straight up, like, there's a guy using a run around here called the Negator, where it didn't matter what you said, he tried to negate it. And you could be straight up, give a solid, like I would say, hey, I would tell a globalist, what's your best globe proof? I'm just curious what you would say. Not going to challenge it or anything. And they'd be like, oh, sure, here it is. And they give me say something. Then I would go to the Negator and say the exact same thing, but just end with, therefore the Earth is flat. And he would argue and argue and argue and argue against every single thing. Like, they really don't care anything about the topic at all. For some reason, which they won't explain or take questions on, they need the Earth to be a ball in space for some other thing they want to talk about, which is generally cosmic nihilism. Like, nothing matters. Like, it's all irrelevant. You're just like a grain of sand on like in the desert. But they refuse to talk about that because if they follow that worldview, then why are they even on Discord arguing about it? If nothing really matters, just okay, so then what? Nothing? Okay, bye. But they've got this sort of hidden agendas that they're always pushing. It's bullshitting is what I call it. They're pushing bullshit. I mean, some of them too are just really egocentric. Like they really believe in American exceptionalism or something like along those lines. Like they're like, damn, we landed on the moon. How dare you question that? They're like, well, you don't need flat Earth for that. You definitely don't need flat Earth to question the Apollo program. Yeah, you can use the globe side. The last director of Russian space program, they asked him, state-sponsored television. So it wasn't like some sort of random interview where he got, ambush interview. He's on state-sponsored television, and they give him the most softball question ever. Hey, Mr. Like I try to pronounce his name, but I always fuck it up. Like Rosen something or another. What do you want all the little boys and girls at home to take away? What's your biggest takeaway as a Russian space boss for almost a decade? His answer was, there is no proof that America ever landed in the moon in the 1960s. My training and expertise as the Russian space boss is that any of the proof is either fake or wasn't proof at all. There is no proof that America landed in the moon. And you're like, so yeah, if you want to come to flat Earth and start bitching about flat Earthers don't believe the Apollo program, why don't you go talk to Roscosmos? They don't believe it either. Not only do they not believe it, they have serious doubts because there isn't any evidence that it happened. It's in this Bex channel, that group chat I've been using. I just got done talking to Pat Man, like on the 3rd of May. Dude, you can't post cross-server invites. Rule number 7. He's like, yep, I got it. I understand. I should have looked at the rules before I posted it. It makes sense. And while I'm talking to Pat Man, Omnivore is constantly derailing the conversation. Why are you talking to Crit? Crit's an idiot. He's not paying attention. He's not listening to you. All this random bullshit all the way through the conversation. The whole time. Kept distracting from the conversation. And then the next day, what does Omnivore do? Posts a cross-server invite and get server timed out. Not by us, mind you. I go, dude, how are you this dumb? I just got done explaining this exact same thing to Pat Man. You were there. I saw you were there. You were commenting the whole time, and you completely bricked it. Or you just suddenly think the rules didn't apply to you for some reason? Or what happened here? Give me an explanation. Then he blames me. I banned him. I timed him out. I'm like, okay, certainly. Here's the screenshot. It wasn't me. It was the bot that runs the server. It automatically times you out if you post an invite link. Then he tells me I'm having some kind of a meltdown. Huh. No problem. Let's use
I
that
have
answer.
zero issues with these people. I just block them, and then they're not a problem anymore.
Oh, yeah, I gotcha.
You love the drama, don't you?
Well, no, I just kind of think that it's like they're looking for attention. This might seem kind of counterintuitive, because I think they have very sad, ugly, sad, and small lives, and it's like the movie Crash I think it's called Crash. It's about in California, where it shows people just like having these really sort of like violent encounters with neighbors and stuff. Because the idea is that they're so packed together, but yet everyone's so distant that they kind of crash into each other to try to get some sort of human contact. Like they're sinking in their own sort of like in their own shit, and they're reaching out for help. And they kind of just like freak out to try to get help or try to get some sort of human contact. Because generally, I think they're rather ignored. They're marginalized in society. If people doing well, mentally, physically, and spiritually, are not that concerned that someone's wrong on the internet, like that wouldn't be their top priority, where they would dedicate all day, all night, like years and years and years, that they think someone's wrong on the internet. This perpetual, like this terminally online. Like they probably, if there's some way to say, hey, dude, just take a break from the internet for like a week or a day and see how you feel. Go touch grass. And they come back to be like, damn, their life changed just like that in one day. One day would make a difference. And that's why sometimes banning these guys isn't about silencing them or getting them to control the conversation. It's kindness. It's helping them get control of their life again, because they can't control themselves. They're just compelled. They see a flat earth channel and they can't help it. It's like an NPC response. But yeah, I get it. It is kind of boring to hear about some of these goofballs that aren't around anymore, and on purpose for cause. It just sort of like really kind of highlights that some of the other sort of anti-flat earthers, you kind of want to show them that if they keep going down this pipeline, this is what it looks like. That's the end of the, this is where you're heading. When you disagree with something that you can't even define what it is. They see a flat earth discord. I disagree with that. Well, what is it? What's flat earth? I don't know. Once you take that step, it's really hard to turn around, do an about face. When someone's just disagreeable and they don't even know why.
Good.
What's up?
Dude, they really need to fix that problem with Apple phones automatically unmuting people. Like, what's the deal with that? How come they can't fix that issue?
Ridiculous, man. I just went
It's
to push the
crazy.
talk to stop it. Yeah, I know. Like, just Mike just
It's been going on
up.
for months. Like what? Like
Yeah,
6 months or something? What the hell?
It's almost, I think, a year. I remember this happening to me like a year ago, the first time I noticed it.
Yeah,
But I
it
just
happened to Miggy today. It happened to Miggy when he was on like self-server mute today, and I
Yeah.
muted him.
Yeah. But, at first I didn't go to push to talk because that didn't really work on iPhone at all. So it was just hooped at first when that started happening. But they fixed that at least, so now I'm using that.
Yeah. It's like automatic doxing feature built into the iPhone.
That's kind of the way it looks to me.
Yeah, iDocs. It's crazy.
Especially when we're live, people can just go back and listen to what someone said.
Yeah, I definitely don't need every conversation I have being aired over YouTube, for fuck's sake. That'll be great. Psycho X shows up at the door, and that's on YouTube.
It has gotten so bad, I just leave Discord whenever I get a call.
Hello.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
What brings you into the Flat Earth chat, my friend?
Nothing. Just I want to chit chat. Just what is going
Do you
on
want
here?
to? Not much, man. We were just waiting for you to come by. Yeah, what's happening?
Nothing's happened. But
All right. Have you looked into this topic before?
no, just this is the first time I'm
First
into
time.
this. Yeah.
Right. But you've heard about like flat Earth before, yeah? Obviously.
No, I haven't heard
You've
about.
never heard anyone suggest that. Like you've never heard flat Earth before. This is like the first time you've ever heard of anyone claiming that the Earth might not be a globe.
No, just I think that somebody's suggesting that Earth is like flat. They're like damn you, or that kind of thing.
Well, there's no curvature on the surface of Earth. So you think the Earth's a globe, obviously, right?
Yeah, theirs is globe.
Okay. And are you sure of that, or is that something that you just believe in because you were taught it from a young age and you've never really considered any other possibilities?
No, I have considered a lot of possibilities, and everybody knows it. Just there are a lot of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of reasons that suggest that Earth
Okay.
is. Yeah.
Okay, so if you know it as a fact, right, what evidence do you have that the Earth is a globe?
There are a lot of evidence. Like,
Well, what's your favorite one out of all of the evidences?
out of all evidences,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, just the one reason that is very common is the day and night. The difference between just where are you living now?
I live in Europe at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment you live in Europe.
Living in Europe. Yep. It's nighttime.
What time is it there?
It is 9:51 p.m.
Just here's 12:21. I'm living in Afghanistan actually.
Nice. Awesome.
Yeah, but when we see just in the back of the earth, like in United States, we can see it's day and here is night. From here, we can know that Earth is like a globe and it's spinning.
Right, but if the sun were local, right, and the sun was just in a different area of the Earth, beg your pardon?
I have I heard this suggestion that somebody told me that Earth is like little as we see it in our eyes. Just
Earth is little. No.
Yeah.
Earth isn't little.
No, you said that it's local. It can't be local.
No, I said if you're assuming that the sun's 93 million miles away and that you're on a spinning globe, what I'm saying is that that's not the only possibility, right? That would just be some assumptions that you would make, right? Something that you were taught.
Yeah. What do you have to support your opinion that Earth is flat?
Long distance observations and laser tests that are impossible on a globe.
Let me tell you something.
The old switcheroo.
Yeah, when there's we can assume that one of our friends is far away from us. We see it little, just like a finger, when we can measure it with our eyes. And
perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, perspective exists. Yeah. What now?
Not a globe.
Just from here, we know that our eyes see little, but
yeah, we know perspective exists, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's not up for debate. We can agree on that. We have common ground. That's great. That's really nice, right? So, let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth yourself, or do you experience the Earth as a flat plane?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, you experience it as a flat plane, right?
no, it's not flat, bro.
So you so you saw curvature yourself.
Just from the ocean, we can say, just when we are in the middle of the ocean and when we are in a ship, that kind of thing. Just we can't see any other thing. Yeah, any other things.
So when you're out in the ocean, you'll see the same distance in all directions.
Yeah, we can't see any building.
Right, but you'll see a flat horizon, right? You won't see any curvature. You'll just see a flat horizon, 360 degrees around you.
Bro, we can't assume that the Earth is flat because.
No, I'm not saying that. Look, okay. So what I'm saying is that if you're out in the ocean, you'll see a horizontal horizon, right? A flat horizon, right? It's not proof that the Earth's flat. I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying that with your example, we don't see curvature. You're claiming that we see curvature when you're out in the ocean? Is that your claim right now?
No, just let my claims aside. Just tell me what do you have to tell me?
Well, I was trying to give you my claim before, right? So I claim that there are a huge amount of observations and laser tests that are impossible on a globe that debunk the globe. That's my claim.
Yeah, that's your claim. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Just you're mute, I think.
One second, dude.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry, dude. My wife brought me something. Anyway, so where were we?
Yeah, you were telling the reasons
that's
why. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have okay, let me just give you a disclaimer, right? So we're not claiming to know the entirety of the shape of the Earth, right? When we're talking about a flat Earth, we're most definitely not talking about a disk Earth, like a flat disk floating in space or something like you may have seen in memes. Right, that's not what we're claiming. We're claiming that there's no curvature over distance, right? Obviously, flat is not a shape, right? But if the Earth was a globe, it would have to have certain characteristics that go along with it, right? They tell us the shape and they tell us the radius value, diameter, circumference, etc. Right? So that means it would have to have characteristics such as a geometric horizon at a certain distance away from you, depending on the observer height. Right? It would also have to have drop over distance, Earth curvature. Okay, so the long distance observations I'm talking about absolutely destroy these characteristics that the Earth must have if it's a globe. You following with what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I'm here. Continue.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Right,
know
so-
you're here, but do you understand what he's saying?
Yeah, I understand what he's saying. Just I have some major problem. Just I can't open.
Okay, what problems do you have with what I said? Let's go over those. So what I'm saying is, okay, they tell us the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, right? That means that you have to have curvature over distance. Yeah?
Yeah, bro, that's fine. And
Yes or no?
yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm claiming is that we have empirical evidence that that doesn't exist. And you don't have any evidence that it does exist. That's my claim.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, I have evidence to present, but do you have any evidence to present?
Yeah, I have a lot. Let me get inside of my room. I will provide some evidence.
You're going to present some evidence? Is that what you said? You're cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, just I had something to do.
Okay. We'll wait here, and you can post the evidence in the side chat when you're ready.
Yeah, I will share them. Kolama? Yeah. Sì, bro, mica pardonado già sparta, mi senti.
Are you telling jokes about how you don't even know your own world belief? That would be the funny thing. Let's Google it. Let's Google what I believe. And then I'm going to tell you about what I just Googled about my belief. And that's going to prove a globe.
Yeah, bro. Just really sorry for the interruption.
It's not a problem.
I have. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're looking for it?
No, just I'm texting somebody. Just let me just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
It's all right, man. You can take a lifetime, you'll never find anything.
Did he? Oh no, he's still here.
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. We're waiting for Edries he's finding some globe evidence to present at the moment.
No, bro. Just I want your opinion. What?
Opinion? I thought you were going to look for some globe proof.
Or just what is your opinion about time zones? Do you have some evidence to?
In my opinion, there are different time zones.
My opinion is that you don't know what you mean when you say the word time zones, right? Right. I think you don't mean actual time zones and you're talking about day and night. Am I correct?
Yeah, I know, brother.
Oh, he knows.
Yeah, so you're not talking about time zones. You're talking about how does day and night work?
Yeah, how does it work?
Yeah, so not time zones. Okay. All right, so if the sun is in a different area of the Earth, right, it's daytime there. And if the sun isn't in a certain area of Earth, it's nighttime.
Very simple.
Oh.
Have you got a rebuttal for that?
So what you're going to find, my friend,
got some idea
is that...
Oh, sorry, man.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. I was just going to tell him, look, you're going to find certain things can be explained on a globe, and certain things can be explained also on a flat Earth.
Yeah, maybe. Just, bro, let me tell you something.
No, not maybe. It's true, and then you've got nothing that can only be explained on a globe. So in order for you to be able to prove a globe, you'd have only certain things that work on a globe.
No, everything works, like airplane flight passes, like...
Okay, so airplane flights don't. So airplane flights don't work on a flat surface.
You know.
Hello. So airplane flights don't work on a flat surface, is what you're saying.
And yeah, just bro, you can.
Oh man, so it's easier to fly around a ball than it is to fly over a flat surface. We've got a genius on our hands.
Airlines use great circle routes, like, you know.
How do you know that?
The difference between 2 points on a sphere.
How do you know that?
I know that from the airplane flights.
Someone drew a curved line on a map. Now, all of a sudden, reality is on a map.
Yeah, just
So look, if you have different projections, right? Different map projections exist. There's a whole range of them, right? If you plot flight paths out on certain projections, they're going to make an arc on the map, like the Mercator projection, for example. Right, if you plot those same flight paths out on an AE map, for example, you'll get straight lines roughly, right? But planes follow like jet streams. They take flight corridors. Planes themselves are designed by the engineers to assume that the Earth is a flat stationary plane. Right, I know an aerospace engineer. Yeah, absolutely. Right, I can show you proof of that. Right, in the FAA, Flight Dynamics Manuals, right? Yeah, I will in a second. Look, let me finish explaining it, and then I'll post, right? Everything I say, I'm going to be able to back up. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you, look, I know an aerospace engineer, works for the government. He said he's a globe earther. He thinks the Earth's a globe, right? But he admitted, right, they assumed that the Earth is a flat plane that doesn't move. Let me finish talking, and then you can talk.
Well, it comes to spiral.
Go ahead.
It can't be.
Yeah, look, you're going to be able to talk, Idris, right? But just let me finish what I'm saying, and listen to what I'm saying as well. Don't just like wait for me to finish talking. Okay. So in the flight dynamics manuals, right, for the design of the aircrafts, they say that we assume that the Earth is a flat stationary plane. Right, now pilots will back this up. Okay, in the FAA Flight Dynamics Manuals.
NASA.
Yeah, NASA also. Yep. All right, so we're going to pop some links in the side chat now.
Just put some link there.
We're going to pop some links. Give me a second.
Oh my God, it's so unbelievable that we could be on a flat surface and using it as a flat surface and non-rotating. Oh my God. That's sacrilegious. It must be so difficult to fly over a flat horizontal plane.
Yeah, you piece of shit. How dare you say that? Gonna fly my plane over my 1,000-mile-per-hour ball, and it's gonna be fucking safe. It's gonna be awesome. You guys can fuck off.
All right, dude, have a look in the side chat, okay? So, right, there's another FAA link coming in. All right, now, relax, Edris. You got to relax and slow the conversation down a bit. Right?
Yeah, I'm just teasing,
Get too excited. Oh, no, I'm just, me too. Yeah, me too.
I'm just teasing too. I'm actually very nice.
A paraplegic. Yeah. Spiraling.
Everything internet is not reliable. Just you're sending me a link and you just download some
data. So this is FAA.gov, right? This is the aircraft dynamics model.pdf, right? And it says the aircraft equations of motions were calculated assuming a flat Earth, and that we here assume the development frame was the northeast down frame. This implies necessarily that Earth rotation and the variation of the gravity vector with position over the Earth were ignored in developing the aircraft equations of motion.
You know, bro, just with a little
Oh, wait,
search.
I know what he's going to
You
say,
believe
DJ. He's going to say
no,
the internet is
you
not
believe in the
reliable,
government?
and then he's going to tell us that he got all his information from the globe on the internet. That is amazing.
No, bro, just every information on internet is not reliable. You know that? Yeah, if you have believed that, just with a little research, you can find
So
out
where
that.
did you get? So where did you get all your globe information from then?
No, just let me tell you
Did
something.
you get it from the internet?
No, you believe in
Where'd you
NASA
get
or
it
not?
from?
No,
Oh, I don't know. It's on the internet. We can't believe it. Yeah, it's on the internet.
Did you just ask us if we believe in NASA?
Yeah.
Really?
But he just, this document is from NASA. So if you believe in NASA, then you would believe this document, right?
Yeah, we just literally read you a document from NASA, and you asked.
What about thousands? No. What about thousands of images and videos that are taken daily from low Earth orbit?
But they're on the internet. You can't trust what's on the internet. You said.
No, I said that everything that you see internet is not just
Yeah,
not
you're
real.
relying on the internet for your information. Yeah.
No, there are
You're not.
things that we,
So you just said thousands of videos.
no, just
Right.
you're damn.
And you're getting them from the internet.
No,
You want to post your phone number so we can call you and ask you what's real and what's not real on the internet?
What the heck you're saying?
Yeah.
Well,
so how
I'm
do you
just saying, like-
hang on? How do you determine what's real and what's not real from the internet? How do you do that? Hello. Did he leave?
No, I'm here,
Edris,
bro.
He's
I'm
asking you how you validate what's real and what's not real from the internet.
On the internet.
Yeah. We can know just by our own self.
Just by knowing. Yeah. You just know because we know. Yeah.
Yeah, I know because I know.
Okay, so DJ shows you FFA
I
documents
evaluated
and
it.
NASA. Just
By
hang on,
my
man. I
own.
haven't finished talking. DJ shows you NASA and FFA documents from their official websites, right? And then you say, I don't know if they're real, but I'm going to show you a video from YouTube, and that's real.
Yeah, show me.
Yeah?
Well, why don't you go? Why don't you go while you're like listening to us? Go online and look up NASA.com. See if you can find it.
Oh no,
Yeah.
just I'll not do that. I'm not a dumbass person.
Oh, it sounds like you are.
No, it sounds you are like that.
Okay, what did
Yes,
I
you
say
go.
that was dumb? Go on.
That's when I feel bad for him, bro. Damn.
If it's funny,
Yeah,
I must have said something dumb.
Yeah,
Yeah, what did I say that was dumb?
no, just leave it, bro. No, leave it, bro. I'm here.
Leave what?
Let me tell you something. I
All
don't
right,
want
I'll leave you to DJ because I think I'm being a bit abrasive. You have fun, mate.
What is in your profile picture? What is it? Can I ask the question? Just
A big ugly like a mouse dog. You know what a mouse dog is? Yeah,
No,
like
I
a big
didn't.
muscly mouse dog
Oh.
with a pouch.
Like Mickey Mouse on crack.
No, he can freaking carry a bunch of tools without freaking having a damn bag. Freaking amazing. Can I
Are you still there?
What's your hammer? Freaking.
What a freaking damn guy.
You still there,
All right, Edries. Okay. All right, let's take it down a notch. Let's all right, so I said that I had like actual empirical evidence that the Earth can't possibly be a globe in the form of long distance observations and laser tests. Okay, so you said, I said to you, I said, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, right? So far, you said if you go out into the ocean, you can see the curvature. That's incorrect, right? So if you go out into the ocean, you don't see any curvature. Even if the Earth was a globe, you still wouldn't see any curvature if you just went out into the ocean. Then you brought up airplanes. Okay, so airplanes are...
One other thing. Have you ever thought about lunar eclipse proof?
Oh, wow. It's so interesting that you brought that up. People don't ever bring that up. That's amazing. So, look, you need to make a whole bunch of assumptions about the lunar eclipse, right? You already have to assume that the Earth's a globe.
No,
so we're trying to get to the core of the issue here. Like, how do you know that the Earth's a globe, right? So if you say that the shadow of the Earth is seen on the moon during the lunar eclipse, the Earth already has to be a globe. Like, you're pre-assuming that.
No, I'm not assuming that. Just tell me.
How do you know the Earth's a globe?
No, I don't know the Earth's a globe. Just let it aside.
Well, that's new information. So you're on the fence.
Move on to the next one.
Yeah, let's get to the next one. The lunar eclipse one, right? So you can't say the Earth's a globe because of a lunar eclipse, and because of a lunar eclipse, the Earth's a globe, right? It's like circular. Begging the question. Not a good argument.
I think he's going down the list of top 10 debunks for Flat Earth.
Yeah, what you got next? What's next on the list?
No, just
boats go over the horizon.
Yeah, just have the conversation, you guys. Just that was good, and have a good day or have a good night.
Just remember, you have no idea the Earth is a globe. Well
no,
done.
I didn't have the idea. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, bro. That was a productive conversation. You came in and you said you know for a fact the Earth's a globe, and now you don't. So, I mean, that's step one.
No, that's not a step one. Just be happy.
Step one. Oh, we're very happy.
Be happy
Thank
now. You are one step further to the truth. Well done, young man.
Yeah. What's your prize? What's your prize?
The prize is you get to believe in God.
And which God? What do you believe?
Why do you think there's a different one? Do you?
No, just who?
Wow. Who do you think it is?
Who do you believe?
What do you mean, who?
Who?
Clearly, it's Vishnu.
Yeah. You didn't answer.
I said Vishnu. Vishnu.
Who's Vishnu?
He's an elephant. Also a god.
You
very ignorant.
Yeah, have a good night, guys.
You too, man.
You too.
Just
All
remember,
right, thank you for
there's only
stopping
one
by.
God.
It was good you stopped in. Is he still there?
Yeah, he's
Damn
gone
it.
now.
Son of a bitch. I liked him. He's fun. I love idiots.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty stupid. I suck at freaking doing this, so it's fun when people are really dumb. Sorry.
Like he'd been using his own opium patch.
Yeah, yep. So if you go out into the ocean, you can see the curvature, planes, and eclipses.
Eclipses.
They love the eclipse one, don't they? They always bring that up.
They do. Yeah. The shadow. Nothing creates a curved shadow except for a curved surface.
She's not here. What are you doing?
Paraplegic, you talking to us or?
Sorry. I'm looking.
Oh, you're right.
I'm talking to one of my sisters, and somebody's trying to sell something. I'm like, she's not home. Leave my sister's house alone. He's selling siding and windows. Unbelievable. The sky's been kind of nice in Maryland lately. Do you guys notice a more normal looking sky lately? Where you live?
I did for like 4 months. We had a normal looking sky, and then they just came back with a vengeance recently.
And where are you at?
Poland.
Holland.
Oh, Poland.
Poland.
Oh, Poland. I was gonna say, you wear wooden shoes?
Polski. What's that?
You wear wooden shoes, I was going to ask you.
Yes, everybody wears wooden shoes in Poland. You don't wear.
Yeah, just in case.
What's wrong with that?
Just in case things get really bad.
What do you
have
wear?
to buy your shoes to stay warm. I don't wear anything. I'm freaking paralyzed. I don't need shoes. Shit, I save a ton of money on shoes. I just wrap my feet with freaking rags. I don't even use socks.
That's hilarious.
No, I wear freaking fluffy boots because my feet are kind of, crippled and shit. So, but they last forever. The soles never wear out. People fight over my freaking secondhand shoes. Constantly looking on Facebook Marketplace for paraplegic's freaking secondhand shoes. Oh, that's a dumb joke. Sorry.
That was a good joke.
Yeah, we don't get we don't seem to get what are they called? Those things from planes.
You don't? Yeah, they do.
Chemtrails.
Yeah. Yeah, they get them. They get them on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, I don't know. It must be a difference in air. We don't get any here in Melbourne.
Interesting.
Well, wait, Melbourne's pretty populated. It's not like it's sparsely populated. Melbourne's pretty well filled, right?
Yeah, it's a huge city.
So Greater Melbourne's like almost just over 6 million people.
Holy shit! They should be spraying the heck out of that place.
Nope.
You need to let your congressman ask them why they're not trying it. Dude, ask them what's wrong. Why aren't they paying attention to you?
Everyone's already obedient anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
What?
It's probably where their headquarters is or something.
Yeah.
Dude, because I'm like, there's people like, well, what about the people that are doing it? Like, they have to breathe the same air, right? I'm like, yeah, but they got the antidote, right? They got the, the anti-venom. I mean, maybe. I have no idea.
Anti-venom is being a robot. You know that, Tink Tink. You get a metal part. The robot gets your brain and soul, and you get its metal parts and wires for your arms and legs and eyes. Just saying, it's good. We're gonna be interchangeable like Lego bots, like Legos. Detach your arm. Here, I'll trade you a leg.
Kind of like Repo Man.
Yeah, here, give me this liver. Mine's only got 52 minutes left. Here, plug this one back out. Plug that one in.
Repo Man was disturbing, man. The guy's like sitting there like, he's like shaking his head going, who is it, Leah Shriver? Leah Shriver's like,
well, you got a repo. Yeah, but now imagine you got a repo it from a guy with Tink Tink legs that can run 40 miles an hour. Or he can see in the night. Or what, he's got robot parts. He's keeping them. He ain't trying to give them back. He's got a bulletproof back plate, bulletproof chest plate. You ain't fucking with him.
Yeah, that's not.
Well, somewhere, some trillionaire or some science, somebody somewhere wants to be able to do something crazy with their body and be able to like not die or something, right? Eventually, one of these guys is going to achieve close to that, whatever that means.
I hear if you just eat what they eat in the Caucasus Mountains, where they just live on a lot of raw goat milk, you can live to be 135.
I don't think it has to do with just the goat milk.
Oh, it's something about toxins and keeping heavy metals out of you or something.
Yeah,
this girl I talked to on the phone today.
Probably living like actual like, nature.
Allegedly.
Well, I'm just saying, like if you live with nature, you're just going to be a bigger person in general. You're going to be lifting stuff. You're not going to have a weight limit on things. Like when little kids play, you got a group of kids out in the jungle playing. They're not going to be like, "Don't lift that rock, little Timmy. It's 22 pounds." You know what I mean? It's not. That doesn't even exist. So everybody's going to do what they can do, and they're going to strain themselves until they can be fucking just ripped and strong. And it just playing will make them strong. Like wanting to do dumb stuff over and over again is what makes you built.
Oh yeah, dude. I watched Apocalypto, and there was a heavy guy in that. So I think you're wrong.
Don't watch
Apocalypto.
It'll be the strongest heavy guy you ever encountered. You won't be able to knock him out. You're not gonna beat him up.
According to Apocalypto, that guy was fat. So you're completely wrong.
Yeah, you're talking about fairy tales. I'm talking about real life.
He did have real fancy stitches.
Yeah,
in
but
the
you're talking
form
about a movie.
Army ants. The army ants.
A movie is not real life. So you believe Apocalypse knows what happened?
Yeah, according to Apocalypto. You're wrong.
So Mel Gibson knows it all. I got it. Mel Gibson wrote the Indian War, the war of the Quaker Oak boys. The Quaker Oak shoe boys with the white and the guns and
oh gosh, that's funny.
The Quaker Oak Gatlin boys. They'll come in, they'll pull up in your boat and knock you out for some Quaker Oats.
Are you talking about Patriot? Is that what the Quaker Oak boys are?
We're talking about Columbus. We'll wipe you the fuck out for some oats.
Oh, I didn't know Mel Gibson do that.
Just saying, it'll wipe your whole colony out for fun for toilet paper. I mean, come on now.
Jeez.
Sit there with his boats, and he'll call in 15 more, and they'll put you under siege and start bombing your shit. And they'll come close and start shooting you one at a time. I mean, you can't mess with the military, man. Especially not as an islander. You think Hawaii's going to beat up a military? Or Japan or something? Like, you think they're going to beat up a whole Russia or somebody? No. I mean, isn't that how we got control? Isn't that how you get control of those little islands? Like bomb them and threaten them, and then now they become to do what you want, and you trade them at will, and now you got a laundering game going on, and they're islanders, right? And these people are illegal aliens, and we got to block them off and let this many in and block the rest of them off, and, this many get in, but this many's bad, but this many's good because we say wink, wink of whoever.
Wait, can they sell me coffee for cheap?
I could care less about coffee.
Ah, damn you. Why did you say such a racist thing?
I don't drink coffee, brother.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Can I just stroke your guys' dicks real quick and say I just joined every other fucking debate call?
You can't drink coffee. Coffee is an amazing
you guys are way
thing.
better at debating, bro. You guys are gods at it.
You gotta be addicted to coffee.
Thank you,
Coffee is
Dio. Star with the bad timing. Hello, Star.
Hello. You're trolling me, huh? I was believing it.
I love it. You know what I love? I love it when everyone talks at the same time. I fucking love that.
It's really, really good. Yeah, I like.
No, I really hate it when everyone is talking at the same time. Oh.
Oh, that's strange because you just did it.
What?
She said she loves
Yeah,
coffee, so be nice to her.
Do you have Diogenes or Diogenes? Ah, welcome back, Diogenes. I remember you.
I don't know. Like I wanted to drink.
Diogenes was talking, and then you started talking while Diogenes was already talking.
I don't know. I was like a lawyer to coffee because I love coffee, and someone is saying that I don't like to drink coffee, and I get mad about that.
Oh man, I dig this chick.
Makes you mad?
She's mad because people don't drink coffee.
Yeah, because coffee is beautiful and tasty.
Pretty good.
Imagine if you asked her to make you a sandwich. I wonder what reaction you'd get then.
Funny.
Isn't the word coffee funny though? Co and fee, company and money and fee, like to pay and to owe. Isn't that weird? It's just weird. I don't know.
I didn't know that's what it means.
Well, I mean, what does it mean to cough? I don't think people cough when they drink it, do they?
I don't know.
Unless they smoke it and cough. Coffee.
You know, I was working out for 3 hours, then I was coughing because of that. So
Not
I
because of
reduced that.
coffee.
No, not because of coffee. Because
So
of
why do they call it Kofi?
I don't know.
I'm just asking. Like I'm genuinely, sincerely asking everybody in the room their opinion.
I think it was named after the UN leader, Kofi Annan.
Oh, okay, that would make sense. I mean, named after a person who started to like move it and do stuff with it. That would make sense, or whatever.
They should just call it D-licious. As long as I'm roasting it.
Coffee sucks.
As long as I'm
No. Coffee is the best thing to do and to drink every day. You gotta drink.
There you go.
I don't know if it's true, but I heard it stunts your height, and I'm 6'3", so I wouldn't know otherwise. But I'd like to know what the heights of the heavy coffee drinkers are, real quick.
Owen Benjamin drinks coffee, and he's 6'7", so.
Wait, how tall are you though?
I was 5'11" before I got shot and paralyzed. Now I'm
shit, dude! I'm sorry.
I'm about 4 feet, unless you stretch me out on the ground and measure my height.
5'11".
5'11".
That's awesome.
5'11's an awesome height. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yo, being able to laugh about it, that makes you strong as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I think the stunt thing, the growth stunting thing, like my grandma and people used to tell me that too. But I think it's if you drink it a lot, like when you're young too, and whatever. Like if you do it a lot, like if somebody introduces it to you at a younger age than like someone else per se, maybe it slightly stunts your growth. Not that you still can't get 6 foot tall. It just would stunt a little bit of your just a little bit of
That's what I heard. Yeah, you're drinking it at like 6 years old, bro.
Giving you
know what I mean?
Folgers your whole life, some trash. Like if you like literally raised your kid on paraplegics in the bottle, I bet you he'd be over 6 foot, easy. Definitely.
What if you're not supposed to drink coffee? What if you're just supposed to eat one coffee bean or at
I'm
least?
just saying, like it's. I think it's more about really cheap burnt coffee. You know, it's where you get the stuff. You know.
Star, are you there, Star?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you believe in us? Do you live on a spinning ball?
Huh?
Do you believe you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of outer space?
I don't know.
Whoa.
You don't know.
Are you spinning right now in the room?
Yeah, Someone
Yeah.
I don't know. Now it's time to sleep.
So you have no.
Oh wait, were you really a lawyer? You didn't say you were a lawyer, did you?
No, I'm not a lawyer. I'm into technology more.
Way to take it off topic. I love it when people do that.
I'm sorry. Get back on the spinning ball.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
back to the ball.
Sorry, I'm being a bit sarcastic this morning.
You don't have your morning
Always
coffee,
different.
Tebow?
Does she? Does
No,
she
I've
think
got
she
one in
lives
my
on a
hand.
globe? Or?
The first thing that you have to do in the morning is to grab a cup of coffee.
Yeah, is that on a flat plane or on a globe?
I don't know. On a globe, wherever you want.
Wait, one question.
When you think about where you live, right, where you are, you don't think like the mainstream tells you that you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum of outer space, and then our senses tell us that you live on a flat plane that's not moving at all. So, do you ever think about that contradiction, or you just go through life just you go la 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 da? I'm a lawyer for coffee. I like coffee, but you never think about the reality of where you live.
I don't care. I just want to be strong.
You don't care where you live.
Mhm. I just care about how I look like.
Oh, that's vanity. Now I understand.
I like to do my own coffee. I like the smell of coffee. I like
So
to
you're
see the state.
more interested in how your hair looks than the place where you live.
No.
Kind of sounds like it though.
What's your number one priority of life?
My number one is to get to be stronger and also to be much healthier.
Okay, so health and nutrition, well, fine. And then what?
Mhm.
The technology part I was interested in. Can you
Yeah.
technologically
And,
prove that you live on a ball?
and also, I love reading.
Yeah, we all do. We like
And
technology too. Is technology involved?
I hate reading.
also, I love playing video games, like especially horror ones.
Video games. Are there any that represent a ball? Like, do any of them look like you
I
live
don't
on
know. I play Rocket League, and there is a ball.
No, are you on a ball?
Yeah, we are on a ball. Yeah,
How would you be able to prove that?
it's not the time to explain that.
No. In reality, how would you be able to prove we live on a ball, a globe, an Earth thing, a planet space thing? Ball? How could we prove with technology what we're on? I mean, since you said you like technology.
I think technology. I don't know. I would separate it technology from. I don't know.
Yeah, you on a field in Rocket League, it's also flat. Yeah.
No, but I'm talking about reality too, though. Like, take it from the Rocket League. In reality, technologically, technically, how could you prove
Listen.
we're ball
I want to hear it from you. You gotta explain first.
What is it?
Your theory about it. I want to hear it from you first.
Oh, I just understand how the elevation works. So for everyone in the world, no matter where you're at, no matter what you're doing, if you go up, if you rise up or stand up or go up or move up, you're moving up in elevation. There'll be a change, right? And if you go sideways, there won't be a change. There's only a change away from a baseline, a horizontal baseline for every human. Just imagine a big horizontal table or a baseline. Everybody's on it. They go up, they go up. They go down, into it, through it, right? Now, the idea of being on a ball is that you're on a sphere, and from that center point of that sphere, outward in all directions, every direction is up, down, that way, just every direction you could ever fathom. You point to your feet, that's supposed to be up somehow, if you're on a ball, because eventually going that way would get to space, or that way. So, just a simple principle of going up and down and knowing what up or down is from up or down from this horizontal base. That's our reality. That's how we base it. That's how we do it. That's how we build everything. That's how we fly. That's how we live. We don't go down below a piece of dirt and water and underneath it and back up. That's never happened. We go over the plane of existence, and that's how everything works. There's no way that any human could ever prove that we're on a, like, that going down is to space or that way, or that's just irrelevantly goofy. You could never experience any of that. You only experience up for what it is and down for what it is, left and right or left and right. And it's all that way because of flat earth. Left and right would be up and down if you're on a ball, literally. Especially if
Hold on, let me ask Star. Did you hear what he said, and did you understand anything he said?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Why do you want me to repeat everything?
No, just summarize. What was
Yeah. What I remember that he was saying. I forgot everything.
I know.
Like whenever he was saying something, I was translated in a song.
That's fine. That's fine. I kind of figured. I have a good ear for when somebody's not really absorbing the information. That's fine.
How do you know?
I've been doing this a while, Star. I know.
You giggle too.
Well, the giggling is coming after the fact that she knows that I found her out, that she didn't really hear what you said, so that's fine.
Right.
Usually with people like Star, you got to be quick and concise. See as few words possible because she won't retain all that. So you have to kind of condense it, if you will.
Oh,
so
no curve and water.
There you go.
No curvy water at rest. That's it. No aquarium, nothing. It's all horizontal. That's it.
Yep.
Just a quick question. Star, have you done skydiving before?
No, but I really want to have this kind of experience.
Okay. I just noticed your band. I thought that was maybe you or something. So I just want to see if you have seen Earth from that elevation height. What your thoughts were about it.
I want to do all the craziest things. I want to dive with the sharks. I don't know. I want to do everything.
Okay. Swim with the sharks. All right.
Dive with sharks. We stay away from those fucking things.
Yeah, this channel, Star, exists because people are questioning whether or not the Earth is a globe. And so they come in here and they try to provide evidence that if the Earth is a globe or not. So we ask them questions, right? That's what we're doing. We're asking people questions. That's why we were asking you questions, but it sounds like you really don't, not that you don't care, but it doesn't matter to you either way. Like it could be a globe, but maybe not.
She said she didn't care.
No, what I care most is to sleep.
She
And
cares
to go to
about
the
her
gym.
hair, about getting a manicure, pedicure, and stuff like that.
About getting, listen, I'm about to get a new diamond ring. That's what I care most about it.
Oh,
good Lord.
Very materialistic.
He must be a lucky guy. Getting you good diamond, huh?
He said if you like it, then you got to put a ring on it. Beyonce said that.
Shiny rock.
That's fine. We'll have a conversation when you want to about the topic, if you do want to. But usually we try to kind of keep it on topic. So we'll see if there's any more conversations in the chat. If not, we'll just talk amongst ourselves about other conversations that took place about the topic. But thanks for showing up in the VC anyway. You can listen. Maybe somebody might say something that will interest you.
Well, the other day I was in Omni's room. I don't know why. Just popped in there for some reason, and because somebody kept inviting me. And,
So wait, you are working in an army? Like, do you work in the military?
Yeah, he is. That's what he said. Yep.
And then, so I was in the room, and
the army,
and the people didn't comprehend what, like the flat earthers that were listening to the argument didn't understand the zenith point and how they were saying, well, horizontal was just a dot, right? And I literally had to break it down. And a lot of the flat earthers and globers that didn't even comprehend what the hell the other dudes were saying to each other, they were arguing about what horizontal is actually in reality versus a dot being away from a sphere in every direction being a horizontal vertical, the same thing. And they didn't comprehend that they were the same fucking thing, that they're just saying it's a dot because it's away from the center point, out, a dot on the surface going that way. It would only be a dot to you in reality, you know what I mean? But to them, it's an imaginary fucking line going that way, and they call it a horizontal vertical. It's both, depending on the reference of where it is from where you are. And they didn't understand that. I just thought that was weird. I had to point that out to them. But they were like, "Thanks, man. We didn't even know that's what they meant." I was like, "Yeah, they're not talking about your horizontal and your vertical and your reality baseline. They're talking about the one that would supposedly be on a ball that doesn't exist. That's why it's a dot, because they know it doesn't exist as a line anywhere. It can't. I've already pointed this out. No matter the size, it just can't." So then they actually got into the argument of what's our horizontal versus their dot. That's everything. Yeah.
I'll be honest. I swear that's confusing. I understand what you're saying, Dimok, but the way you explain that, it's kind of confusing. I mean, maybe a new person. I've heard you do it though, so I know what you're talking about.
Just from the center of a ball out, brother. Every direction is away from that object, correct?
He speaks in fourth dimension.
Yeah,
Yeah, like spokes coming from a hub.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Just keep going with the spokes. Yeah, they're going to stick out everywhere. Those things in
And then
imagine.
every one of those spokes has a perpendicular, which would be their horizontal.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
And that's how they explain their horizontals and vertical, but they only say it as a horizontal when they're saying, and they only say it as a vertical, which is stupid because they're both. It's both. That one dot is both things to them. It's just crazy.
It's a billion different tangent plumb lines. It's retarded.
What's unlimited? Yeah, unlimited.
Exactly. Yes.
Until you create a bigger ball, and then it gets unlimited again. And then
It's the same. It's the same 360 problem all over again, from a small dot or a circle, that's 360, to a big one. They're all 360. So
in every way.
yeah, isn't that weird? I mean, there's no differential. Like, I don't know, man. We know they're different sizes, but they're all 360. So the same mechanics and the same physics and the same fluidity and the same action or reaction or attribute should be displayed with each one of 360. Yeah. That's why it's hard for them to make a game that actually follows, sorry, Alpha, the dimensions of the actual 3959 they say the Earth is, because if they did, you would actually get a visual representation of what that shit would look like. They don't want to do it. That's the only thing I can hand it to a program for. Is a program some screen somewhere should be big enough to give you the idea, representation mathematically of whatever they compute, like from your vision to that screen somehow, away from that point on the screen. Like, give it a depth, give it a mathematical whatever, however they're going to do it, right? And they make the sphere exactly the 3959 from your point, like how they're trying to explain, it is. And then you get to like leave that dot and experience going around that thing as the actual sphere. You would see what that really looked like 100% compared to reality, which isn't that thing. It's the only good thing about technology and some type of thing that can show you something that would supposed to be close to it, like a simulated golf game. like a golf course with the actual Earth curve.
Did you just say a simulated golf cane?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a golf course that actually has a globe underneath the player as he's playing. Yep. A game, a simulated game where you can hit the ball farther, kind of like the moon graphics, but on the Earth. Smack. You watch the ball go in real time around the globe. Yeah, simulated golf game on a ball. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Think about it. If you hit the ball hard enough, where's the ball going to go? Hit you in the back of the head. It's going to hit you in the back of the head and then go to space. Hit the moon. I'm just saying, like, where are the actual physics that we can employ on the game to where, like, when you do hit something with this force, you smack it to the moon. Like, and in reality, you can really do that. Like, how come that's not on a game?
So shout out to Donato, man. I haven't seen you in a little bit. Good to see you back, man. Did he leave? Oh shit. Never mind.
He's gone. He just came in to drop a meme.
Damn. Peace, Donato.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a minute. Not even in politics and where were we at? Just politics and religion?
Yeah,
Well,
that's where.
they say Senor Donato was a cat, and the cat came back the very next day. It's a song.
Man, if you want to hear some good, like, flat smacking, rewind the clock on this on live stream all the way back to about maybe 3 or 4 hours ago. Crit and Heretic were like the ultimate smackdown today. So if you want to hear some really good back and forth. What was he saying, Heretic? That he's assumption. He's not as, what did you say? It's based on an assumption. Therefore, he's not assuming. He said something crazy. I was like, dude, what the fuck?
Oh, that guy. The Australian guy? The young Australian guy?
Yeah, you remember what he's, were you here, GJ?
Yeah, I was here. Yeah. Yeah, they smacked him around.
You talking about frogs or gods?
No. Much weaker.
And then Crit came off the top ropes, dude, like with a suplex. Dude, like he just.
Yeah, Crit did, man. He came in and laid the final blow.
He's like, this is a Bronze Age myth, and like you guys are following it. And it's like Evertastes, you know. And I'm like, dude, man, that's the ultimate smackdown right there. And then they just stayed silent, bro. Like he literally just shut them up, and they left.
Yep. I mean, the guy didn't know anything. I mean, he came in, he was saying Socrates measured sticks and shadows, and then we were like, it's not the right name. And then he was saying, he was trying to prove if the Earth was flat or a globe, and because of the shadows, he worked out it was a globe, and it was just nonsense.
Yeah, he was a hot mess, yeah.
Yeah. As most of them are, I guess.
Shoot, the way Heretic handled him, that was like light work.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to throw in the damn towel, man. Like, mercy on that guy. He was just being, like, turned inside out, man. You can't escape Heretic's clutches, dude, when he's got you in his sights. It's like, it's game over, bro. You don't know that yet. The guy was, like, trying to say that an assumption, it's okay to assume. How else can we do it? Like, I was like, dude, you're not supposed to do it. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I love that one. Everything's an assumption. That's their whole argument is everything's an assumption.
Until it's measured.
Yeah, this shit was good. It was some good stuff though.
Welcome, Matrix. Did you just get here, dude?
Yeah, it just dropped in. Sounds like I missed something
Yeah.
good.
Not really, but yeah.
Matrix,
it's always good.
rewind the stream for like 3 or 4 hours when Crit and Heretic were on.
Oh, nice. 3 or 4 hours.
They put this guy to the meat grinder.
Meditatrix.
T-Dub slow roasted one yesterday, which was pretty good. One of the random ones that just wanted to sit in and actually listen and not just bark stupid things back at us.
Well, our mate from yesterday popped back in too. The one we had a good conversation with.
Yeah.
Which one was that?
Fuck, I'm bad with names. Remember I was speaking to him, and then you came in and started speaking to him. He was on.
That was before the
for a couple of
conversation
hours.
I'm talking about, right?
It was about this time yesterday.
Fucking hell, bro.
What was that guy's name? DJ that was in about 15 minutes ago before Star came in.
Oh, dude, don't ask me. Like, yeah, I got the worst memory ever.
Yeah.
He
came in and he said, yeah, what is it?
Oh yeah, the Diogenes or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Diogenes.
Diogenes. That's the one.
He came back in and said, I've been in every VC and you guys are the masters of debate.
Yep. Facts.
So you're a master debater, Timbo?
That's because he hasn't realised that it's not a debate.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for the double entendre.
Way to burst my bubble. Matrix, thanks, buddy.
That's what I'm here for. Crushing hopes and dreams.
Yeah, Matrix's motto is, you shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
I like
and he's a heck of a squash player, yeah?
Oh, I won't say heck of a squash player. I'm only probably a B grader.
Don't underrate yourself, man. You're all right.
Considering my age, I go all right.
Why don't you take Timbo out? You guys hit a few balls, man. See what's up.
I don't think Timbo lives
I
close.
think they're a couple of thousand miles apart or something.
Yeah.
But is he on the other side of Australia, the part of Australia we don't like?
No, same side, right? Everything's like thousands of miles apart, even if you're on the same side.
I keep forgetting who lives on the part we don't like.
Timbo.
Oh, it's Timbo? Oh, that was AJ.
No.
Yeah, no, he's on the good side. Yeah, east. Yeah.
Well, where are the
I
boats?
don't think we have any West Coasters.
Well,
They don't even have the internet over there.
Who is it?
Where are the Bogans gathering at? What part of Australia are the Bogans gathering at?
Oh,
like trouble about
Bogan
Ipswich.
capital. Bogan capital. Yeah. Like,
They're everywhere, dude. Right? You just they're spread out. Like you can always find a bogey.
Logan. Logan. It's got to be Logan. Logan.
Bogan. Yeah.
Is that a real place, Logan?
Yeah. It's in Brisbane.
Yeah, it's like the decrepit.
It's a shithole.
suburb.
Yeah, it's a shithole.
So you're talking about like the lowest of the low?
Oh, it gets worse. Yeah, it's definitely not the worst place.
And as soon as you get there, they're like, "Oi, where you from, eh?" And you're like, "Dude, I just got here, man. What the fuck?" But you see that mullet cut, dude. You don't just keep going. Don't stop. Don't fucking just keep going.
Just to give you an idea, Alpha, how far apart we are. Imagine me living in Alabama and Timbo living in New York.
Oh yeah, you guys are far apart.
Yeah.
Drink that mother. Fucking long Australia. He said, we live on the same side. He's like, yeah. He's like, but way far apart. Like, that's not cool.
Yeah, about 1,000 miles apart. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was Timbo that lives up top somewhere. I hope so.
Yeah, you guys, since you're in the same place, so we can one of these days, man, take a trip over there. Maybe you can slip a couple of prawns on the Barbie.
Hey,
bring a couple of tunas.
Squeeze.
Scooey, is that what you call them? Oh, come on, man.
Squeeze, yeah, mate. Yeah, squeeze. A couple of squeeze. Or a midi. You got middies or squeeze?
Which one's better?
Middies like schooner is better than a midi. Midi's like smaller glass, like 220 mils.
And nobody wants to drink that shit. We want with the we want the dad mug.
I'm just going to stick to a 7.
We want something that's gonna put hair on your chest, man. We don't want. Who drinks that? Ask Matrix, dude. He's like, dude, what are you doing with that? Go get your real man's beer.
What is it, like a Zima or something? What is it?
A Zima.
We can get out the yard glass if you want.
That's what I'm talking about. The Matrix is laughing because that must mean that's what you. That's like exactly what you need right there. When you gather together, you know what I mean? That's what you get. One of those yard. What do you call them? A yard arm?
Yeah.
The yard glass.
The one that you do at
Yard-
the 21st.
Oh man, no, that's a
skull.
Fucking hell.
Just imagine everyone standing around. Here's to T-Dub, he's true blue. He's a piss pot through and through.
But is he really a piss pot?
I doubt it. Might have been in his younger days, but I don't think he's too much into it now.
Nah, not a big drinker anymore. And if I have a drink, it's got to be a nice, fine, sweet whiskey.
Damn.
Nice.
He's a bit more classy, yeah? He doesn't get rowdy anymore. He contemplates. While everybody's smashing beer cans in their head, he's over there in the corner just like having the intellectual conversations.
Yeah, I got my notebook out, observing behavior.
You know, that steak should be turned over now if you want it actually cooked well. It's just like,
bro, that happened to me at a barbecue. I was like, oh yeah, you get your nice tender steak. You just got to, sear it for a couple of minutes each side, right? Don't return it over, right? And this dude's like, I know how to cook a steak. And next minute, I'm seeing him flip it like 3 to 4 times. I'm like, bro,
can't do that.
Like,
no,
Scott, spill it, man. What are you doing?
Yeah, you messed it up.
oh my god. Well, amateurs, yeah?
You know when you see someone do that, T-Dub, what that reminds me of is when you see a bird pick up a worm and it's got to thrash it left, right, so it kills it before it eats it.
Exactly. Yeah, see, if T-Dub was that bird, he'd lay that worm down nice and smooth and slice it up with his beak, in equal parts. And then he'd take one by one, like that's the way you're supposed to do. You can't do it all just thrashing, man. It's not how you do things. It's a bit of etiquette when you do these things. Yeah, you gotta. Well, it's a good thing you were there to educate them anyway. Did he take that? Well, he didn't take the lesson. He still kept turning that.
Yeah.
And it's sad too because your Australian beef is your high quality beef, dude. So it must have really been sacrilege that what he was doing.
Yeah, I know, right? Dude's a farmer too, though, so I was like, oh my god, you've learned nothing.
If he had some age on him, then it would have been even more sad. Like, dude, you're this old and you're still doing this shit?
To be fair, it could have been a special request from somebody. Like, I want mine well done. Turn it 10 times. Yeah. Cook it for 30 minutes.
Fuck, that's not how you do a steak, bro. Oh, well. That's the thing about flat earthers, man. We'd have, like, the best barbecue. Fucking barbecue chicken, like, cooked to perfection. You know what I mean?
Oh, man, you should see some of the stuff Kembo Beats cooks. He's like a freaking chef.
Oh, yeah?
Bro, and this is just for, like, a snack. He's like...
Just a snack, dude, and he'll send me a picture. It looks like it's out of a freaking magazine.
Okay, I gotta hit him up, bro.
Dude, he knows how to cook like all like Italian food, and he's Cambodian, so he's got like all the traditional Asian foods down pat, like pho and all sorts of different things, man. Yeah, he's and Mexican food he's got down pat as well. He's always making and he makes everything from scratch, like the proper way.
Goes outside and picks some mango, like...
Almost makes you want to change teams, huh, DJ? You're like, I've never really crossed my mind, but they do say that a food is a way to a man's heart, and, Oh, shit. That's crazy, bro. He must be a hit at all the parties. Assuming he does have parties. We'll have him do the catering whenever we do a get-together. We'll do a Flat Earth meetup in America, and then all you guys will just fly over here, and then we can meet in, like, we'll do Central America. Makes it easy for everybody just to go all in the middle of everything.
Got to be at a pool hall.
Yeah, I mean, shoot.
Yeah, so when we first arrived, the challenge has already been laid down. Kembo and Flat Lloyd versus myself and T-Dub.
Oh my god, what are you guys gonna do? Like spar?
No, game of pool.
Oh, game of pool. I was like, what do you got some UFC shit going? Like, I'm down, bro. You gonna throw them hands up? Let's go. But you have to have confidence in your buddy because it's tag team.
Well, we're there for flat smacking, so bring it on. Lloyd.
Guess I'll head back in. Catch you boys up in a minute.
Cheers, Alpha. Well, yeah, speaking of team playing, no, to be fair, Matrix, last night, Demox set that up, right? I just came in with the swing.
Ah, right. Yeah, because I only caught the back end of it. I didn't hear Demok speaking. He must have dropped out or something because he came in about halfway through you talking. And I'm sitting there listening, going, yeah, T-Dub's got this one covered. Feed up, do computer shit whilst T-Dub's talking. This is great. And yeah, I just sat back and enjoyed the show. It was awesome.
Which one was it? That one that you guys said was pretty cool?
Yeah, the Siamese cat or Siamese kid or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Apparently it was Siamese cat.
Yeah, at first he came in a little abrasive, and then he switched his tone. Yeah, but people that, I mean, like, if they comprehend just common sense and you can explain like a base format and you can both agree on a base to start from, then that's usually where both of you can agree on something. Whether they become a globe or flat earth, whatever, you know what I mean? Just getting the agreements down. Because a lot of them just be like, no matter what we say, they're like, all these flat earthers are crazy. Even if they say, you know, wood is wood and a tree's a tree, they must be nuts. You know, just, you know, and it doesn't. That part I find weird. Like if we talk about reality, that like that can't be, you know, can't be something wrong with us or them or anybody who's talking something that's actual reality. You know, even if a glober says something to us that's, if it's right, it's right. We're not going to say, well, that's wrong just because you think you live on a ball. You know?
Yeah, like, you know, I think, because I always think that the, you know, other observations, you know, our natural experience of the surface beneath us is the place to start, you know, the best place to start. It has to be, because that's something that everybody shares, right? Gotta be the way.
Well, yeah, no one shares a ball spinning in a vacuum. That's for sure. No one can share Newtonian, Chicken Newton physics of balls. We can't, like, no one's doing that every day in a lab or messing with any of that stuff. So what we can mess with is reality. You know, we can't mess with non-reality. That's where the magic physics come in. That's where the problem lies. They believe that all this stuff that they can't demonstrate, that we have to believe because they can't demonstrate it. It's weird.
I agree, man. Reality is a good baseline to start with. How many people do we talk to? Globers come in and they bring their own physics. They bring their own concept of gravity. They bring their own concept of what the Earth is, how big it is. So starting from that is very shaky ground.
Yeah, 90% of them do that.
Yeah. I mean, they've already skipped past it, like, a few things, like, in their mind. When, you know, before they've even come in, there's so much, right? And they already have these base axioms that they just expect you to have accepted as being true in the first instance. That's why they want to just replace the globe with a disk in space, within a solar system. Because, like, obviously, we're in a universe, you know, obviously.
Yeah, they think they know what the globe is, and they come in with, you know, their Kerbal Space Program conceptions of it. But then they really know what flat Earth is. Like they know more than we do what flat Earth is. And so we tell them, no, that's not flat Earth. And they say, no, you're supposed to believe it's a space disk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, otherwise my argument of the always daytime wouldn't work.
But the flat earthers on TikTok and X, they think Earth is a toroidal field in outer space.
Yeah, they think about their arguments before they come in here. right? They think, oh, I'm gonna mock them about the ice wall that they all believe in. And then when we're like, we don't believe in that, they're like, they don't know what to do. They have to try to work out what to do when they get shut down.
Well, what I think a lot of it is they hear some bogus claim that some flat earther made that they should be rightly calling out, and then they end up too chicken shit to confront that person. So then they confront us and want to hold us accountable for things that we sure in the hell would never say.
Yeah, like
And when they hear the, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, like they'll be like, well, Bobby said this. You don't believe that? Well, shouldn't Bobby be the one you're talking to? No, if Bobby came in here right now and said it, we'd probably be like, hold on, Bobby. It doesn't seem right. If it didn't seem right, like what?
This leads to them then accusing us of being fake flat earthers, being troll farms, being, you guys are not the real flat earthers if you don't believe in ice walls.
The anti-flat Earth debunkers, they thrive off these terrible flat Earth arguments that nobody in 24/7 claims. Right, that's why they don't come in here, because I think they've come in here to listen and they're like, okay, that's not going to work out for me. Right, I'm going to find some random dude on TikTok that says something dumb, and then I'm going to make a video about the dumb shit he said, and I'm going to claim that all flat earthers claim that.
There's some flat earthers saying something like silicon-based life forms live outside the ice wall, or something along those lines. And McToon like ran trains through them.
Yeah,
for good reason.
Exactly, I know, but globe earthers, we don't say, okay, this globe earther says Bigfoot was outside his house and he was feeding Bigfoot. And therefore all globe earthers claim that they feed Bigfoot outside their house. Globe earthers are so
pick
stupid.
their boogers and eat it.
On live stream. Wow.
Hey, Craig, what if I told you there are booger trees beyond the ice wall? You want to be a flat earther now?
Whoa.
Dude, that was like the end of that. That guy was already kind of over, but he just ended his career with that booger eating session. That was it. No one's ever going to take him seriously again.
But I want you to have a model of the flat Earth so I can find some little small part of it that I can pluck and pull. I tell you how stupid you are.
Booger trees. Freaking booger trees. Are there rivers of snot too? They're definitely going.
You're in fine form today, paraplegic.
Increase the dosage.
But look, they're so disingenuous, right? Even like MC Toon, right? He still refers to flat Earth like he says pizza disc in space Earthers, right? He still says things like that. He knows for a fact that we don't claim a pizza disc in space, but he still says it regularly. That he has to be disingenuous.
We don't exist.
Well, he pretends that he has to lie to mock us.
Yeah.
He knows he's lying. He purposefully has to lie. It's crazy. So yeah, it just shows he's straight up full of shit, not to be taken seriously, because he just blatantly lies.
Well, I will say this, that a very good friend of mine who's a flat earther, he posts some of the most ridiculous shit outside of that, and even some of his flat earth stuff. Like he's into Tartaria and all of that stuff, and he's posting some stuff about guys in clan robes at the Pope Girl, but the problem was he was posting it about 5 days and So I kind of halfway understand why people like McToons would initially start railing on some of those people, and then they probably found it too profitable to quit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's still I mean, globe earthers claim all sorts of crazy shit, but we don't say, oh, all globe earthers claim this. That would be disingenuous, right? So if some flat earther claims something silly, it's disingenuous for them to sort of group us all into that category.
And shit, most people aren't even aware of these claims that are made, like the diamonds raining on Neptune and shit like that, right? They don't know that. They're normies. They don't read this shit.
That's why they bring their own cosmology.
Yeah, they only know what the bits and pieces. Like that lady said, I heard everything. Then you said, repeat it back. Said, I didn't hear nothing. So like they hear everything, but then when you say repeat back what a globe is to you, even if it's all room full of, they have nothing to do with flat earth, they'll have no damn clue of what a globe is. They can repeat bits and phrases like memes and shit that the teacher's saying, like, ha 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 ha, we know this is true. Like that's the ones they know. We know this because. So the Professor Dave ones are just fucking dumbfounded, and then the ones that have no clue, never seen Professor Dave, never seen it, just heard about flat earth for real, and they're like, yeah man, these guys got to be crazy or they got to be smart. One of the way they might come in with like a real attitude, but then it always gets skewed because in the back of their mind it has to be something in space spinning, has to be some gravity, has to be all these things have to be debunked. A million different points have to be debunked, and then after you debunk every one of them, they still think there's no way, it has to be a ball. I'm like, what the hell kind of brainwashing is this?
Yeah, and as much as it's good for us to stay focused on the surface, because that's where our claims are, you really almost have to spend time on outer space and debunk that and take it away from them. Because for them, space is a foregone conclusion that makes everything else possible. They keep putting flat Earth into it, for crying out loud.
Yeah, that's why, listen, no offense, but that's why I know it's not good to go to space for like the actual idea of debunking the shape or the spheroid or the flat, like what we measure here on the surface. But just like you said, they always want to take it, the sun, but FT experiment, the sun, the stars, but satellites. So my thing was, I was like, how can I get these motherfuckers out of space? Or let's look at space to see what it is. And I started getting interested in it, and I was looking. And then I found out that at a certain altitude, I can't look at space anymore. So neither can an observatory person, neither can a scientist that I know of in real time and reality. Without a magic belief or anything else, someone sending a live thing up. I've never seen any, not at night, not at day, at a certain, not one dot of star. You see the moon, the sun, and that's it, and it's all black. So when I point that out to them, show them the ISS that they believe, supposedly, is somewhere high, 250 miles, and all this other crap, and I say, okay, now get some footage of high altitude, anything you can. A rocket, a satellite, the ISS, but off the dirt, away from us, closer to it, to prove it's up there in that spot. So if you go to 35,000 feet and the thing's not there, and you got to look directly up at it, then you know it's above you. Common fucking sense. You didn't have to look out forward at it, left or right. You had to look up vertically to it to bend your neck. Yeah, the ISS is up there. I'm filming it right now with a video. The P900. You know, nothing in my way, no refraction. I'm staring at this fucking dot football field, zooming in on it to make it closer in my lens, and I slow-mo'd the thing for everybody, you know. And you can have 100 people in a row doing it. Film, and they all get it. Do. But no one's got any of that footage, and no one's got footage of stars.
I mean, there is claimed footage, though, of the ISS from Earth where people have used some crazy setup, right? And they're claiming that these particular pictures are of the ISS, and they're pretty, high, pretty good quality pictures, if they're real.
Correct. So I wanted them to match those pictures, stay in that same area, get a hot air balloon or helium balloon, have a camera on top facing up, film in the slow motion. You know when they know when it's coming over their head. It tells them when it's coming over. So start your thing, get it up. It's going up. By the time it gets up, you know it's coming past. It's going to film it. You bring it back down, you get your film, and you show everybody the time lapse photography of it up closer to it.
Okay, so you're talking about like what you talk about sometimes as you go up higher in altitude, you see less of the stars and things like that. So
And
you're
no
saying that
ISS.
maybe if someone goes up high in altitude, you can't see the ISS. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, 100%. It'll be lined up with you over there, like an airplane. It won't be up there anymore. Yep. That's why they won't get it. That's why they won't film anything from a high altitude perspective from an airplane facing up. Because the airplane's already at 7 miles or 5 miles or whatever the fuck. And they can supposedly do the one that goes to 80,000, right? And so if you can have the one that goes to 80,000, like they used it for the Concorde or whatever, they used it to film the eclipses or whatever. Well, film the fucking ISS above you and the stars at night. Film them on the other side of a planet during an eclipse. So if the moon pops in front of the sun, when me and you're looking at it, somebody in Australia should be having the best time of their life looking at more stars than they could have ever. They should see stars pop up that have never existed in their reality before, because now the sunlight could never affect it. But I'm just a little.
I've heard people say like because if you go out into the center of Australia, right, and you look up, it's the craziest thing. Like you can see all the stars you could imagine, right? It's the most ridiculous thing. But I've heard that when people fly across Australia, right, they think they're going to see all those stars because there's no light pollution, but they don't.
Right.
But then I've heard other people say is because of the cabin lights inside the plane, and that's the reason. But
yeah, they can say whatever they want, but once they get to 80,000 feet, 200,000 feet, actually, and start filming this shit and seeing it, then it doesn't matter what their opinion about it is. If it's jet black for everyone in this footage, it doesn't matter what our opinion is. That's I mean, we can make shit up, but at the end of the day, it's still black. Like we still have to deal with what it is compared to what we are going to give our explanation as to why.
So what's their excuse when Neil Armstrong says he doesn't remember seeing a single star the entire time he was in space? Do they have an excuse for that? Are they saying it's something to do with the angle, or?
They're going to say it's the light inside their cabin. I mean, if you ask me, bro, that's the only thing I could think of.
And then you've got the other astronauts like Don Pettit saying it's like you can see all the stars like you've never seen them before. Zodiacal lights and blah, blah, blah.
Well, there are spacewalks too, supposedly on the ISS, right? That's 250 miles up in a spacewalk in space, supposedly. I mean, it's not the moon. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't compare the two, but I'm just saying you got that part that's supposedly there, and then you got that distance. So between the two, you just get to take a peek, I guess. Which is no stars for the guy. Yeah, no stars, but every star. It's kind of like Australia, right? Oh, I see them all. They're beautiful. Go up higher, Bob. Damn, I don't see any. What the fuck? Like, so you get further away from the light, closer to the darkness with the things with light that are little suns, and they just disappear on you. Little suns disappear on you when you get closer to them. Damn. Wonder if our sun disappears when you get closer.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting point.
Very interesting indeed, actually. I've heard you talk about that before, Timok, but you've added a lot more character to that. I think you're onto something there.
Yeah, the sun should be blocked out by lights. It's a star 93 million miles away. right? Just like the other
I've heard
stars.
that.
Yeah, sorry. Go.
No, I was just going to say too. I've heard that the moon also looks smaller with altitude. I don't know how true that is.
Way smaller, like a fucking dot. It looks like a star, brother. I thought it was a star. I was like, fuck, I'm debunked. And I stopped and I was like, wait, it's the only one. There is no more dots up there. There's only one dot. Okay, I'm still in play. What I said, it still holds true. There's no stars everywhere. There's one dot. And they were like, that's the moon. And the little guy draws a red arrow to it. I'm like, what the fuck? That's the moon looking like a piece of salt? Really? Huh. That's cool. Welcome to
So, is there any footage? Is there any footage from high altitude that where they've adjusted the exposure or whatever, and you can see shitloads of stars? Because I've never seen any.
There's one guy, Jay Tolan or JW or Jeremy something, and it's the J. It's always JJ something, and might be the same fucking person with 3 different acronyms. I don't know. Either way, it goes. He sends one up, and it sees nothing on the left, and then stars on the right. So he sends like 2 cameras up, I guess, next to each other. One has the shutter speed or whatever the hell set. And the other one doesn't for regular. Like one's regular and then one's set up to where now you're going to see stars. So for some reason, blinking real fast or holding it up, whatever the fuck that, longer exposure or something, whatever, blocks out light and supposedly he sees them. But what you see is the dipper. But it looks so perfect. It's like I've never seen it like that before outside. And that's it. That's the footage. They show the same thing. They show the Big Dipper or Little Dipper or whatever in your view, and you can see the Dipper, like, and that's about it. The only one I've ever seen.
So, Democ, let me ask you a question here. And I'm trying to replay back in my mind, and frankly, I really can't, because I've had some contradictory experiences.
Next time
if you were to go through, say, a mountain, so if you were going through the mountains of, say, West Virginia or say, Tennessee or in the Rockies, and you went to a very high elevation, how do the stars look there? Sorry.
You probably see some above.
I had to sneeze there. Sorry about that. But how do the stars look on the top of some very high mountains?
I don't think you'd see them below a certain point. Like you could probably see them and see them up. Like you could probably see them in your field of view. But then when you looked out and looked down a little bit, you would see like they stop at a certain point and they don't go. Like stars are supposed to be surrounding you in a big sphere all the way down around the horizon, down below it, down below, down around this ball we live on supposedly. But if you look, the stars don't ever go below a certain point when you get high. And then when you get to a certain height above that mountain height, that's even above that, that's when they disappear to the right and left and above you. Now, when you get to a certain height and you look forward, they disappear towards the horizon. Like there's a gap from the ground and the stars. There's a gap. So you'll see a gap to your left, right, front, and back. But above you and around above you, you'll see stars, I think, on a mountain.
So are you saying that the higher you go in elevation, that like the star field horizon raises up too and eventually blackens out the sky?
Ah. That's an interesting thought. I wonder if that's like something you could test, measure.
They disappear.
I've wondered that.
Well, you can see them. You can, like I said, you can see them in a plane to a certain extent, but then when it gets so high, you can't anymore. Like he described in Australia, you get up in the plane, you're looking up and out and over. You don't see what you would see on the ground. It's not exactly the same.
Well, there was a guy in here, was it yesterday or the day before? I don't know. Was it Siamese Cat? I don't know if it was Siamese Cat. It was somebody's telling their experience of skydiving. They said when they jumped out, they thought they were that high up, right? He said he was like in a little Cessna thing or something, but I said he wouldn't have been like, very high. And he's like, not like 30,000 feet. And he's like, yeah, we were. It's like, oh, okay, but yeah, he said that when he jumped out, when he looked up, directly up, he could see like a black area, a black circle area above him, and he was thinking, man, we're nearly in space, like this is crazy, like, and I don't know, the guy could have just been telling a yarn, but I thought that was weird too. Like, wait, you got to a certain altitude and you looked up in daylight and it looked like there was a section of nighttime sky, so you saw black against blue, and he's like, yeah, man. I'm like, nah, I don't know.
One thing I will say for certain is that when I brought my wife to the state we live in now, and I started pointing out to what we actually see in the sky versus what we're supposed to see, that it's different, and that there are some stars that we see that change colors. And we watched one through 2022 and 2023. And one night it was just flashing through all kinds of different colors. So I can tell you without a doubt that what we see here is not what's explained in the astronomy books. So, Demak, I think you're onto something, long story short. And the other thing I was going to add in is when I've taken her to Kentucky, where I remember being at certain points and the stars being very bright and clear, and then us going there within the last 2 years a few different times, that they don't look like anything like they did. Not nearly as bright, not nearly as clear, and similar weather nights. So, point being that something's different from what's described.
Yeah, I'm about 1,050 meters above sea level. Beautiful, starry, clear skies here. Yeah, but like, I mean, like, what's the point of Sophia then, or what they claim is the Hubble and the Kepler and James Webb telescopes?
Well, are they probably doing other kinds of intelligence gathering and things like this? And then every now and then they release some sort of composite image that they've doctored up on a computer. So is it just that those objects have missions, maybe not upwards, but downwards, and then they use some marketing hype to say, oh, look, we need these so we can see a supernova 600 trillion, billion, gazillion, million, bazoogle light years away? Oh, look, we've used Sophia to determine that Uranus smells like farts. But yet in real life, maybe they're just using it for intelligence gathering.
Well, they're using space to gauge people's unintelligence, it seems.
Well, their willingness to be intelligent beyond belief. That's what it is. It's a beyond belief intelligence. It's not really. They're trying to be smart. They want to be smart. Don't give me the math, the equation, the calculation, the assumption, the idea of it all. But then,
When you're having intelligence gathering, you're never going to say what you're using something for. You're just going to have a cover story. Like, I don't know, you could have a, let's just pretend you had a newspaper. You could have offices that nobody there really knows that are even there except for, the few agents who go into their office, and then there's other ways to get back to whatever. It's just a dumb example, but my point is, all you need is a cover story that people will buy, and then they just go, oh, wow, we would never question that. Like, maybe they have what looks like a church campground or something, and they're running intelligence operations out of it, and all kinds of other things. So why not use the Baltard Space Lovers fantasy?
The Baltard Space Lovers fantasy? That's a freaking mouthful.
Do a Baltardian's dream of electric stars.
Yeah, so Star, you're talking about Felix Baumgartner, historic space jump, right? Are you there? Yeah, anyway, so he went up to 129,000 feet and jumped out of a capsule, right? So even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the globe Earth proponent scientist, right? He said that it's just sneaky marketing using a fisheye lens, right? So if you have a look at before he jumped out of the capsule, right, they didn't have a fisheye lens, and you can see a completely flat horizon from that height, right? And then he jumps out and you can see drastic Earth curvature, right? But what you'll notice is that when the camera pans around, you'll see the horizon shifting from curved, right, to the opposite, right, to concave. So obviously it's just a wide angle lens. I mean, if you have a look at the footage, you can even see drastic curvature from the ground, from when he's on the ground. So yeah, it's not any kind of globe Earth evidence whatsoever. And in that shot, right, in that image that that Matrix posted, right, all of that land you can see there is the state of New Mexico. Think about that. Look at the curvature. Look at the land. Think about how big the globe is. Right? Everything there in that shot is New Mexico.
No wonder we're told
So-
Australia can't exist.
Yeah, it's all New Mexico.
Hugely exaggerated. And this is what like people like the guys feel like they have an appreciation.
Quiet, T-Dub.
Of their globe. Am I coming through low?
Yeah, really quiet.
Yeah. All right. Hang on. Better.
Yep.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah. So I was just saying, like, people like Neil deGrasse Tyson feel like they have an appreciation for astronomy and astrophysics, right? And so they get upset when their own side, like just people in general, misrepresent, what they feel is reality, right? I mean, he's willing to accept that if the reality is that even though he has a delusion about the Earth being a sphere, he appreciates that you're not going to view the curvature, right? And visually, the horizon's not going to look curvy like that from that altitude. It's simply not, because it's not. That's a tiny Earth. He feels like his sphere is much bigger than that. He thinks it's an insult to his profession to misrepresent Earth like that.
So yes, Star, you can post these claims, right? But they're just claims. You can't validate anything that you just posted. This person says this other person says that. I mean, literally the head of the Russian space agency called bullshit on NASA's moon landings.
Don't forget Katy Perry went to space too.
Oh yeah, 60 miles up in a vomit comet. Definitely went to space. Definitely. So the USA, apparently they left all this stuff on the moon, right? Including 100 bags of shit, piss, and vomit. But anyway, they left all of these devices on the moon, right? And then all of these other probes allegedly orbit the moon, right? To research the moon, right? The South Koreans, the Israeli probes, all the Chinese probes, Japanese probes. Nobody, right, including all of these probes, every satellite, I mean, every telescope on Earth, all these giant building-sized telescopes, all these probes have never ever managed to take a photograph of anything that's been left on the moon from a space mission. Not once.
Make a claim. Is Star not willing to mic up? That's unfortunate.
So funny that the 24/7 Globe Earth reality channel got deleted. Who would have guessed?
It was a sheer cope channel.
Yeah. 24/7 Cope. Globe Cope.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I mean, like, they come in, you know, someone will come in and like, oh, what's this channel? Right. And like go in there and like, well, what are you guys about? Oh, well, you know, we're here, you know, because, you know, we talk about the Earth being a globe, right? Like, well, why don't you just go up to the Flat Earth channel, right? Oh, I'm banned. Well, okay then. Fair enough. I'm a glober. What are you going to say to me? Yeah, it's a globe. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, who's going to go there? Like, what's the draw card? Nothing.
This is a funny thing, isn't it? You want beers for my sister?
Hey, Timbo.
Yes, please.
Yeah, take a beer.
Oh,
Yep,
shit,
I'm
again.
in. Oh, come on. He's offering beers. Get back on here.
Nash, don't you whine like a little bitch. Right? You want to talk about concave Earth? You're unmuted. Present your argument for concave Earth. Go ahead. But you won't even open your microphone. I already know this. You just come in here to whine, right? Because your concave Earth is so absolutely retarded, right? You don't want to answer any questions about it because it's so easy to shit all over. That's why you don't open your microphone right now. You're going to make up excuses, but you're not going to present any evidence for concave Earth. You just want to skank. That's right. You're not allowed to do that anymore, right? So open your microphone because you're now text suppressed.
Good.
So yeah, you open your mic, bro. Look, I'll be complete. You all run away. Oh no. What a shame. Dude, how a concave Earth is so consistently retarded. Right? They all act the same, right? They all say they know they've done so much research about concave Earth. They're so sure of it, but they can never have a normal conversation about it. They can never present any evidence. They're just like, oh, you wouldn't understand. You haven't done the research. Hey, Matrix and T-Dub and Timbo. Oh, Timbo's on mute. Can you guys remember the helmets that used to exist called stack hats?
Yes.
Yeah,
Dude.
yeah.
And they were like fluorescent yellow or fluorescent orange.
Right.
This
Nice.
girl's head
Yeah.
went under an
Break
18
really
wheeler.
easily.
She survived because she was wearing a stack hat.
Exactly, bro. Those were the most hardcore helmets you could ever wear.
The sad part is, prior to stack hats coming out, crash helmets or bike helmets or whatever they call the stupid things, I'd already survived about 8 years of BMXing. So, yeah. Shit, I grew up in the days when Mercurochrome was a thing. And all the old people out there are going, oh my god, that nasty orange shit that they used to paint on your knees and elbows whenever you had a stack.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
But iodine.
Yeah, it was some iodine concoction called Mercurochrome. It's probably carcinogenic, but yeah, anyways. If you ever had a stack, they used to paint you up with that stuff. Help stop infections. So yeah, it's probably just some iodine
Yeah.
mix up, yeah.
You talk back in the days, you go to the doctor and he'd give you a spoonful of kerosene. You know, that'll fix you right up.
He probably wasn't wrong, you know. Compared to now, you go in, they don't even look you in the eye. They just start scribbling on their prescription pad and can't wait to get you out of the room. If you say anything, they just kind of like laugh at you.
Yeah. But the guy that went to the doctors just had nothing on but Glad wrap. And the doctor looked at him and said, well, I can see you're nuts. Damn, that didn't land.
I didn't get it. I missed it. I couldn't. Yeah. I'm too stupid to get that joke.
What was he wearing?
Cling wrap?
Well, and cling wrap is what? See through?
Uh-huh.
And what did the doctor
Oh,
say?
okay, yeah.
Click. There he goes.
Oh, shit.
And what are people to believe with the stars and stuff? If the thing they say, oh, we got this thing up here going around the whole planet day and night, so it's on the other side of the planet in the daytime, in the nighttime, like so the sun's over here, it's over there, it's over here, but no stars or nothing, no live things launching past it ever, no like nothing live, like that's impossible. It's possible to have a live feed of the Earth without anything live going on in that live feed.
Yep. Facts.
It's like if a cop turns his camera on, nothing happens ever anywhere. Nobody ever is like, it's a ghost town cop, part 10. Like, it's just not even no one, nothing. Just nothing ever goes on. 8 hours every day of his life, just nothing. And he's like, goes back, goes to sleep. That'd be crazy, right?
Yeah,
No
does
ads.
anybody know how many G forces Katy Perry would be feeling for the entirety of her space flight?
17,000 miles. No, oh, that, I don't know. I don't know. Like at least a couple, 5, 7. 700 miles an hour is one, isn't it? So every 700 or 750 miles an hour or something like that is the G-force.
I'm just curious because you guys have seen all the videos with the guys passing out from like 7, 8, 9 Gs.
Mach 3, Mach 2. Yeah. I don't know, probably a couple thousand, I'd say. She had to at least fall fast. How fast did she get down to Earth in 1 minute? So they dropped. How fast did they drop? Forget how fast they went up. Like if you're up that high and all of a sudden you're down to Earth, like what? Huh? You got here in a minute? What the hell?
I think it might have been what the DJ said it was what 60 miles, and they went the whole like duration of the flight was like 11 minutes. So it's like 5 minutes up, 5 minutes down, 1 minute in space itself.
5 minutes to travel 60 miles.
Yeah. Yeah, well, whatever G forces that would be. No.
How come they can't travel? How come they can't hit the clouds that way at 5 miles within 50 minutes then? Horizontally ever. They can't.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're gonna take some weird parabolic arc.
Yeah, on flat Earth, yeah, every day. Do the McDonald's arch in the air. But on the globe, you're supposed to go that away to space. You're not supposed to go vertical to space on the globe. That's not a part of the equation. You know that. You got to go the parabolic, but your parabolic ain't supposed to come down and hit the dirt and water. It's supposed to kamikaze down at that sweet spot where they're not hitting dirt and water. That's the part I'm looking for. I want any other flying object to go sit there and wait for that to happen and look forward and not see no dirt and water in front of them so they can see that rocket go down and not hit dirt and water. Past the point of zero, past where sea level exists. You know how you have a backup camera on your car that puts out the imaginary blue or red and lines and stuff? Put the line out on the screen, pop it out there, and then watch that thing shoot down past it. No dirt and water. You're looking out horizontally. You see no ocean in front of you, no dirt, no sand. It's behind you or below you. And you see the rocket go down into space somewhere, wherever it goes. However, wouldn't that be the best shot for Time magazine? I mean, because if their math's not right, the only thing they can really do is kamikaze down into the Earth. That's the only other place they can go is hit Earth or not hit Earth. Rocket time. So how do you fall 60 miles in 5 minutes?
That's a good question. Maybe they thrust it back down the earth.
$60 miles?
But you know what? Maybe it's like that little chick in an elevator. They all jumped at the same time, so they can all make it in.
11 miles a minute. That'd be pretty crazy, man. It took them 5 minutes to go up. So they went up at the same rate as coming down. That's weird.
You know what? I don't want to. I'm gonna go watch that live stream again. I want to make sure. I want to be saying.
Okay, because that just seems, that seems weird. I mean, if that's the case, there's something wrong with that math. Going up exactly.
I'm trying to think, because however you put it, even if they got up in 1 minute, that would be even worse. And then they took them, 9 minutes to get down. And then that amount of G-force on your body traveling 60 miles a minute. You squish to the floor like a pancake.
Actually, no, there wouldn't be. If they're traveling, that's not the problem. It's accelerating is the problem. That'd crush them. But they're slowly accelerating, coming back down. The issue would be when those chutes go out. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And you go from 720 miles an hour down to 15 in less than 2 seconds. That'd probably break your neck.
Oh, it's gonna be like that scene from Spider-Man 2. Oh, that's the second one.
The dog chain gravity. It's that dog chain that yanks you back. Yank. Ain't no joke though. It'll yank, man.
Oh yeah, for sure. Maybe they're all really strong. They all train their necks.
It's not gravity though. That's how I joke about gravity, but it's the idea that when you cut, like exactly what he said, the differential, it sudden break.
That's why Glover's always used but if you're in a plane, do you feel it when you're doing 500 miles an hour? Well, actually, when you take off, you fucking feel it. It's like a roller coaster ride. It's awesome fun. But when you're out cruising, following a singular vector, then no, you don't really feel it. It's actually quite calm.
Well, you don't feel it because the plane's level. They keep it level, and you don't because it's not unlevel. You feel the unlevelness too. So it has to do with the movement differential and the actual idea of you being level too, in a way. I don't know how long you could be upside down and not know it.
Well, that's one of the tells with a lot of the so-called ISS videos. Naturally, when you lay down, if you try to look at something, you'll still try to tilt your head up, and everyone does it. You can't not do it because you're just the way everything works. So yeah, people that are on their sides and things like that, they'll naturally strain to tilt their head the right way up. So a good tell is have a look at their neck, see if they're straining to get their head the right way. Apparently, people don't like being upside down and crooked and whatnot.
Hell no. Your face will start to swell and turn red, and blood will start going to your head.
That's typical Saturday night, Democ. Come on.
Pressurized centrifuge underwater.
I can testify. I do prefer an orientation where my feet are below the plane of my head.
Raul, welcome.
Hello.
What's your take on this predicament we've come across? Is it a plane with topography, or is it a ball half covered with water, spinning, wobbling, tilting,
Well, I'm a round
vacuum
earther.
of space?
Yeah, that one. Flying through the vacuum of space, a round ball.
A round ball. And why do you think
Yes.
that, mate?
Sorry, did you ask something?
Why did you think it's a round ball? What makes you think that?
Because all the other planets are round and it makes sense that Earth would be round as well. I mean,
So you're just assuming planets and assuming they're all round and oh yeah, fair enough.
yeah, and like the pictures from space,
How do you verify those? Just out of curiosity?
like what incentive would NASA have to lie on this particular topic? Like what would they gain out of it?
Is that how you verify them?
No, yeah, that is, I'm taking it on like trust because there's no incentive to lie on this particular aspect.
No incentive to lie. So if I was to hand you $69 million per day, That
Yeah.
would be an incentive for you to lie. Mate, if someone told me, here's $69 million every single day, and all you got to do is walk out and say the sky's purple, I'll tell you something now, the sky's fucking purple.
Yeah, but how is there $69 million a day stopped if the Earth is not round? I mean, they will still have a job and a mission, right? Even if the Earth is not round.
NASA t-shirts, caps.
I don't know if like merchandise is that big of a revenue stream.
The government supplies quite a lot of it.
Yeah,
Keep the
yeah.
masses entertained. It's just Hollywood for adults.
Yeah, so if we are being lied, and I'm like being curious about this, so why are we being lied about this? Like, what's the ultimate purpose?
Control.
Like, control over what?
Your mind. You believe this shit. You ever thought about it? Why? It's never been verified. Even you, when you're asked how to verify it, you sidestep straight away to another topic.
I mean, there are ways to verify, but I'm sure you must have heard that previously also, like those stick and shadows.
There's all sorts of ways to verify your photos from space. I asked how you verified them.
I mean, it just makes sense what I've been taught. I'm not like dogmatic about this position, but it makes sense.
It makes sense.
That's it.
That's what we're trying to understand from you. Why does it just make sense?
Okay,
Because
so
that's what
number
you've been
one.
force-fed your whole life.
Okay, number one, like even raindrops, right, when they're suspended in water, they're circular, or like water droplets. No, I'm just telling you my line of. No, I'm just telling you. No, I'm just telling you my line of thought. So that is because of the surface tension, right? Similarly, anything that has the most stable shape is a round shape, right? That is why most of the bodies in the solar system and in the universe are round.
Yeah, that is circular. You've got to prove that. That's the bit that you're explaining how you're going to prove. You're not going to use the thing that you're trying to explain.
Yeah, so you agree with me that circular is the best shape, right? Most stable shape.
No.
Not when it comes to reasoning.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
triangles
like
are pretty stable. Hexagons, they're found.
Okay, is the sun round? Do you agree on the sun?
The sun?
Yeah, is it round?
I don't know.
Okay.
How do you know what the sun?
It just makes intuitive sense. I mean,
It just
if you say how
every single one. No, my friend, every single answer that you've given is it just makes sense. Hands up in the air. It just makes sense, boys. It would just ask you to confirm one thing. How do you know what the sun is? Because you've asked me if the sun's round. I've asked you how you know what it is, and you just said it makes sense. Dude, have you got a logical thought in your head?
Yeah, because if there's a three-dimensional space and the pressure radiation is pushing things out inside the sun and the gravity is pushing things in, the most stable shape will always be a round shape, right? It's not going to be a triangle shape because how are they going to get those edges over there?
Would be if you presuppose the mechanism that you just spoke about.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Which would have to be proven. One, you've said the stuff would be going out of the sun. Yes, gas pressure that expands into vacuums. That's the law of nature. You're saying no, that gravity compensates for that and pulls things into spheres. That's a lovely story. It might make sense to you, but do you have any scientific validation for that claim?
I mean, pressure pushes things out. We can observe that, right?
Yep, that's the second law of thermodynamics, better known as entropy. Gas fills space. Yes, we agree on that.
Yeah, so if there's no gravity to give a direction, it will radiate out, right? Not in.
Sorry. What's gravity? Now we're getting into things that we don't agree about. What's gravity, please?
It's a force that any two objects exert on each other in this universe.
That's incorrect by your own standards. You know Einstein, right? General and special relativity. Gravity is no longer a force, mass attracting mass, and hasn't been since 1915. Gravity is now the distortion of a space-time fabric due to the displacement of mass. So you're incorrect there. That's not even your own scientific rhetoric. That's not what NASA says.
Okay, so gravity is a force that attracts two objects, and the theory of gravity, as you explained, is the distortion of space-time and like bed sheets, bowling balls on bed sheets. It creates dips. You must have seen that diagram that I'm talking about.
Okay. So if that's the conceptual idea, we need the scientific experiment that proves it.
Okay, so there was a scientific experiment. I'm sure you must be knowing about this too. That scientist, he put two mirrors or something like that in a vacuum, and he measured the movement of the mirrors through springs, and that is how we get the gravitational constant. So that is the scientific experiment that proves gravity. Now, if you ask me how do you do that, I can't tell you how we do that.
No. Sorry, do apologise for interrupting. But if you're going to be incorrect when citing a scientific experiment, I must interrupt. What was the hypothesis for this experiment, and what was the dependent and independent variables, please?
Okay, so the hypothesis was that any two objects, they exert force on each other. That was the hypothesis. And what the scientists wanted to know is what is the gravitational constant, so he can calculate the force. So using these two balls and getting the movement, he got the gravitational constant. Now, what was the dependent or independent? No, I'm just telling you the experiment as I recall it. If you want, I can give it on the side chat. Yeah, I know you must be knowing about it more, but I'm just recollecting all the things I know because this is the first time I'm joining this VC and talking to flat earthers in my life. I've never talked to a flat earther. So yeah.
Okay. Quick question. Do all things of physical matter attract?
Yeah.
Okay. Does gas expand to fill volumes?
Yeah.
Okay. Does gas attract gas?
Yes, but are you going to ask another question?
Do you see the world-based contradiction?
No, so
do you see the world now place contradiction I've put you in?
Oh,
this
yeah.
Is where try not to interrupt you. Fucking hell.
Oh no, I thought you were finished.
Talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
So as we understand, gas expands. That's the law of. No, I'm still talking. So remember the law of nature that we spoke about right at the beginning of the conversation. Gas expands. If gas was attracted to gas, guess what gas wouldn't do? Wouldn't expand now, would it? Because it's been attracted. Gas wouldn't expand to fill volumes. So you've put yourself in a contradiction. Not all bodies of physical matter attract bodies of physical matter. Whether that's by the mass themselves, however, or them distorting the space-time fabric, which is just conceptual. Gas expands to fill volumes, you say yes it does, but no it doesn't. Because of gravity. But this is a law of nature that would take place in nature, on the earth, where all the nature is. That's where the gas expands to fill volumes. You're saying yes it does, but no it doesn't, because of some type of gravity you don't understand and definitely couldn't provide scientific experimentation for. I guess that's over with.
Yeah, so can I answer now? Okay, so gas, the particles of gas, see, if you look at the law of gravity or the formula of gravity, it is heavily dependent on the masses of the objects, right? So something like an Earth will have a much larger gravitational attraction rather than molecules
Gas
of
are
gas.
individual unbonded particles.
Sorry?
Sorry, what?
Gas are individual.
Law of gravitation, that's Newtonian physics.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
gas
sorry,
are individual
carry on.
separate objects, right? They are not a one entity.
Gas, gases. That is what I'm saying. Gas is composed of individual small particles that are too small in size to exert any meaningful attraction on each other. And even if they do attract each other, there are other greater forces at play that rip them apart. Right.
Because your gas balls in outer space, then. Sorry, Jedi. Yeah, continue on.
So when we are talking about the gases of the sun, I think we are trying to relate it through over there, right? So the amount of the quantity of gases. Sorry.
You cited Newton's law of gravitation. I told you that was debunked in 1915. Why did you cite it again?
No, but the formula is still valid, right? See, law of gravity and theory of gravity are two different things. The law is still
you
valid.
said the law of gravity, Newton's law of gravitation was superseded in 1915. It's replaced. Toggle from the phone. Debunked.
The theory has been explained in a different way. The law still stands. If I want to calculate how fast an object will drop, I still use Newton's law of gravity, right? Are we not agreed on that aspect? I'm going to use
you can use it because
M1, M2
you can use it
divided by R squared.
You can use it because it's a useful tool, but you're not going to reify this model into its mass attracting mass, are you?
But it is even if it's useful, so it is useful for sun also, right? So I can use it as a tool for the sun as well. Are we in agreement with that?
I'm not interested in mathematics. I'm interested in science, dude.
Yeah. So, okay. So, how do you explain the sun, man?
Maybe it's because of me being a flat earther. Maybe you don't believe me. I'll post it in the side chat so you can read it. Right, just so you understand, in Newton's law of gravitation that you cited just a moment ago, there's a reason why gases don't expand to fill volumes was superseded by special relativity. It's in the side chat if you want to read it.
No, but that is not okay. See, what I've read, and I'm telling you what I've read, is what you've written in the side chat is that the movement of the sun or the presence of sun is instantaneously felt on Earth. Well, that is not correct. See, if the sun were to disappear, there will be no impact on Earth for 8 minutes. That is the speed of light. So I don't know where you're getting this from, but yeah.
What? Sorry, you don't know where I'm getting this from. I've cited it. It tells you.
I just read I didn't open the Encyclopedia Britannica, but I just read what you have written. So if the sun were to disappear, let's say, if the sun were to disappear, how long will it take for us to notice the effects of the sun disappearing? I'm just asking you. Would it be instantaneous? Yeah, using the old model of gravity. I'm talking about the old model of gravity. But it will still take 8 minutes. It will not be instantaneous.
Well, according to Newton's theory, yes, it was.
No, that's pretty well accepted that it will take at least 8 minutes for us to feel.
You're talking about light. You're talking about light. You're
I
supposed
know,
to be
but
presenting scientific evidence of gravity.
Yeah, but I'm just responding to what he wrote in the side chat. Yeah, light
just
and
trying to help
gravity
you
both are felt after 8 minutes. Yeah.
Yep, just trying to help you understand that they're not the same thing. All right, because you came with mass attracting mass, and then you started citing again the law of gravity. This law of gravity was superseded by the special and general relativity that Einstein's been talking about since papers published in 1915. Now, as long as you cite whichever gravity that you want to and provide a scientific experiment, but don't mix and match the two, we're fine. We just require a scientific experiment. You tried to give a hypothesis earlier. You kind of didn't do that. I'm still waiting for the independent and dependent variables within the experiment that included mirrors.
Yeah, I don't know about the dependent and independent variables. As I said, like I didn't come with any preparation. I just randomly came in the VC. I'm just recalling from my memory.
Yeah, it was neither an experiment. It wasn't an experiment to begin with, but the aim of it was not to formulate a gravitational constant, nor was it to prove that mass attracts mass, to demonstrate that. That was already assumed.
So why did you do that experiment?
That he was trying to weigh the Earth or to determine the density of the Earth. Because you're referring to Cavendish, the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that was his name. Yeah. But like, I'm just curious, who has the incentive to like control our minds and like brain controllers? Who is this person
People
who has
with
this
fundamentalist religious beliefs. A lot of people that are teaching you this shit, they just believe it themselves. It's unfounded. It's not based on any scientific evidence.
And like, how are we being controlled? Like, if I believe the Earth is round or it's not round, how is it like controlling me in my day-to-day life?
Well, you'd have to be specific about what portion of the population is attempting to do that. I mean, like I just said, for the most part, like when this stuff is taught in universities, it's believed. They believe it. They honestly, sincerely believe that what they're teaching is true.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah,
it's a
but
tradition.
still I'm not getting the incentive. See, for example, if I were to convince you, T-Dub, and make you believe that I am an expert in finances, right? And I would then ask you, hey, why don't you give me money so that I can spend it wisely? So I am getting a direct benefit by convincing you that I'm an expert in finances, right? So if somebody is convincing me that the earth is round, what benefit are they? Just hold on a minute. I'm just getting a call. Just a moment.
Why would they lie, T-Dub?
I almost want to buy a VPN. Sorry, racist joke.
But he's going to have to get specific about who exactly is he talking about.
Exactly.
I think he just got a call for finance.
Stocks fell.
Customer.
How's this chat going, boys?
Hey, Cyclone. Going good.
Good.
Cooking from his telephone call.
Cooking an Indian fella here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is he receptive to the information?
He's yeah, seems like he's quite indoctrinated.
Yeah, he's equating the shape of the Earth with finance.
It is good business.
But he does sound like he is here in good faith. It seems like, I mean, he's indoctrinated, but he's not really being arrogant.
That's
one false move and he's going to implode. I can hear it.
Yeah.
Well, he's maybe, he's thinking, hey, my country have been to the moon. You know, he's seen it himself.
Yeah. True.
I wonder if he's watched the footage yet.
I think he probably has.
Yeah, we should ask him about that.
You better let him know the terrible news. The worst part about all that. We know what that is, right? Can't buy coffee from you if he believes in it. So.
But they're going to start putting 7-Elevens on the moon? Yeah, I'm only joking.
That's one way you can tell that nobody's ever been to the moon, because you know damn well they would have marketed it, and somebody'd have a freaking big ass LED Coca-Cola sign on there by now.
Didn't you buy any land when they were selling it? Yeah.
It's either that or you got to get Will Smith to fly there and put your advertisement on there.
Maybe his wife's got him by the nuts.
His wife kicks his ass in a movie. Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, that was a good conversation last night with that Diogenes guy, though.
Oh yeah, he came back today.
Oh, did he come back?
Just for a few minutes.
Oh yeah.
Just to tell us
to get a quick hit.
Well, he did. What did he say, Timbo?
Oh, when he came back, he said, I've been around in every room here so far, and you guys are the master debaters.
To which Timbo is a master debater.
Yeah. Well, he must have been speaking. He's probably just speaking specifically about you there, Timbo.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's good. Another fan. Yeah,
well,
he was saying.
Yeah, it's when he first came in, right? He goes. He just said this was his comment. If you believe in the flat Earth, you're stupid. So I said, all right, and that's how the conversation started. And then we brought him back to like having a decent conversation.
Well, there was another guy who was in at the time. I don't know if you were listening, Miggy, but he was he's been into it for a few months, and it sounds like he's pretty much a flat earther by now. But he was saying he was speaking to Alpha Veritas, and Alpha Veritas told him to go to the shop and look at the globes and read what it says on the bottom of them. And he said it said not for educational purposes, and that really flat smacked him. So good job, Miggy.
Yeah, I remember that conversation. It was fun. He was kind of in disbelief, and he was like, "Nah." I was like, "Go check it out. You're gonna find out, man."
Came in last night.
I'm just telling you that.
He came in last night and he was all about it. He was telling the other guy, he was like, "There's gas pressure. The fucking maps say not for educational purposes." He was freaking out.
What doesn't it say for decorative purposes only on some of them, and then other ones say not for educational purposes?
Or both. Yeah.
Or both. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I remember we, back on the home server, me and Martov and a few other guys, we found the website of like the most expensive globe makers, some Italian company, I can't remember what they're called, Zifoli or something like that. But they make really expensive globes, and they have like a live customer service chat. So we were like asking them like, "Oh, we're going to go on a round the world voyage and we need a good globe to navigate. Which one would you recommend?" And they were like, "Nah, you can't use them for navigation. They're just furniture."
That was so fun. That was who was that?
That's funny.
Was that DJ? Somebody,
me and Martov and some other guy.
The person that was actually chatting, was it Grim? There was somebody that was actually in the chat with them, and like they kept on posting the screenshots.
There was a few people.
I was there.
Them online.
Yeah, and she was like, "Oh, you what? You can't use this to like go on a sailing trip or anything."
Yeah, you can't use this out in the real world. Basically, it was very funny.
You can't put a roller on it and like mark it, the bendy roller.
No, they're just furniture, apparently.
They were like concerned about a lawsuit or something. They're like, "Wait, no."
Oh, that's good. Have you seen these? I remember there used to be a show called the Jewelry Channel. They used to sell globes on there that were made with real, like lapis, and those are really expensive. They had like actual, stones on there. Pretty pricey. What a waste.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was that was supposed to make these the best globes, because they're certainly no more accurate than all the other ones. But yeah, they were the pricier ones. I need to see if we can still find those screenshots because those were hilarious. I swear we had them saved.
I think she was saying like
the globiest globes available.
because they've got different
Like
ones
ceramic
like that.
or something.
No, they're just exotic. Like so the terrain right on them was like could have been from like the 1500s from some like Makeda or something, and then this one over here, this one's like more recent, but like none of them were like he was like, no, I'm going on this trip, man, and I'm going to be sailing on my boat. And I need a navigational tool, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So if you put the word exotic in front of something, you just charge more, yeah?
Yeah.
It's like adding the word handcrafted in front of products like sushi. You've got sushi and then you've got handcrafted sushi. So you've got your globe and you've got your handcrafted exotic globe.
Have you got exotic sushi?
I've had exotic sushi, but I just like the plain old sushi. I mean,
If the globe comes with a sectional where like you can take out like a quadrant of it and see the iron core, then it should be worth a little bit more, right?
I guess that's why we call them GTs, fellows.
Who is Xenos? Did we speak to him the other night? Seem to remember the name.
Yes, but I'm playing Minecraft right now, so I can't really talk. So
Fucking
I'd
Minecraft.
rather listen.
Stop rotting your brain, bro.
No, it's
That's
pretty
it.
chill, actually.
Give us some globe proof instead. That's more fun. Do you believe in the globe while you play Minecraft?
No, I just believe in the flat plane of Minecraft. No, yes, I believe in the globe.
Oh, boo. Why?
Because it doesn't really matter if I believe in the globe or a rectangle or.
That's not a reason to believe in it, because it doesn't matter. That's not a reason.
Yeah.
What kind of reason is that? Why'd you believe in Santa Claus? Well, because it doesn't matter. I'll just believe in it.
Yeah, why would I believe in magic, for example? Because I think it helps me.
How does the globe help you in any way?
That guy sounds exactly like AK. Asto. Picker.
He does. It does sound like like
exactly
AK
like
nephew or something. He's got a bit more
Who's
used to
AK?
it.
Cadence and
AK's
everything.
like grizzled. AK is
German?
obfuscating. I would say he's German or Scandinavian. Or Dutch.
German.
I don't know which. Where are you from? Germany.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Don't
Too
be
many-
mad at everybody.
I think the Germans are misunderstood.
I have to go home. How do I find home in Minecraft? I don't know.
Oh, he's done. He's toast.
Yes, I'm toasted.
Are many German people aware that the Earth isn't a globe? Or do you think it's rare?
No, we don't have many psychopaths. I'm joking. It was a joke. But no, not
That's not
many
what
people.
I've heard about Germany.
You guys have psychopath all over the place. What's wrong with you? You have no sense of humor. That's psychopathic behavior.
Wait, I have a sense of humor. I'm the funniest person alive, actually. Oh my god, there are 4. Sorry, there were 10 zombies. It never happened. Okay, that was crazy. I never saw that.
Yeah, he's done.
I don't want to speak right now. I want to listen what you guys are talking. But yeah. I was just killed by 10 zombies at once.
Yeah, we were just talking about how no Globers actually know why they believe in the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Germany has daddy issues.
That's another one. He just said, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't know why I believe in the globe.
I have
You were
to
just told
find
it as a little Fraulein, and then told to go on your merry way. They said, Hans, put your jacket over there and your shoes down. You live on a spinning ball. Now let's do some maths.
And don't ask questions.
Yeah, guys, real quick, I got to say it's funny how everybody knows they live on a globe, but nobody can tell us why. It's hilarious.
Oh my god, I haven't heard that voice in 1,000 moons.
No, he did. He
We
did
know,
tell us
Dave.
why, Dave. He did tell us why. He said because
Yeah,
it
go
doesn't matter.
There you go. Yeah, doesn't matter. That's why.
Exactly. Fair enough.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Hinkle?
What's going on, Alpha Veritas and the entire panel? You guys are doing a good job. I'll shut up now.
Hey there, Dave. I remember you, man.
Alpha, where have you been?
Was at work.
Oh, because Dave's on. I hear him all the time.
Oh, you talking about really?
I pop in and out, but it's usually while you're working, probably.
I've not heard Dave in a little while, to be fair.
Yeah, maybe Radwin's on a different. Well, no, Radwin's on during the day.
Radwin's always listening.
That's
I know you guys got it handled, so I don't have to participate much. You know, I just kind of hang back in the background. Show me some globe. Nobody ever does, anyway.
Well, we were talking about that German humor. You know how all the comedians come out of Germany.
Good painters, though.
Hitler was a good comedian, wasn't he? I think so.
Yeah, he told good jokes.
I know it's the Austrians that have good painters. My mistake.
Looks like you currently are out of heliocentric enthusiasts on here. Am I correct?
Well, there was an Indian guy who conveniently got a phone call, hasn't returned. Quite ominous. And there was the guy on Minecraft, the German guy, but he doesn't care about reality, apparently. Just Minecraft.
Minecraft is much more important than figuring out where you actually live, you know. It's just the way it is.
He thinks he's playing Minecraft on a giant spinning ball.
I was
Hey,
just going to
Xenos.
say, if it doesn't matter, why don't you just say you're a flat earther then?
Because then it would matter.
I
And his
right
friends
now
would
have
make
an
fun of him.
existential crisis, okay, because I lost all my stuff. Okay, it's real.
Good.
Okay.
That's a perfect time for you to learn something.
Yeah, I should have.
Is the
I
universe
should have
flat or
left
round?
a way to retreat in Minecraft. I didn't know where I was in the cage. Not cage, cave. It's the
Okay.
cage. It's the cage.
That's
for
all
me.
right. It's all right. Yeah, it's a
You
mental. It's
understand the
a
feeling
cage. A
of
cage. A cage for your brain.
Correct.
Sounds like a
Xenos.
double whammy, dude. You're bad at Minecraft and bad at arguments for a globe. Two things, man. What else you got?
Do you have an argument against magic? No.
Magic. You got another thing that you're not good at?
Is the globe magic?
Come on, man.
Yeah, maybe.
It would have to be.
Maybe.
To have a curving lake, that would be quite magical. Curving
A spinning
ocean,
water ball in the vacuum of space is magical. Yeah.
quite magical.
You ever seen one of those? Zeno?
I mean, I think the globe is round.
Wow,
That's deep, bro.
that's profound.
Deep, right? That deep, bro.
Well, what a
That teaches
great
you some of that must be some of that famous German philosophy.
You should write that down, man. That's gonna win you an award somewhere.
Yeah. But will this award bring back my stuff? I don't think so. So what
Hey,
is
Xenos, do you think you live in a galaxy?
Yes, I hope so.
What evidence do you have for that?
I hope so, he says.
I hope so.
Most things that are forming in nature are forming in spirals and stuff, right? Looks like this golden ratio and stuff, like this golden spiral. And so maybe it's actually how nature behaves.
Right, what does that have to do with the galaxy? Like a vacuum?
Because it is formed in a golden...
balls of gas in a vacuum. Like, you've seen those pictures where it shows you a load of stars and then it has an arrow and it says you are here? You seen that?
Yes.
How do you know you're there?
Because we have big, huge telescopes.
Right, that would be looking the opposite way.
What do you mean?
Well, when you're looking at the image that says you are here, you're looking towards the Earth from an outside perspective of the Earth. But with a telescope, you're on the Earth, looking away from the Earth. So that wouldn't tell you that you're in a galaxy.
If you stand in your house and you look around, do you know that you're in your house? I hope so.
This guy. That's a good analogy, huh? Something that's imaginary to something that's real. I see how that follows. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so you don't
The
really
galaxy
know.
is imaginary and the house is real.
Yeah, so Xenos, it sounds like you
Why
don't
is it
really
imaginary
know if
when
you're
you
in a
can
galaxy
look
or
at
not.
So if you use, for example, things that you find in nature, right, and you create something that makes you look far. For example, you use glass or something, and then you look into the outside, and then you see stuff. Do you believe that's real?
Yeah, but that's not where you are. You're not out there. You're on Earth.
But you can use a telescope. Ever used one?
Yeah, you can use a
Yeah,
telescope.
have you ever seen the galaxy?
I mean, you make mathematical profiles of those things, and then you know what it is.
Mathematical
You've never seen a
profiles.
galaxy, bro. You've never seen a galaxy, and you're trying to use it as evidence of you looking through a telescope that you've never seen. You've never seen a galaxy, bro.
Yes, I
Admit
have
it.
not.
There you go. So you're
Have
trying
you
to use
ever
something
seen how
that's
they-
imaginary.
Have
You're
you
trying to
ever
use
seen
something
how
that's
they make
imaginary,
a
dude.
McDonald's burger? Have you ever seen how they make one? Maybe it's not real.
Hey, Zeno, can I ask you one question before I go? When you said is the vacuum of space is real or whatever, you said you hope so. Why do you hope that's real? You actually think you're going to experience being there one day? You're going to live on Mars or something? Anyway, I'll shut up.
Maybe we'll be on Mars one day. I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious.
What?
Well, you probably
don't
won't go.
care
You're going to
or have
stay
a
on this
thought.
dying planet. You'll stay on the dying planet while everybody else lives it up on Mars.
That's bad.
That'd be cool, right?
Okay. Alright, bro.
So you don't really know if you're in a galaxy or not. You've just been told what a galaxy is, and then told you live in one.
Yeah, it's the most beautiful story I imagine of the universe. Yes.
Well, it's, what other stories have you imagined?
I don't know. Everything that I believe is made up.
Well, it's because you've only considered the story that you were told. You haven't thought about any other possibilities.
Who told me this story that I believe in?
The TV, your teachers, your parents, probably.
But I've listened to other things than TV, teacher, and whatever.
Nah, they've all been telling you the same story. Unless you've listened to people
But
like
I'm
us.
27 years old. I think I don't listen to them anymore.
Shit, you're 27 years old?
Yeah.
Shit, bro, you better put down Minecraft and get serious.
Why? What is the problem
I thought you were
with
like,
Minecraft?
I thought you were like 16.
Really?
Well,
Because
you
I
shouldn't
play
be fucking about
Minecraft.
wasting your time. Well, yeah, and just because of the way you're kind of conducting yourself in this conversation.
Did you know that I write about most of the topics I'm talking about for over 10 years? Bet you didn't think about that too. So I'm
Right,
actually
about what
someone who's a
topics?
free thinker for myself. I think about things often, but you, as it seems,
Well, you said you don't
have
care.
any. You don't really see how people are. You thought
Well,
you were
but
speaking
you
with
said,
someone completely different.
well, no, I just take you at face value. And when you came in here, you said, I don't care. Why would I care? So that tells me that you don't think. But if you're now saying you do think, then you must care because it's reality that we're talking about.
Yeah, but the shape of the Earth is not really something that changes anything in my world here.
Well, if you believe in the globe, it does. Because,
Why?
well, how did the globe get here?
Through the laws of nature.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the globe
atheist,
story. So that's the Big Bang, right?
That's atheism.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you don't have a Big Bang, since you don't have a ball, and the Big Bang only makes balls, you don't know how the Earth got here.
He's reading from the Grove Bible, you guys. Give him a break.
So that idea you have about how the Earth got here through natural processes, the Big Bang, is incorrect based on the Earth not being a ball. Because the Big Bang only makes balls, and the Earth is not a ball.
Who said that? The Big
That's the
Bang makes
model.
only
That's the
balls.
story.
What is that kind of statement, bro?
Yeah, that's what you
What else
believe.
can it
That's what
make?
you're supposed to believe. That's what you are supposed to believe. You don't believe that?
No.
Okay. So you don't believe in the mainstream heliocentric paradigm?
I think there are way more things than just round things. There are forces.
What other shapes? What other shapes is it made?
Forces, for example, themselves.
But they're saying that gravity is pulling everything into balls. Are they not?
Yeah, but it's forming not only balls, but there are really
That's what they say they're supposed to be forming.
inexplainable complex shapes.
Because that's how they say the Earth formed, isn't it? Gravity pulled everything into a ball. That's the story, is it not?
All physics into a ball. Yep.
I don't think that gravity is the best description. I think gravity is just the description of forces interacting.
Well, that's the origin story of the Earth that you have to believe if you believe in the globe heliocentric paradigm.
Yep.
So that's untrue based on the fact that the Earth measures flat. Not
If you don't believe in that story, people are going to make fun of you, German guy.
Why?
Well, hold on. So this is what you need to realize when you say, what difference does it make to your view of reality? The entire origin story that you believe in is wrong.
But there is not one origin story I believe in.
Well, the Big Bang is your heliocentric globe origin story that you're taught in school. You don't believe in that?
I think there are many ideas how the Earth could have come to be.
Well, the one they're teaching, the one they're claiming currently, is that Big Bang, everything's formed into balls due to gravity story, which you must believe in some regard, because you said the Earth came about by natural means, meaning a Big Bang, essentially.
Yeah, some form of singularity, I guess.
Yeah, so if that was definitely not true, would that make a difference to you?
Yeah, it would be interesting, right?
Well, there you go.
But how would you ever know that, Louis?
Because you can measure the Earth and find that it measures flat, not curved, so it can't make the balls that the Big Bang makes. Can't be that ball. Can't be that origin story.
Okay, so
And
where do we exist? Is it a huge plane beyond
where
the
do
ice?
we exist? There you go. Now you're using your brain. Where do we exist?
Beyond the ice wall.
What ice wall?
Isn't that what I mean? What do flat earthers believe? Where are we then?
We're on Earth.
Yeah, and where is Earth?
What do you mean, where is it?
Now, where is Earth? Is there something around Earth?
Below your feet.
What?
Below your feet.
Yeah, but what is existing other than the Earth?
Well, to know that, you would have to leave the Earth. Can you do that?
Not me personally, but what lies beyond the Earth? What do you think?
Well, how would I know? You think I can leave the Earth?
So you don't care what lies beyond the Earth?
When did I say I don't care? I said I don't know.
If you care, what is your hypothetical point? What is beyond the Earth?
Who knows? Can't leave it to find out. At least not in this life. There's
So
different
you don't care.
speculations. No, I didn't say I don't care. It's an interesting question, but one you can't answer. At least not empirically. Not
Maybe
through your
beyond
own
the Earth is a
experience.
magical universe where water sticks to balls, spinning in a vacuum.
Yeah, maybe.
On a globe, you know what happens on a globe? Asteroids hit your house. But on flat Earth, you don't have to worry about that anymore. You don't ever have to worry about things flying from outer space and hitting your house, dude.
Yeah, that's nice. That's something. There you go.
Okay. It's crazy.
You can cancel your asteroid insurance.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no alien invasions.
Crazy.
Wait, so meteors are made up on a flat Earth? Meteors don't exist?
Meteors are made up on a globe.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about meteors, guys. It's all good.
Interesting. I've never heard that before. So meteors are fake?
Yep.
Yeah.
Meteors are fake. That's good.
We just ruin their lives again. Before it used to be you say space is fake and it would ruin them. They would go freak out. Now you just tell them meteors are fake and they really have a hard time dealing with reality.
Yeah, see,
Because all the meteors they work with and deal with daily that fall Right.
So what are we looking at when we watch meteor showers? What are those?
In your front yard? I've never seen one. Where are they
Oh,
at?
lights in the sky? Yeah, just
Up in the
lights.
sky,
They don't
meteor
ever
showers.
they don't ever land on your car, do
Never.
they? Do you ever have to go out with a meteor umbrella and stand there and make sure you don't get hit by one?
Hell no.
Hey, I'm
Yes.
selling meteor insurance though. If you're interested.
No, you're not. That's my line.
Damn it.
Yeah, see, we have the light phenomena, but there's no way to determine exactly what that phenomena is. But there's no rocks hurtling around in an infinite vacuum smashing into each other. That's not the setup.
So we've actually observed meteors crashing into the moon. What do you think we're looking at?
When did you observe this?
We as in
We as in
No, we didn't. I did not see anything
guys,
with
hold
you
on.
standing in your driveway, dude.
So we as in not you. You just heard the story.
we as in civilization. There are videos of it. Do you want to get
We
one?
as in
Get you one?
No, there's
civilization.
not.
Okay, yeah, let's see your video. Post in the chat.
Okay, I'll go get it.
These guys will believe anything.
You might have saw that video of the supposed thing they crashed into the moon.
No, we're not giving them any hints.
I think they just hit their heads.
I lost all of my stuff. What should I do?
Good.
Yeah, because you're more interested in video games and meteors hitting your house.
No, I'm interested about the mind. That's what I'm interested about.
Is that why you're playing Minecraft?
Exactly.
Well, if you're interested in the mind, why wouldn't you be? You should be interested in using your own instead of wasting it on Minecraft right now.
That's
But I
not
think
gonna happen.
I use my mind too often, too much, and so
No, you don't.
I need a break.
It doesn't
Nope,
seem
you
like
don't
it.
use it.
Speaking of mining, what did Bruce Willis mine on that asteroid in Armageddon? If asteroids aren't real, he was drilling
Why
into
are you so
something.
obsessed
He
with
wasn't
space,
mining
I guess?
anything. He was drilling a hole so he could
mind
set
his
a
business.
atomic weapon off. Yeah, they put all kinds of fairy tales in that movie: flying in space, spaceships, nuclear weapons, all kinds of crazy shit that's not real.
Special boots that keep you stuck to.
Zeno said he was interested in the mind. Well, that's good because that's the only place your globe Earth exists is in your mind. Good job.
Could be.
Mentally. From the author to your brain, the globe. We can't demonstrate it.
Who's going to be posting their asteroid videos? Who is that?
He's probably done.
Light exists.
Did he just leave before even trying?
I don't know who it was. I'm on my phone. I didn't see it. So I'm just guessing that he's got nothing.
It was Nuckenfuts, right? These Globers always take freaking 30 minutes to find a video they claim.
Nuckenfuts.
Guys, listen, do you think speed of light exists?
I love when they pretend to like not know what we're talking. You guys don't believe that asteroids exist?
It doesn't take 8 minutes for us to not see the sun after it gets put out like a bucket of water on fire.
So it's a belief? Something to be believed? Could you talk about some things that aren't just beliefs, Xenos?
Like if your
Wait,
question
what did you
starts
say?
with,
Sorry.
if your question starts with, do you believe? Just assume the answer is no, and go on to something else. We don't hold your beliefs, the crazy globe
Yeah, I can
beliefs.
see that. Don't
Yeah.
have many beliefs.
Yeah, so just talk about things that you can know, not things that you just believe because you were told as a child.
Do you think that's crazy to not have beliefs the way you do? You think it's crazy we don't think meteors are going to land in our swimming pool and hit our windshield on our car and then we're going to have to replace that? Do you think we're crazy because we know that's not going to happen?
No, I never said that.
Yeah, so why don't you tell us about something that you know?
Should I talk about something I know?
Yeah, about the Earth. Something that isn't a belief.
Oh, about the Earth. I have a question. Can you tell me anything you know for
Questions.
100%?
Now he wants to know what we know.
Yes.
Yeah, can't you just...
He skipped
give us
over
some
even
one thing
trying
you
to give us
100% know.
any realities of Earth. He just skipped it completely and went to asking us a question about it.
What? Hang on.
Yeah, because I
just
want to
ask-
show you that you cannot prove me reality 100%.
Oh,
What?
God. Here we go.
Uh-oh. We got a brain in a jar in the house, everybody. Get your hats on.
You know, so are you on Discord right now?
Only from a human perspective, but if an alien
Wow.
would see me,
If an alien would see you, wow, you really are a thinker.
Aliens now.
I'm sorry I doubted you.
If something would, if
Got a big boy
something
brain
would
here.
watch me just in thought experiment, right? It would not know I
Cyclone,
am
you're
on
making
Discord.
Cyclone, you're making him use his mind again.
No, the question is, what does it mean? Am I on Discord?
No.
In a
The
way,
question
I am
is,
I
are you
am
on
in
Discord?
Minecraft too. So, to which extent am I on Discord? To which extent am I on Minecraft? Right.
Well, you're talking to me on Discord right now, are you not?
Right. So, what do you mean by being
So then
on
you
Discord?
are on Discord, yeah.
Because I speak on Discord with people. You say that is being on Discord.
Yes. So you're on Discord. So you know 100% that you're on Discord.
No, because I could be a brain
No.
nerd.
So you don't know that you're on Discord.
How would I ever know? But I tell myself it's.
Well,
the
how are
thing
you?
that
How are you telling me? How are you telling me that you don't know that
that I
you're on
most
Discord?
believe in. Yes, it's the thing that I would most believe in to be true.
That you believe it. It's just a belief you have. You don't know if you're on Discord. You just believe it.
Yes.
Wow, you really are a thinker.
Are you sitting down?
Are you on a globe?
Am I
Do
sitting
you know
down?
you're on a globe?
On an atomically level, I would not sit down. I would only be repelled by atoms. But yes, if
So
you,
you don't-
ask me just like this, I'm
so you
sitting
don't-
down.
Oh, you are? Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
No, because what you would say sitting
Holy
down means.
crap.
Okay, so you don't know if you're on
listen.
Discord, and you don't know if you're sitting
Can
down.
I answer? So
Yeah,
you
you've
asked me,
answered.
do you
We're just
sit
moving on to the next one. So,
No.
have you eaten before?
Why do you actually want to go on? That's a perfect example. You asked
Because we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out.
Prove in reality, dude. That's why.
You said you were interested in the mind, Xenos.
Yes.
Well, so are we, and this is what we're interested in. So, do you know if you've ever eaten before food?
Yes, I would say
You're
so.
100%
You're
sure.
not sure, though.
100% sure you've eaten.
Not 100%, but I would say 99.99.
100%. All right.
This is funny shit.
So you don't know for sure that you've eaten before.
No, not 100%.
Doesn't know if he's ever eaten. Doesn't know if he's sitting in a
So
chair.
how would
Doesn't know
you?
if he's on Discord.
You're 27 years old, and you're not sure if you've eaten before.
Yes, but you don't let me explain
You're a thinker.
why I mean that.
You're a thinker. You said you think about things sometimes, and then it hurts your head.
Almost every day. Way too much, yes.
So you've been thinking for 27 years and you're not sure if you've eaten.
That's
No,
some
because
crazy
we-
shit there.
What's
we
that
speak
thinking
about
done for you?
reality itself, and you don't even understand what I mean
What has
by
27? What has 27 years of thinking done for you? If you're not sure if you've eaten before.
Listen, from a human perspective, I have. Okay.
Well, that's your
I
only
would never-
perspective.
Perspective is
What other yeah, that's your only perspective. Don't say human perspective as if you have access to some other. You don't. That's called your imagination, which also comes from your human perspective.
Yes, what is bad about the imagination?
Well, this is bad. This is what's bad about it. You don't know if you've ever eaten, and you don't know if you're on Discord or if you're sitting down. As you're sitting down talking to us on Discord, probably eating.
No, I know that in a way that I tell myself that.
Yeah, so don't give it the whole, I don't know. That's not intellectual, that's brain rot. Be straightforward. You're not impressing
I'm not
anyone by
trying
not
to
knowing
be
that you've ever
intellectual,
eaten.
just tell you what I believe.
Yeah, you maybe don't know that you're trying to be, but that's what it is. People have this strange brain disease where they think if they say they don't know they've ever eaten, somehow that's an intelligent thing to say.
Why
like
would
other
it be?
people just aren't thinking. Don't you know you could just be a brain in a jar? Wow, incredible, deep, insightful.
Yeah,
So,
that's not really insightful because you only
yeah, of
speak
course
about
it's not
this.
insightful. So, do you think you live on a globe?
Do I think I believe I live on a globe?
Yep.
Yes.
Are you sure you live on a globe?
The most you could define a globe. I mean, it's not perfectly round.
Are you sure you're on a globe that's not perfectly round?
No, I'm not.
No. You don't know anything. I mean, you don't know that you're on Discord, so how could you know you're on a globe?
I mean, you don't let me explain what I mean by that, right? You just want to assume that.
What's there to explain? We said, do you know you're on Discord? You said no. Do you know you're sitting down? No. Do you know if you've eaten? No. What's
But
there
you
to
are
explain?
making something right now up to and live in a delusion. You make up who I am. You don't let me answer what I mean, and you just assume who I am.
I mean, we've asked the question
How do you
and
know
you've
he's
answered.
doing that?
So you are creating a character that is not even real, which is crazy.
Well, you don't know what is real and what isn't real at this point. That's what you're telling us. So why are you now
No,
talking
I
about
do
real
know
and not
that.
real? You don't know if you've ever eaten before. You don't know if you're on Discord. You don't know if you're sitting down.
No, that what is most real to me is that
Most
what
real to you.
That's funny shit, man.
What is less real?
There's a contrast. Right, what's the contrast? That's where I was on. Yeah.
It's a little bit real. Oh, that one's a lot real.
Yeah, the subjectivity of reality is what you guys think is intelligence, and it's actually retarded.
No, something can be more or less real than something else. Of course.
What does that mean? More or less real? What is less real?
What am I hearing from this crazy dude?
What is less real? Give me an example of something that is less real.
I mean, how real is the love to your mother and how real the love to your father, and which is more real or less real, right? So in a sense, which is more that you give attention to? So what is more real for you is that which you give more attention to, right? And so of course,
No, you're just using words incorrectly.
I
mean, I get that English isn't your first language, so maybe that's why.
I use them perfectly, actually.
You guys have lost the fucking plot.
Guys, who are you talking to, Timbo?
No, not yet. Just these globies. They're fucking off the fucking Richter scale.
Nuckin Futz has posted his media hitting the moon in the side chat, by the way.
Oh, has he?
This is pretty
great. Oh, I bet. Let me see.
Basically, you see a little flash on the moon.
A little flash on the moon? Well, there you go. What else could it be? NASA.gov meteoroid environment lunar impact monitoring videos. There are several. There are several videos from NASA, you flat earthers. Let's see what we got here. Looks like the moon, okay. Oh,
How do you determine that they're real?
what was that? This just showed like some fucking spaceship going in front of the camera. What is that? Looked fake as shit.
Must be real.
Where's this?
From NASA.
I'm not seeing these lunar impacts he's talking about. Well, that already looks like... Oh my... That's fucking CGI. What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Look at this. Is this... Oh, okay. Yeah, they're actually calling this the artist's concept. Oh my god, look at how bad this is. This is too funny. Oh, dear. Fuck off. Artist's conception depicting a small but powerful meteoroid strike.
That's an art.
Oh, here you go.
That was his proof of. Oh my god, man! These guys don't even read what they post first.
Well, this was in one of the links anyway. I don't know if I don't know how many he's posted, but look at this. It's just so bad. This is the kind of shit they're giving them. I mean, why would they have to be giving artists' conceptions depicting a small but powerful meteorite strike if that was actually going on and you could just see it? Why do they need to do artists' conceptions?
Well, he did say we have seen meteorites hitting the moon.
We. Yeah.
Of course, I also posted
The
actual
eponymous we.
videos of meteorites hitting, the flashes that you referred to, right?
The flashes.
Video.
Yeah.
Oh.
So not
So,
just
even if-
but actual videos.
So even if we grant that there's a video that shows a flash, how do you know what that flash is?
Because before and after close-up photos of that area show a crater formed.
When
Okay,
was this-
have you
when
got the
did this
before and
happen?
after photos?
My old moon pictures and my recent ones. So what day did this happen? I'm gonna
Yeah,
go look at if that spot changed.
As I said, I posted several. If you scroll up above the NASA posting, you will see two other links that I posted. The second one has the before and after for you.
And how do you know
What's
that
the
the flash
time?
was
What's
a
the
rock?
timestamp?
Sorry, are you unable to scroll up? Like, how lazy are you?
I just said what's the
What makes
timestamp.
Very lazy.
I think I found it.
Very lazy. I want you to tell me what's on there.
What the fuck is that? That's just like a...
Hang on, like that. Okay, so there was a crater formed after a flash, right? Okay.
Fuck.
Yeah. There's a crater apparent after a flash, before and
How
after.
did they know where to look after the flash, or did they know that this was coming and they were waiting the whole time?
I don't know. That's what I want to know. How do you know that what was responsible for both the flash and the crater is a rock?
Well,
that
anything
first video, I'm just seeing a flash.
yeah, the second video. Anything that falls from the sky and impacts a celestial body is considered a meteorite.
This second link is... What the fuck? That's taking me to a random video that is not...
Wouldn't that be falling away from Earth? Not from the sky down?
I still don't get it. Like,
Is anyone else checking out that second link that he's posted? Is that actually showing the correct video for other people? Because I'm getting a random Chinese video game video.
Yeah, I'm not clicking on that virus you got.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude, I
probably
just see a video game, like some degenerate video game footage.
Yeah, what the fuck is that, knucking butts?
Because
Give us a timestamp, bro.
Yeah, you
gotta
do
be
flat
careful.
earthers actually read into? Do you actually read into philosophy?
Xenos,
at
shush
all?
for a second.
Yeah, Zunos, be quiet,
No.
all right? You guys got to be really careful when Global send you links. Because I got software that pops up. Remember on 24/7, I used to like highlight the link and it would show warning or whatever. Because sometimes they look legit, but you know they
Here, I
all have
posted
like
it again. Maybe an ad got picked up in the first copy, but I posted it again.
I don't know, knucking futs. The guys have got me nervous now. What have you been sending through there? Are you trying to get some globe viruses at me or something?
the YouTube video
Yeah.
should embed into the Discord. So that yeah, definitely do not click on that.
You up to
It says u2.be.
Yeah, we'll
and
just
not
delete
YouTube.
What are you up to, Nuckin?
He must be using chatbot to pull up links.
That is still a YouTube video, dude.
It could have some weird embedding link that it goes through.
That's definitely still a YouTube video. That's what's called the a bit YouTube video.
All right, let's see if it contains what he claimed.
I'll send you the link now again. This is the actual video. Yeah, I clicked on it. My shit got protection and shit.
Okay, there we go. See, this is what it should look like. What it should embed into Discord chat.
Yeah, unless they don't have whatever they're using. It's not using the. It's not embedding the bitwise, the bit URL, the tiny URL. That's what it's called.
There's a cool story, bro.
So there's a little flash of light there for a meteor.
Yeah, they're just transitioned to the totally legit lunar reconnaissance orbiter.
Yeah, so you didn't see a meteor at all hit the moon. You saw a little flash, right? And then you just got some trust me, bro. Picture of a crater that I could like mock up in like literally like 60 seconds.
10 seconds.
Robert Simon could do it in 10 seconds, yeah.
Come on, nothing.
I love the flat Earth defense that applies to everything. Fake. Good for you guys.
No, you can't validate.
Okay, well, could this be faked? Nuck and fuds. Could it be faked?
Sure, as that NASA,
Sure, the classic flat Earth effect.
artistic renditions.
Sure.
So you don't believe anything that could be faked, is that right?
Why don't so you guys just don't accept fake shit? Correct.
Well, you don't accept anything because everything can be faked, right? I mean, I assume the
Well,
Black Swan
space
video was fake.
cartoons, yeah, of course they have to be fake because space doesn't exist.
The Black Swan video could have been faked, so you don't accept that, right?
Well, it doesn't matter. You can do
They
it
already
yourself.
went out there and repeated it themselves. Why do they keep going and faking it, you idiot?
Oh, well, he could have just lied. Why would you believe that?
But
You can see the whole video.
moron.
I can just go there and do it.
Did you do it
See
yourself?
the whole video yourself.
Videos can be faked, like you said.
Dude, you got the
can
weakest
do it
arguments.
yourself.
I know, because I'm parroting your
You
arguments.
still pretend, yeah, but we're fortunately not in your position that we have to rely on unverifiable cartoons for our whole worldview. We can just go outside. So
Your fakeable videos are definitely not fake.
No.
Only videos that go against you.
Come on, dudes. You're gonna send us. What's that?
Cyclone, like, I guess flat earthers are faking flat horizons.
Well, this is the
Yeah,
thing. I mean,
everybody-
the guy who just posted us fucking some NASA shit is going to talk to us about fake videos.
And then when you
No,
tell
I'm
him
just
that,
saying, by your logic, if a video can be faked,
on,
then you
just
cannot
one
believe it,
second.
right? Isn't that your logic?
Nuck and fud, just chill out for a second, all right? So if we can repeat what's done in the Black Swan video ourselves, then we're not relying on videos, are we?
Agreed. So have you done that?
Yes. Now,
You did it yourself?
have you,
Can I see a video of you doing it?
have you repeated
Can I see a video of you doing it yourself?
asteroids? Have you repeated asteroids hitting
Oh,
the
you don't want to
moon
answer that, do you?
in your own video?
Where is the documentation of you reproducing the Black Swan video? Let's see.
He wants
Well,
he wants
I could,
proof. He
I
wants
could
proof
hand
that
it to you
he
while
wants
I'm-
proof that
hand
he
it
wants
to you
proof that
while I'm
water.
driving
Sorry,
on the-
Kimbo.
I could hand it to you while I'm driving on the freeway if you'd like. Yeah?
Yeah, he wants proof that
Would you
water
rather I
lies
make it
flat.
to the other end?
I'm just holding you guys to your own standard here.
He wants proof that water lies flat, horizontal, like was said, that the horizon is horizontal.
If you don't believe any videos, because all videos can be faked, then how can you present a video as evidence for your worldview? How does that make sense?
Because you can do it yourself. The claims are repeatable by yourself. None of yours are.
Yeah, the difference is we're not saying, hey, just trust this video, bro. We're saying go out and do it yourself, which you can't do with your videos. So don't try to equate them. They're not the same thing. Yeah, I know you do. I know you do.
Show me what you have done yourself.
No, I wouldn't show anything to you. Why? No, I wouldn't show anything to you about my personal life. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you claiming? See, that's not an argument. You're just like trying to make it something about someone rather than the.
No, I'm just trying to expose the hypocrisy of your position.
Yeah, I know you're trying to expose, and you're only exposing yourself as you usually do.
Yeah, like what's hypocritic about it?
The hypocrisy is stating that any video that could be faked cannot be believed, and then providing videos as evidence for the flat Earth.
Okay, so then you can go out and do it yourself. Can you repeat any of your videos yourself?
Yes, you can recreate the Cavendish experiment all by yourself. You can do the Bedford Level experiment all by yourself.
No, he was talking about moons. The moon and asteroids or meteorites hitting it. So can you replicate that?
You can track the angular size of the sun as it sets all by yourself.
No, that's not the point. So avoid the topic once again.
You can point a telescope at the moon and watch it yourself.
Did you do that?
Watch a what?
Well, no, of course not. This room doesn't require it. We do our own stuff, right?
Yeah, I did it. It's not, that doesn't show you that the moon is spherical, and that doesn't show you that the Earth is spherical. Yeah. You can look at the moon yourself. You can look at the angular size of the sun yourself. It doesn't show you anything about the sun.
Well, each of those things you can look at will rebut one aspect of the flat Earth paradigm. For example, if the sun is getting farther away, then it should get smaller as it sets. Its angular size should decrease, but it doesn't. What's that about?
You debunked your own ignorance on how you think shit works.
So the sun doesn't get further away as it sets?
I don't know. I never made a sun.
Oh, okay.
I never made the medium it's in. I wasn't here and there and in between and 50,000 miles away and a 93 million to get all the references that you would need to make that dumbass claim that you just said.
Well, the flat Earth community at large states that the sun is getting further away when it sets, and that's why it disappears from view. So I guess you disagree with me.
The flat Earth community makes flat Earth, flat and Earth.
This is weak, Nuckin. Come on, after all this time, you should be better than this.
I do have a question, actually, if you wouldn't mind a question.